Mahabharata, Book 5, Udyoga Parva. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 1. O.M. Having bowed down to Narayana, and Nara the most exalted of male beings, and also to the goddess Sarasvati, must the word Jaya be uttered. Vaisampayana said, then those valiant descendants of Kuru, who belonged to the same party, with Virata, having joyfully celebrated the nuptials of Abhimanyu and rested themselves that night, presented themselves at dawn, well pleased, in the court of Virata, and the chamber of the king of the Matsya was full of riches, and variegated with choice gems and precious stones, with seats methodically arranged, adorned with garlands, and filled with fragrance. And those mighty monarchs of men all came to that place, and on the seats in front sat the two kings Virata and Drupada. And the revered and aged rulers of the earth, and Valarama and Krishna along with their father, all sat there. And close to the king of Panchala was seated the great hero of the race of Sini, together with the son of Rohini. And side by side with the king of the Matsya sat Krishna and Yudhishthira, and all the sons of King Drupada, and Bhima and Arjuna, and the two sons of Madri, and Pradyumna and Samva, both valiant in battle, and Abhimanyu with Virata's sons. And those princes, the sons of Draupadi, rivaling their fathers in valor, strength, grace, and prowess, sat upon excellent seats inlaid with gold. And when those mighty heroes wearing shining ornaments and robes had set themselves down, that gorgeous assembly of kings looked beautiful like the firmament spangled with resplendent stars. And those valiant men, assembled together, having conversed with one another upon various topics, remained for some time in a pensive mood, with their eyes fixed upon Krishna. And at the end of their talk, Krishna drew their attention to the affairs of the Pandavas. And those powerful kings together listened to Krishna's speech, pregnant and lofty. And Krishna said, it is known to you all, how this Yudhishthira was deceitfully defeated at dice by the son of Suvala, and how he was robbed of his kingdom, and how a stipulation was made by him concerning his exile in the forest. And capable as they were of conquering the earth by force, the sons of Pandu remained firm in their plighted faith. And accordingly for 6 and 7 years these incomparable men accomplished the cruel task imposed upon them. And this last, the 13th year, was exceedingly hard for them to pass. Yet unrecognized by any one they have passed it, as known to you, suffering unendurable hardships of various kinds. This is known to you all. These illustrious men have spent the 13th year, employed in menial service of others. This being so, it is for you to consider what will be for the good of both Yudhishthira and Duryodhana, and what, as regards the Kurus and the Pandavas, will be consistent with the rules of righteousness and propriety, and what will meet with the approbation of all. The virtuous king Yudhishthira would not unrighteously covet even the celestial kingdom, but righteously he would accept the rule even of a single village. How the sons of Dhritarashtra fraudulently robbed him of his paternal kingdom, and how he hath passed a life of unendurable hardships, are known to all the kings assembled here. The sons of Dhritarashtra are incapable of overcoming by strength Arjuna, the son of Pritha. Nevertheless, King Yudhishthira and his friends have no other desire than the good of Dhritarashtra's son. These brave sons of Kunti, and the two sons of Madri, ask for only what they themselves, achieving victory in battle, had won from the defeated kings. You, no doubt, know full well how those enemies of the Pandavas with the object of possessing themselves of the kingdom, endeavored by various means to destroy them, when they were yet mere boys. So wicked and rancorous they were. Consider how grasping they are, and how virtuous Yudhishthira is. Consider also the relationship that exists between them. I beseech you all to consult together, and also think separately. The Pandavas have always had a regard for truth. They have fulfilled their promise to the very letter. If now treated wrongfully by the sons of Dhritarashtra, they would slay them all though banded together. They have friends, who, on being informed of their unworthy treatment at the hands of others, would stand by them, engaged in fight with their persecutors, and willingly slay them even if they should lose their own lives for it. If you suppose them to be too few to be capable of winning a victory over their enemies, you must know that united together and followed by their friends, they would, no doubt, try their utmost to destroy those enemies. What Duryodhana thinks is not exactly known, nor what he may do. When the mind of the other side is not known, what opinion can be formed by you as to what is best to be done? Therefore, let a person, virtuous and honest and of respectable birth, and wary and able ambassador, set out to beseech them mildly for inducing them to give half the kingdom to Yudhishthira. Having listened to the speech of Krishna, marked by prudence and a regard for virtue and showing a pacific and impartial spirit, his elder brother then addressed the assembly, bestowing high encomiums on the words of the younger brother. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 2. Baladeva said, "You have all listened to the speech of him who is the elder brother of Gada, characterized as it is by a sense of virtue and prudence, and salutary alike to Yudhishthira and King Duryodhana. These valiant sons of Kunti are ready to give up half their kingdom, and they make this sacrifice for the sake of Duryodhana. The sons of Dhritarashtra, therefore, should give up half of the kingdom, and should rejoice and be exceedingly happy with us that the quarrel can be so satisfactorily settled. These mighty persons, having obtained the kingdom, would, no doubt, be pacified and happy, provided the opposite party behave well. For them to be pacified will redound to the welfare of men. And I should be well pleased if somebody from here, with the view of pacifying both the Kurus and the Pandavas, should undertake a journey and ascertain what is the mind of Duryodhana and explain the views of Yudhishthira. Let him respectfully salute Bhishma, the heroic scion of Kuru's race, and the magnanimous son of Vichitravirya, and Drona along with his son, and Vidura and Kripa, and the king of Gandhara, along with the Suta's son. Let him also pay his respects to all the other sons of Dhritarashtra, to all who are renowned for strength and learning, devoted to their proper duties, heroic, and conversant with signs of the times. When all these persons are gathered together, and when also the elderly citizens are assembled, let him speak words full of humility and likely to serve the interests of Yudhishthira. At all events, let them not be provoked, for they have taken possession of the kingdom with a strong hand." When Yudhishthira had his throne, he forgot himself by being engaged in gambling and was dispossessed by them of his kingdom. This valiant Kuru, this descendant of Ajamata, Yudhishthira, though not skilled in dice and though dissuaded by all his friends, challenged the son of the king of Gandhara, an adept at dice, to the match. There were then at that place thousands of dice players whom Yudhishthira could defeat in a match. Taking, however, no notice of any of them, he challenged Suvala's son of all men to the game, and so he lost. And although the dice constantly went against him, he would still have Sakuni alone for his opponent. Competing with Sakuni in the play, he sustained a crushing defeat. For this, no blame can attach to Sakuni. Let the messenger make use of words characterized by humility, words intended to conciliate Vichitravirya's son. The messenger may thus bring round Dhritarashtra's son to his own views. Do not seek war with the Kurus, address Duryodhana in only a conciliatory tone. The object may possibly fail to be gained by war, but it may be gained by conciliation, and by this means also it may be gained enduringly. Vaisampayana continued, while that valiant scion of Madhu's race was even continuing his speech, the gallant son of the race of Seni suddenly rose up and indignantly condemned the words of the former by these words of his. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 3. Satyaki said, "Even as a man's heart is, so doth he speak." Thou art speaking in strict conformity with the nature of thy heart. There are brave men, and likewise those that are cowards. Men may be divided into these two well-defined classes. As upon a single large tree there may be two boughs, one of which beareth fruits, while the other doth not, so from the selfsame line of progenitors may spring persons that are imbecile as well as those that are endowed with great strength. O thou bearing the sign of a plough on thy banner, I do not, in sooth, condemn the words thou hast spoken, but I simply condemn those, O son of Madhu, who are listening to thy words. How, indeed, can he who unblushingly dares attach even the slightest blame in the virtuous King Yudhishthira be permitted to speak at all in the midst of the assembly? Persons clever in the game of dice challenged the magnanimous Yudhishthira, unskilled as he is in play, and confiding in them he was defeated. Can such persons be said to have virtuously won the game? If they had come to Yudhishthira while playing in this house with his brothers and defeated him there, then what they would have won would have been righteously won. But they challenged Yudhishthira, who was bound in conscience to follow the rules observed by the military caste, and they won by a trick. What is there in this conduct of theirs that is righteous? And how can this Yudhishthira here, having performed to the utmost the stipulations entered into by way of stakes in the play, freed from the promise of a sojourn in the forest, and therefore entitled to his ancestral throne, humble himself? Even if Yudhishthira coveted other people's possessions, still it would not behove him to beg. How can they be said to be righteous and not intent on usurping the throne when, although the Pandavas have lived out their sojourn of concealment unrecognized, they still say that the latter had been recognized? They were besought by Bhishma and the magnanimous Drona, but they would not yet consent to give back to the Pandavas the throne that belongeth to them by right of birth. The means with which I would beseech them would be sharp arrows. I shall fight and with a strong hand force them to prostrate themselves at the feet of the illustrious son of Kunti. If, however, they do not bow at the feet of the wise Yudhishthira, then they and their partisans must go to the regions of Yama. When Yuyudhana, myself, is enraged and resolved to fight, they, to be sure, are unequal to withstand his impetus, as mountains are unable to resist that of the thunderbolt. Who can withstand Arjuna in fight, or him who hath the discus for his weapon in battle, or myself as well? Who can withstand the unapproachable Bhima? And who, having regard for his life, would come near the twin brothers who firmly grasp their bows and resemble the death-dealing Yama in intelligence? Who would approach Drishtadyumna, the son of Drupada, or these 5 sons of the Pandavas who have added luster to Draupadi's name, rivaling their fathers in valor, equal to them in every respect and full of martial pride, or him of the powerful bow, Subhadra's son, irresistible by even the gods themselves, or Gada, or Pradyumna, or Samva, resembling Yama or the thunderbolt or fire? We shall slay Dhritarashtra's son and Sakuni and Karna in battle, and place the Pandava on the throne. There is no sin in slaying them that are bent on slaying us, but to be a beggar before foes is both impious and infamous. I ask you to be diligent in doing that which is heartily desired by Yudhishthira. Let Pandu's son get back the kingdom resigned by Dhritarashtra. Either Yudhishthira should get back his kingdom this very day, or all our enemies shall lie down on the earth slain by me. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 4. Drupada said, O mighty armed one, it will, without doubt, be even as thou hast said. Never will Duryodhana give up the kingdom by peaceful means, and Dhritarashtra, who dotes on his son, will follow him in his wish. And so will Bhishma and Drona from imbecility, and Karna and Sakuni from folly. The words of Valadeva commend themselves to my judgment. The course pointed out by him should, indeed, be followed by a man who desires peaceful settlement. But Duryodhana should never be addressed in mild words. Vicious by nature, he, I believe cannot be brought to reason by mildness. In respect of an ass, mildness is in place, but in respect of animals of the bovine species, severity should be resorted to. If anyone were to speak mild words to Duryodhana, vicious by nature, that wicked wight would consider the speaker to be an imbecile person. If a mild course is adopted towards him, the fool will think that he has won. Let us do even this. Let us make preparations. Let us send word to our friends that they may collect an army for us. Let speedy messengers go to Salya, and Drishtaketu, and Jayatsena, and the prince of the Kakayas. Duryodhana also, on his part, will send word to all the kings. Right-minded persons, however, respond to the request of those that first beseech them. Therefore, I ask you to make haste in first preferring your suit to these rulers of men. Meseems that a great undertaking is awaiting us. Quickly send word to Salya, and to the kings under him, and to King Bhagadata of immeasurable valor residing on the eastern sea coast, and to fierce Hardikya, and Ahuka, and the king of the Malas of powerful understanding, and Roshamana. Let Vrihanta be summoned, and King Sinavindu, and Valaka, and Mujakiza, and the ruler of the Chedis, and Suparsva, Suvahu, and that great hero, Purava, and also the kings of the Sakas, the Pallavas, and the Daradas, and Sarari, and Nadija, and King Karnavest, and Nila, and the valiant King Viradharman, and Dujaya, and Dantavakra, and Rukmi, and Janamajaya, and Asheta, and Vayuvega, and King Purvapali, and Buratajas, and Devaka, and Ekalaya with his sons, and also the kings of the Krasha race, and the valiant Kshimamurti, and the kings of the Cambodia and the Richika tribes, and of the western sea coast, and Jayatsena, and the king of Kashi, and the rulers of the land of the 5 rivers, and the proud son of Kratha, and the rulers of the mountain regions, and Janaki, and Sushraman, and Manaman, and Padamatsayaka, and the valiant Drishtaketu, and the ruler of the kingdom of Pansu, and Pandra, and Dandatara, and the brave Vrahatsana, and Aprajita, and Nishada, and Srinamat, and Vasumat, and Vrihadvala of great strength, and Vahu the conqueror of hostile cities, and the warlike King Samadrasena with his son, and Adhava, and Kshamaka, and King Vadadana, and Shrutayas, and Dridhayas, and the gallant son of Sulwa, and the king of the Kalingas, and Kamara, unconquerable in battle. Speedily send word to these. This is what recommends itself to me. And let this my priest, learned Brahmana, be sent, O king, to Dhritarashtra. Tell him the words he is to say, and what Duryodhana should be told, and how Bhishma is to be addressed, and how Drona, that best of Kar warriors. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 5. Krishna said, "These worlds are worthy of the chief of the Somaka tribe, and are calculated to promote the interests of Pandu's son of immeasurable strength. As we are desirous of adopting a politic course, this is, no doubt, our first duty. A man acting otherwise would be a great fool. But our relationship to both the Kurus and the Pandus is equal, howsoever these two parties may behave with each other. Both you and we have been invited here on the occasion of a marriage. The marriage having now been celebrated, let us go home well pleased. You are the foremost of kings, both in years and learning, and here we all, no doubt, are as if your pupils. Dhritarashtra has always entertained a great respect for you, and you are also a friend of the preceptors Drona and Kripa. I, therefore, ask you to send a message to the Kurus in the interests of the Pandavas. We all resolve even upon this, that you should send a message unto them. If that chief of the Kuru race should make peace on equitable terms, then the brotherly feelings between the Kurus and the Pandus will sustain no injury. If, on the other hand, the son of Dhritarashtra should wax haughty and from folly refuse to make peace, then, having summoned others, summon us too. The holder of Godiva then will be fired with wrath, and the dull-headed and wicked Duryodhana, with his partisans and friends, will meet his fate. Vaisampayana said, King Virata, then having honored Krishna, sent him home with his followers and relatives. And after Krishna had set out for Dvarka, Yudhishthira and his followers, with King Virata, began to make preparations for war. And Virata and his relatives sent word to all the monarchs, and King Drupada also did the same. And at the request of those lions of the Kuru race, as also of the two kings of the Matsyas and the Panchalas, many lords of the earth possessed of great strength, came to the place with cheerful hearts. And when the sons of Dhritarashtra heard that the Pandavas had collected a large army, they also assembled many rulers of the earth. And, O king, at that time the whole land became thronged with the rulers of the earth who were marching to espouse the cause of either the Kurus or the Pandavas. And the land was full of military bands composed of 4 kinds of forces. And from all sides the forces began to pour in. And the goddess Earth with her mountains and forests seemed to tremble beneath their tread. And the king of the Panchalas, having consulted the wishes of Yudhishthira, dispatched to the Kurus his own priest, who was old both in years and understanding. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 6. Drupada said, Of beings those that are endowed with life are superior. Of living beings those that are endowed with intelligence are superior. Of intelligent creatures men are superior. Of men the twice-born are superior. Of the twice-born, students of the Veda are superior. Of students of the Veda those of cultured understanding are superior. Of cultured men practical persons are superior. And finally, of practical men those knowing the Supreme Being are superior. You, it seems to me, are at the very top of those that are of cultured understanding. You are distinguished both for age and learning. You are equal in intellect to either Sukra or Vrihaspati, the son of Angiras. You know what kind of man the chief of the Kuru race is, and what kind of man also is Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti. It was with Dhritarashtra's knowledge that the Pandavas were deceived by their opponents. Though instructed by Vidura, he yet follows his son. Sakuni advisedly challenged Yudhishthira to a gambling match, although the latter was unskilled in gambling while the former was an adept in it. Unskilled in play, Yudhishthira was guileless and firm in following the rules of the military order. Having thus cheated the virtuous king Yudhishthira, they will, by no means, voluntarily yield up the kingdom. If you speak words of righteousness unto Dhritarashtra, you will certainly gain the hearts of his fighting men. Vidura also will make use of those words of yours, and will thus alienate the hearts of Bhishma, and Drona, and Kripa, and others. When the officers of state are alienated and fighting men are backward, the task of the enemy will be to gain back their hearts. In the meantime, the Pandavas will, with ease and with their whole hearts, address themselves in preparing the army and in collecting stores. And when the enemy's adherents are estranged, and while you are hanging about them, they will surely not be able to make adequate preparations for war. This course seems expedient in this wise. On your meeting with Dhritarashtra, it is possible that Dhritarashtra may do what you say. And as you are virtuous, you must therefore act virtuously towards them. And to the compassionate, you must descant upon the various hardships that the Pandavas have endured. And you must estrange the hearts of the aged persons by discoursing upon the family usages which were followed by their forefathers. I do not entertain the slightest doubt in this matter. Nor need you be apprehensive of any danger from them, for you are a Brahmana, versed in the Vedas, and you are going thither as an ambassador, and more especially, you are an aged man. Therefore, I ask you to set out without delay towards the Kauravas with the object of promoting the interests of the Pandavas, timing your departure under the astrological combination called Pushya, and at that part of the day called Jaya. Vyasa continued, thus instructed by the magnanimous Drupada, the virtuous priest set out for Hastinapura, the city called after the elephant. And that learned man, well versed in the principles of the science of politics, started with a following of disciples towards the Kurus for the sake of promoting the welfare of Pandu's sons. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 7. Vyasa said, having dispatched the priest to the city called after the elephant, they sent messengers to the kings of various countries. And having sent messengers to other places, the Kuru hero Dhananjaya, that bull among men and son of Kunti, himself set out for Dvarka. And after Krishna and Valadeva, the descendants of Madhu, had both departed for Dvarka with all the Vrishnis, the Andhakas and the Bhojas, by hundreds, the royal son of Dhritarashtra had, by sending secret emissaries, furnished himself with information of all the doings of the Pandavas. And learning that Krishna was on his way, the prince went to the city of Dvarka by means of fine horses possessing the speed of the wind, and taking with him a small number of troops. And on that very day the son of Kunti and Pandu, Dhananjaya, also speedily arrived at the beautiful city of the Anarta land. And the two scions of the Kuru race, those tigers among men, on arriving there saw that Krishna was asleep, and drew near him as he lay down. And as Krishna was sleeping, Duryodhana entered the room, and sat down on a fine seat at the head of the bed. And after him entered that wearer of the diadem, the magnanimous Arjuna, and stood at the back of the bed, bowing and joining his hands. And when the descendant of Vrishni, Krishna, awoke, he first cast his eyes on Arjuna. And having asked them as to the safety of their journey, and having fitly bestowed his greetings upon them, the slayer of Madhu questioned them as to the occasion of their visit. Then Duryodhana addressed Krishna with a cheerful countenance, saying, "It behoveth you to lend me your help in the impending war. Arjuna and myself are both equally your friends. And, O descendant of Madhu, you also bear the same relationship to both of us. And today, O slayer of Madhu, I have been the first to come to you. Right-minded persons take up the cause of him who comes first to them. This is how the ancients acted. And, O Krishna, you stand at the very top of all right-minded persons in the world, and are always respected. I ask you to follow the rule of conduct observed by right-minded men." Thereat Krishna replied, "That you have come first, O king, I do not in the least doubt. But, O king, the son of Kunti, Dhananjaya, has been first beheld by me. On account of your first arrival, and on account of my having beheld Arjuna first, I shall, no doubt, lend my assistance, O Suyodhana, to both. But it is said that those who are junior in years should have the first choice. Therefore, Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, is entitled to first choice. There is a large body of cowherds numbering 10 crores, rivaling me in strength and known as the Narayanas, all of whom are able to fight in the thick of battle. These soldiers, irresistible in battle, shall be sent to one of you, and I alone, resolved not to fight on the field, and laying down my arms, will go to the other. You may, O son of Kunti, first select whichever of these two commends itself to you. For, according to law, you have the right to the first choice." Vyasa continued, thus addressed by Krishna, Dhananjaya the son of Kunti selected Kesava, who was not to fight on the battlefield, even Narayana himself, the slayer of foes, and create, born among men at his own will, the foremost of all Kshatriyas and above all the gods and the Danavas. And Duryodhana selected for himself that entire army, composed of the Narayanas. And, O descendant of Bharata, having obtained those troops numbering thousands upon thousands, he was exceedingly delighted, although he knew that Krishna was not on his side. And having secured that army possessed of terrible prowess, Duryodhana went to the son of Rohini of great strength, and explained to him the object of his visit. The descendant of Sura in reply addressed the following words to Dhritarashtra's son: "Thou shouldst remember, O tiger among men, all that I said at the marriage ceremony celebrated by Vitrata. O thou delighter of the race of Kuru, for thy sake I then contradicted Krishna and spoke against his opinions. And again I alluded to the equality of our relationship to both the parties. But Krishna did not adopt the views I then expressed, nor can I separate myself from Krishna for even a single moment. And seeing that I cannot act against Krishna, even this is resolution formed by me, viz., that I will fight neither for Kunti's sons nor for you. And, O bull of the Bharatas, born as thou art in Bharata's race that is honored by all the kings, go and fight in accordance with the rules of propriety." Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed: Duryodhana embraced that hero wielding a plough for his weapon of battle, and although knowing that Krishna had been taken away from his side, he yet regarded Arjuna as already vanquished. And the royal son of Dhritarashtra then went to Kritavarman. And Kritavarman gave him a body of troops numbering an Akshahini. And surrounded by that military host, terrible to behold, the Kaurava marched forth delighting his friends. And after Duryodhana had departed, Krishna, the creator of the world, clad in yellow attire, addressed Kiritan, saying, "For what reason is it that you have selected me who will not fight at all?" Thereupon Arjuna answered, "I question not that you are able to slay them all. I also am alone capable of slaying them, O best of men. But you are an illustrious person in the world, and this renown will accompany you. I also am a suitor for fame, therefore you have been selected by me. It hath been always my desire to have you for driving my car. I, therefore, ask you to fulfill my desire cherished for a long time." Vasudeva's son thereupon said, "It beseems thee well, O Kunti's son, that thou measurest thyself with me. I will act as thy charioteer, let thy wish be fulfilled." Vaisampayana continued, "Then with a glad heart, Kunti's son, accompanied by Krishna as well as by the flower of the Dasara race, came back to Yudhishthira." Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 8. Vaisampayana said, "O king, having learnt the news from the messengers, Salya, accompanied by a large body of troops and by his sons, all of whom were mighty in battle, was coming to the Pandavas. His encampment covered an area of 1.5 yojana, so large was the force owned by that best of men. He was the master, O king, of an Akshahini and had great prowess and valor. And there were in his army heroes bearing armor of various colors, with diverse kinds of banners and bows and ornaments and cars and animals, all wearing excellent garlands and various robes and ornaments. And hundreds and thousands of foremost of Kshatriyas were the leaders of his troops, dressed and decorated in the manner of their native land. And he proceeded by slow marches, giving rest to his troops, towards the place where the Pandava was. And the creatures of the earth felt oppressed, and the earth trembled under the tread of his troops. And King Duryodhana, hearing that magnanimous and mighty hero was on his way, hastened towards him and paid him honors, O best of the Bharata race, and caused finely decorated places of entertainment to be constructed at different spots for his reception, on beautiful sites, and whither many artists were directed to entertain the guests. And those pavilions contained garlands and meat and the choicest viands and drinks, and wells of various forms, capable of refreshing the heart, and tanks of various forms, and edibles, and roomy apartments. And arriving at those pavilions, and waited upon like a very god by the servants of Duryodhana located at different spots, Salya reached another house of entertainment resplendent as a retreat of the celestials. And there, greeted with choice creature comforts fit for being superior to man, he deemed himself superior even to the Lord himself of the gods, and thought meanly of Indra as compared with himself. And that foremost of Kshatriyas, well pleased, asked the servants, saying, Where are those men of Yudhishthira, who have prepared these places of refreshment? Let those men who made these be brought to me. I deem them worthy of being rewarded by me. I must reward them, let it so please the son of Kunti. The servants, surprised, submitted the whole matter to Duryodhana. And when Salya was exceedingly pleased and ready to grant even his life, Duryodhana, who had remained concealed, came forward and showed himself to his maternal uncle. And the kind of the Madras saw him and understood that it was Duryodhana who had taken all the trouble to receive him. And Salya embraced Duryodhana and said, Accept something that you may desire. Duryodhana thereupon said, O thou auspicious one, let thy word be true, grant me a boon. I ask thee to be the leader of all my army. Vaisampayana continued, and hearing this, Salya said, Be it so. What else is to be done? And the son of Gandhari repeated again and again, It is done. And Salya said, O Duryodhana, O best of men, go to thy own city. I shall proceed to pay a visit to Yudhishthira, the subduer of foes. O king, I shall speedily come back, O ruler of men. That best of men, Pandu's son Yudhishthira, must, by all means, be visited by me. And bearing this Duryodhana said, O king, O ruler of the earth, having seen the Pandava, come speedily back. I depend entirely upon thee, O king of kings. Remember the boon that thou hast granted me. And Salya answered, Good betide thee. I shall come speedily back. Repair to thy own city, O protector of men. And then those two kings Salya and Duryodhana embraced each other. And having thus greeted Salya, Duryodhana came back to his own city. And Salya went to inform the sons of Kunti of that proceeding of his. And having reached Upaplavia, and entered the encampment, Salya saw there all the sons of Panda. And the mighty armed Salya, having met the sons of Panda, accepted as usual water for washing his feet, and the customary gifts of honor, including a cow. And the king of the Madras, that slayer of foes, first asked them how they were, and then with great delight embraced Yudhishthira, and Bhima, and Arjuna, and the sons of his sister the two twin brothers. And when all had sat down, Salya spoke to Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, saying, O tiger among kings, O thou delighter of the race of Kuru, is it all well with thee? O best of victors, how fortunately hast thou spent the term of thy residence in the wilderness, O king, O lord of monarchs! It was an exceedingly hard task that thou hast performed by dwelling in the wilderness together with thy brothers and this noble lady here. And awfully difficult task again was that sojourn of thine, the period of concealment, which task also thou hast performed, O descendant of Bharata, for one pulled down from a throne it is nothing but hardship that awaits him. O king, where is there any happiness for him? O afflicter of thy foes, and compensation for all this vast misery wrought by Dhritarashtra's son, thou wilt attain to proportional happiness after having killed thy foes, O great king, O lord of men, the ways of the world are known to thee. Therefore, O my son, thou art never guided by avarice in any of thy dealings. O descendant of Bharata, do thou tread on the footprints of ancient saintly kings. My son, Yudhishthira, be steady in the path of liberality, and self-abnegation, and truth. And, O royal Yudhishthira, mercy and self-control, and truth and universal sympathy, and everything wonderful in this world, are to be found in thee. Thou art mild, munificent, religious, and liberal, and thou regardest virtue as the highest good. O king, many are the rules of virtue that prevail amongst men, and all those are known to thee. O my son, O afflicter of foes, thou knowest in fact everything relating to this world. O king, O best of Bharata's race, how lucky it is that thou hast come out of this difficulty of thine. How lucky, O king, O foremost of monarchs, O Lord, it is that I see thee, so virtuous a soul, a treasure house of righteousness, freed with thy followers from this. Vaisampayana continued, Then, O descendant of Bharata, the king spoke of his meeting with Duryodhana and gave a detailed account regarding that promise of his and that boon granted by himself. And Yudhishthira said, O valiant king, it has been well done by thee that being pleased at heart thou hast plighted thy truth to Duryodhana. But good betide thee, O ruler of the earth, I ask thee to do one thing only. O king, O best of men, thou wilt have to do it solely for my sake, though it may not be proper to be done. O valiant one, hear what I submit to thee. O great king, thou art equal to Krishna on the field of battle. When, O best of kings, the single combat between Karna and Arjuna will take place, I have no doubt thou wilt have to drive Karna's car. On that occasion, if thou art inclined to do good to me, thou must protect Arjuna. O king, thou must likewise so act that the Suta's son Karna may be dispirited and the victory may be ours. Improper it no doubt is, but, O my uncle, for all that thou must do it. Salya said, Good betide thee. Listen, O son of Panda. Thou tellest me to so act that the vile son of the Suta may be dispirited in fight. To be sure, I shall be his charioteer on the field, for he always considers me equal to Krishna. O tiger-like descendant of Kuru, I shall certainly speak to him, when desirous of fighting on the field of battle, words contradictory and fraught with harm to him, so that bereft of pride and valor, he may be easily slain by his antagonist. This I tell thee truly. Asked by thee to do it, this I am determined to do, O my son. Whatever else I may be able to bring about, I shall do for thy good. Whatever troubles were suffered by thee together with Draupadi on the occasion of the game at dice, the rude and human words uttered by the Suta's son, the misery inflicted by the Asura Jata and by Kachaka, O illustrious one, all the miseries experienced by Draupadi, like those formerly experienced by the Mayanti, will all, O hero, end in joy. Thou shouldst not be aggrieved at this, for destiny is all-powerful in this world, and, O Yudhishthira, high-minded persons have to endure miseries of various kinds. Nay, even the gods themselves, O king, have suffered misfortunes. O king, O descendant of Bharata, it is narrated that the high-minded Indra, the chief of the celestials, had to endure together with his wife very great misery, indeed. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 9. Yudhishthira said, O foremost of monarchs, I wish to know how it was that great and unparalleled misery had to be endured by the illustrious Indra together with his queen. Salya said, Listen, O king, to me as I relate this ancient story of the events of former days, how, O descendant of Bharata, misery befell Indra and his wife. Once Twashtri, the lord of creatures and the foremost of celestials, was engaged in practicing rigid austerities. And it is said that from antipathy to Indra he created a son having 3 heads. And that being of universal form, possessed of great luster, hankered after Indra's seat. And possessed of those 3 awful faces resembling the sun, the moon, and the fire, he read the Vedas with one mouth, drank wine with another, and looked with the third as if he would absorb all the cardinal points. And given to the practice of austerities, and mild being and self-controlled, he was intent upon a life of religious practices and austerities. And his practice of austerities, O subduer of foes, was rigid and terrible and of an exceedingly severe character. And beholding the austerities, courage, and truthfulness of this one possessed of immeasurable energy, Indra became anxious, fearing lest that being should take his place. And Indra reflected, How may he be made to addict himself to sensual enjoyments? How may he be made to cease his practice of such rigid austerities? For were the three-headed being to wax strong, he would absorb the whole universe. And it was thus that Indra pondered in his mind, and, O best of Bharata's race, endued with intelligence, he ordered the celestial nymphs to tempt the son of Twashtri. And he commanded them, saying, Be quick, and go without delay, and so tempt him that the three-headed being may plunge himself into sensual enjoyment to the utmost extent. Furnished with captivating hips, array yourselves in voluptuous attires, and decking yourselves in charming necklaces, do ye display gestures and blandishments of love. Endued with loveliness, do ye tempt him and alleviate my dread. I feel restless in my heart, O lovely damsels. Avert ye, ladies, this awful peril that hangs over me. Good betide you. Then the nymphs said, O Indra, O slayer of Vala, we shall so endeavor to allure him that thou wilt have nothing to fear at his hands. That very receptacle of austerities, sitting now as if scorching everything with his eyes, O God, we are going together to tempt. We shall try to bring him under our control, and to put an end to your fears. Salya continued, commanded by Indra, they then went to the three-headed being. And arriving there, those lovely damsels tempted him with various gestures of love, displaying their fine figures. But engaged in the practice of exceedingly severe austerities, although he looked at them, yet he was not influenced by desire. Of subdued senses he was like the ocean, full to the brim, in gravity. And the nymphs, after having tried their best, came back to Indra. And they all with joined hands spoke to the Lord of the Celestials, saying, Oh, that unapproachable being is incapable of being disturbed by us. O highly gifted being, thou mayst do what now may seem proper to thee. The high-minded Indra honored the nymphs and then dismissed them, reflecting, O Yudhishthira, solely upon other means of destroying his foe. And endued with intelligence, he fixed upon a contrivance for destroying the three-headed being. And he said, Let me today hurt my thunderbolt at him. By this means he will speedily be killed. Even a strong person should not overlook a rising foe, contemptible though he may be. And thus reflecting upon the lessons inculcated in treatises of learning, he was firmly resolved upon slaying that being. Then Indra, enraged, hurled at the three-headed being his thunderbolt, which looked like fire and was terrible to behold, and which inspired dread. And forcibly struck by that thunderbolt, he was slain and fell down, as falls on the earth the loosened summit of a hill. And beholding him slain by the thunderbolt, and lying down huge as a hill, the chief of the Celestials found no peace, and felt as if scorched by the effulgent appearance of the dead, for though slain, he had a blazing and effulgent appearance and looked like one alive. And, strange to say, though lifeless, his head seemed to be alive as they were beheld lying low on the field. And exceedingly afraid of that luster, Indra remained plunged in thought. And at that time, O great king, bearing an axe on his shoulder, a carpenter came to the forest and approached the spot where lay that being. And Indra, the lord of Sachi, who was afraid, saw the carpenter come there by chance. And the chastiser of Pakat said unto him immediately, Do this my behest. Quickly cut off this one's heads. The carpenter thereupon said, His shoulders are broad, this axe will not be able to cut them off. Nor shall I be able to do what is condemned by righteous persons. And Indra said, Do not fear, quickly do what I say. At my command thy axe shall equal the thunderbolt. The carpenter said, Whom am I to take thee to be who hast done this frightful deed today? This I wish to learn, tell me the exact truth. And Indra said, O carpenter, I am Indra, the chief of the gods. Let this be known to thee. Do thou act just as I have told thee. Do not hesitate, O carpenter. The carpenter said, O Indra, how is it that thou art not ashamed of this thy inhuman act? How it is that thou hast no dread of the sin of slaying a Brahmana after having slain this son of a saint? Indra said, I shall afterwards perform some religious ceremony of a rigorous kind to purify myself from this taint. This was a powerful enemy of mine whom I have killed with my thunderbolt. Even now I am uneasy, O carpenter, I, indeed, dread him even now. Do thou quickly cut off his heads, I shall bestow my favor upon thee. In sacrifices, men will give thee the head of the sacrificial beast as thy share. This is the favor I confer on thee. Do thou quickly perform what I desire. Salya said, hearing this, the carpenter, at the request of the great Indra, immediately severed the heads of the three-headed one with his axe. And when the heads were cut off, out flew therefrom a number of birds, viz., partridges, quails, and sparrows. And from the mouth wherewith he used to recite the Vedas and to drink the soma juice, came out partridges in quick succession. And, O king, O son of Pandu, from the mouth with which he used to look at the cardinal points as if absorbing them all, a number of quails came forth. And from that mouth of the three-headed being which used to drink wine, out flew a number of sparrows and hawks. And the heads having been cut off, Indra was freed from his trepidation, and went to heaven, glad at heart. And the carpenter also went back to his house. And the slayer of Asuras, having killed his foe, considered his object gained. Now when the lord of creatures, Twashtri, heard that his son had been slain by Indra, his eyes became red with ire, and he spoke the following words, Since Indra hath killed my son who had committed no offense at all, who was constantly engaged in the practice of austerities, who was merciful, possessed of self-control, and of subdued passions, therefore, for the destruction of Indra, I will create Vritra. Let the worlds behold what power I possess, and how mighty is the practice of austerities. Let that inhuman, wicked-minded lord of the gods also witness the same. And saying this, that enraged one, famous for his austerities, washed his mouth with water, made offerings on the fire, created the terrible Vritra, and spoke to him, saying, O destined slayer of Indra, grow in might even from the strength of my austere rites. And that Asura grew in might, towering towards the firmament, and resembling the son of fire. And he asked, risen like the doomsday sun, what am I to do? Kill Indra, was the reply. And then he departed towards the celestial regions. And next ensued a great fight between Vritra and Indra, both fired with wrath. And there took place a terrible combat, O best of Kuru's race. And the heroic Vritra seized the celestial lord who had performed 100 sacrifices. And filled with wrath, he whirled Indra and threw him into his mouth. And when Indra was swallowed up by Vritra, the terrified senior gods, possessed of great might, created Drambika to kill Vritra. And as Vritra yawned and his mouth opened the slayer of the Asura, Vala contracted the different parts of his body, and came out from within Vritra's mouth. And thenceforth the yawn attaches itself to the living breath of animated beings in 3 worlds. And the gods rejoiced at the egress of Indra. And once again commenced the terrible fight between Vritra and Indra, both full of ire. And it was waged for a long while, O best of Bharata's race. And when Vritra, inspired with the mighty spirit of Twashtri and himself endowed with strength, got the upper hand in fight, Indra turned back, and on his retreat, the gods became exceedingly distressed. And all of them together with Indra were overpowered by the might of Twashtri. And they all consulted with the saints, O descendant of Bharata. And they deliberated as to what was proper to be done, and were overwhelmed with dread. And seated on the top of the Mandara mountain, and bent on killing Vritra, they only bethought themselves of Vishnu, the indestructible one. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 10. Indra said, "This whole indestructible universe, O gods, hath been pervaded by Vritra. There is nothing that can be equal to the task of opposing him. I was capable of yore, but now I am incapable. What good betide you can I do? I believe him to be unapproachable, powerful and magnanimous, possessing immeasurable strength in fight. He would be able to swallow up all the three worlds with the gods, the Asuras, and the men. Therefore, hear ye dwellers of heaven, this is my resolution. Proceeding to the abode of Vishnu, in company with that high-souled being must we consult, and ascertain the means of slaying this ruthless wretch." Salya continued, "Indra having thus spoken, the gods with that host of rishis repaired to the mighty god Vishnu to place themselves under the protection of that protector of all. And afflicted with the dread of Vritra, they said unto the supreme lord of the deities, Thou hadst in former times covered the three worlds with 3 steps. Thou hadst procured the ambrosial food, O Vishnu, and destroyed the Asuras in battle. Thou didst bind the great Asura valley and hadst raised Indra to the throne of heaven. Thou art the Lord of the gods, and this entire universe is pervaded by thee. Thou art the God, the mighty deity, saluted by all persons. Be thou the refuge of all the celestials together with Indra, O best of gods. The whole universe, O slayer of Asuras, hath been pervaded by Vritra." And Vishnu said, "I am no doubt bound to do what is for your good. I shall, therefore, tell you of a contrivance whereby he may be annihilated. Do you with the rishis and the Gandharvas repair to the place where Vritra, that bearer of a universal form, is, and adopt towards him a conciliatory policy. You will thus succeed in overthrowing him. By virtue of my power, victory, ye gods, will be won by Indra, for, remaining invisible, I shall enter into his thunderbolt, that best of weapons. O foremost of gods, depart ye with the rishis and the Gandharvas. Let there be no delay in effecting a peace between Indra and Vritra." Salya continued, "When he had thus spoken, the rishis and the celestials placed Indra at their head, and uniting together, went away. Approaching Indra, they behold Vritra glowing and resplendent as if scorching the 10 points, and swallowing all the 3 worlds, and resembling the sun or the moon. And then the rishis came up to Vritra and spoke to him in conciliatory terms, saying, O thou unconquerable being, the whole of this universe hath been pervaded by thy energy. Thou art not able, however, to overpower Indra, O best of mighty beings. A long period hath now elapsed since you began to fight. All beings, with the gods and the Asuras and men, are suffering from the effects of the fight. Let there be eternal friendship between thee and Indra. Thou shalt be happy and shall dwell eternally in Indra's regions." And the mighty Vritra, having heard the words of the saints, bowed his head unto them. And the Asura thus spoke, "What you, O highly gifted beings, and also all these Gandharvas are saying, I have heard. Ye stainless beings, hear also what I have got to say. How can there be peace between us two, Indra and myself? How can there be friendship, ye gods, between 2 hostile powers?" The rishis said, "Friendship among righteous persons happens at a single meeting. It is a desirable object. Thereafter will happen what is fated to be. The opportunity of forming friendship with a righteous person should not be sacrificed. Therefore, the friendship of the righteous should be sought. The friendship of the righteous is, like, excellent wealth, for he that is wise would give advice when it is needed. The friendship of a good person is of great use, therefore, a wise person should not desire to kill a righteous one. Indra is honored by the righteous, and is the refuge of magnanimous persons, being veracious and unblameable, and knows what virtue is, and is possessed of a refined judgment. Let there be eternal friendship between thee and Indra, as described above." In this way, have faith in him, let not thy heart be differently inclined. Salius said, hearing these words of the great rishis, the illustrious Asura spoke to them, no doubt, the rishis, endued with supernatural powers, are to be respected by me. Let what I am going to say, ye gods, be performed in its entirety, then I shall do everything that these best of Brahmanas have said to me. Ye lords of the Brahmana race, ordain so that Indra himself or the gods do not kill me by what is dry, or wet, by stone, or by wood, by a weapon fit for close fight, or by a missile, in the daytime, or at night. On those terms eternal peace with Indra would be acceptable to me, very good. Was what the rishis told him, O best of Bharata race. Thus peace having been concluded, Vritra was very much pleased. And Indra also became pleased, though constantly occupied with the thought of killing Vritra. And the chief of the deities passed his time in search of a loophole, uneasy in mind. And on a certain day when it was evening and the hour awful, Indra caught sight of the mighty Asura on the coast of the sea. And he bethought himself of the boon that was granted to the illustrious Asura, saying, This is the awful evening time, it is neither day nor night, and this Vritra, my enemy, who hath stripped me of my all, must undoubtedly be killed by me. Yet I do not kill Vritra, this great and mighty Asura of gigantic frame, even by deceit, it will not go well with me. And as Indra thought of all this, bearing Vishnu in mind, he beheld at that instant in the sea a mass of froth as large as a hill. And he said, This is neither dry nor wet, nor is it a weapon, let me hurl it at Vritra. Without doubt, he will die immediately. And he threw at Vritra that mass of froth blended with the thunderbolt. And Vishnu, having entered within that froth, put an end to the life of Vritra. And when Vritra was killed, the cardinal points were free from gloom, and there also blew a pleasant breeze, and all beings were much pleased. And the deities with the Gandharvas and Yakshas and Rakshasas, with the great snakes and saints, glorified the mighty Indra with various laudatory hymns. And saluted by all beings, Indra spoke words of encouragement to all. And his heart was glad as also that of everyone of the gods for having killed the foe. And knowing the nature of virtue, he worshipped Vishnu, the most praiseworthy of all objects in the world. Now when the mighty Vritra, terrible to the gods, was killed, Indra became overpowered by falsehood, and he became exceedingly sad, and he was also overpowered by the sin of Brahmanicide on account of having killed the three-headed son of Twashtri. And he betook himself to the confines of the worlds, and became bereft of his senses and consciousness. And overpowered by his own sins, he could not be recognized. And he lay concealed in water, just like a writhing snake. And when the Lord of Celestials, oppressed with the dread of Brahmanicide, had vanished from sight, the earth looked as if a havoc had passed over it. And it became treeless, and its woods withered, and the course of rivers was interrupted, and the reservoirs lost all their water, and there was distress among animals on account of cessation of rains. And the deities and all the great rishis were in exceeding fear, and the world had no king, and was overtaken by disasters. Then the deities and the divine saints in heaven, separated from the chief of the gods, became terrified, and wondered who was to be their king. And nobody had any inclination to act as the king of the gods. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 11. Salya said, Then all the rishis and the superior gods said, Let the handsome Nahusha be crowned as king of the gods. He is powerful and renowned, and devoted to virtue evermore. And they all went and said to him, O Lord of the earth, be thou our king. And Nahusha, intent on his welfare, spoke to those gods and saints accompanied by the progenitors of mankind, I am feeble, I am not capable of protecting you. It is a powerful person who should be your king. It is Indra who hath always been possessed of strength. And all the gods, led by the saints, spoke again to him, aided by the virtue of our austerities, rule thou the kingdom of heaven. There is no doubt that we have all our respective fears. Be crowned, O Lord of monarchs, as the King of heaven. Whatever being may stand within thy sight, whether he be a god, an asura, a yiksha, a saint, a pitri, or a gandharv, thou shalt absorb his power and, thereby, wax strong. Always placing virtue before all other things, be thou the ruler of the worlds. Protect also the Brahmarsas, Brahmana saints, and the gods in heaven. Then, O Lord of monarchs, Nahusha was crowned king in heaven. And placing virtue before everything else, he became the ruler of all the worlds. And though always of a virtuous disposition, yet when he obtained that precious boon and the kingdom of heaven, Nahusha assumed a sensual turn of mind. And when Nahusha became the king of the gods, he surrounded himself with celestial nymphs, and with damsels of celestial birth, and took to enjoyments of various kinds, and in Indana groves, on Mount Kailasa, on the crest of Himavat, on Mandara, the White Hill Saya, Mahendra and Malaya, as also upon seas and rivers. And he listened to various divine narratives that captivated both the ear and the heart, and to the play of musical instruments of different sorts, and to sweet vocal strains. And Viswavesu and Narada and bevies of celestial nymphs and bands of Gandharvs and the 6 seasons and living shapes attended upon the king of the gods. And fragrant breezes, refreshingly cool, blew round him. And while that wretch was thus enjoying himself, on one occasion the goddess who was the favorite queen of Indra came in his sight. And that vicious soul, having looked at her, said to the courtiers, Why doth not this goddess, the queen of Indra, attend upon me? I am the monarch of the gods, and also the ruler of the worlds. Let Sachi make haste and visit me at my house. Saddened at hearing this, the goddess said to Vrihaspati, Protect me, O Brahmana, from this Nahusha. I come to you as my refuge. You always say, O Brahmana, that I have got on my person all the auspicious marks, being the favorite of the divine king, that I am chaste, devoted to my Lord, and destined never to become a widow. All this about me you have said before. Let your words be made true. O possessor of great powers, O Lord, you never spoke words that were vain. Therefore, O best of Brahmanas, this that you have said ought to be true. Then Vrihaspati said to the queen of Indra, who was beside herself through fear, What thou hast been told by me will come to be true, be sure, O goddess. Thou shalt see Indra, the lord of the gods, who will soon come back here. I tell thee truly, thou hast no fear from Nahusha, I shall soon unite thee with Indra. Now Nahusha came to hear that Indra's queen had taken refuge with Vrihaspati, the son of Angiras. And at this, the king became highly enraged. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 12. Salya said, Seeing Nahusha enraged, the gods led by the saints spoke unto him, who was now their king of awful mien. O king of gods, quit thy wrath. When thou art in wrath, O Lord, the universe, with its asuras and gandharvs, its kinnaras, and great snakes, quaketh. Quit this wrath, thou righteous being. Persons like thee do not put themselves out. That goddess is another person's wife. Be pacified, O Lord of gods. Turn back thy inclination from the sin of outraging another's wife. Thou art the king of gods, prosperity to thee. Protect thy subjects in all righteousness. So addressed, he heeded not the saying rendered senseless by lust. And the king spoke to the gods, an allusion to Indra, Ahulya of spotless fame, the wife of a saint, was outraged by Indra while her husband was alive. Why did ye not prevent him? Many were the deeds of inhumanity, of unrighteousness, of deceit, committed by Indra in former times. Why did ye not prevent him? Let the goddess do my pleasure, that would be her permanent good. And so the same will evermore rebound to your safety, ye gods. The god said, We shall bring to thee the queen of Indra, even as thou hast laid the command, O Lord of heaven. Quit this wrath, thou valiant soul. Be pacified, O Lord of gods. Salia continued, Thus having spoken to him, the gods with the saint went to inform Vrihaspati and the queen of Indra of the said news. And they said, We know, O foremost of Brahmanas, that the queen of Indra hath betaken herself to thy house for protection, and that thou hast promised her protection, O best of divine saints. But we, the gods and Gandharvas and saints, beseech thee, O thou of great luster, to give up the queen of Indra to Nahusha. Nahusha, the king of gods, of great effulgence, is superior to Indra. Let her, that lady of choice figure and complexion, choose him as her lord. Thus addressed, the goddess gave vent to tears, and sobbing audibly, she mourned in piteous accents. And she spoke to Vrihaspati, O best of divine saints, I do not desire Nahusha to be my lord. I have betaken myself to thy protection, O Brahmana. Deliver me from this great peril. Vrihaspati said, My resolution is this, I shall not abandon one that hath sought my protection. O thou of unblameable life, I shall not abandon thee, virtuous as thou art and of a truthful disposition. I do not desire to do an improper act, specially as I am a Brahmanan knowing what righteousness is, having a regard for truth, and aware also of the precepts of virtue. I shall never do it. Go your ways, ye best of gods. Hear what hath formerly been sung by Brahma with regard to the matter at hand. He that delivereth up to a foe of a person terrified and asking for protection obtaineth no protection when he himself is in need of it. His seed doth not grow at seed time, and rain doth not come to him in the season of rains. He that delivereth up to a foe a person terrified and asking for protection never succeedeth in anything that he undertaketh. Senseless as he is, he droppeth paralyzed from heaven, the god refuse offerings made by him. His progeny die an untimely death, and his forefathers always quarrel among themselves. The gods with Indra and their head dark the thunderbolt at him. Know it to be so, I shall not deliver up this Sachi here, the queen of Indra, famous in the world as his favorite consort. O ye best of gods, what may be for both her good and mine I ask you to do. Sachi I shall never deliver up. Salia continued, Then the gods and the Gandharvas said these words to the preceptor of the gods, O Vrihaspati, deliberate upon something that may be conformable to sound policy. Vrihaspati said, Let this goddess of auspicious looks ask for time from Nahusha in order to make up her mind to his proposal. This will be for the good of Indra's queen, and of us as well. Time, ye gods, may give rise to many impediments. Time will send time onward. Nahusha is proud and powerful by virtue of the boon granted to him. Salia continued, Vrihaspati having spoken so, the gods, delighted then said, Well hast thou said, O Brahmana. This is for the good of all the gods. It is no doubt so. Only, let this goddess be propitiated. Then the assembled gods, led by Agni, with a view to the welfare of all the worlds, spoke to Indra's queen in a quiet way. And the god said, Thou art supporting the whole universe of things mobile and immobile. Thou art chaste and true, go thou to Nahusha. That vicious being, lustful after thee, will shortly fall, and Indra, O goddess, will get the sovereignty of the gods. Ascertaining this to be the result of that deliberation, Indra's queen, for attaining her end, went bashfully to Nahusha of awful mien. The vicious Nahusha also, rendered senseless by lust, saw how youthful and lovely she was, and became highly pleased. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 13. Salia said, Now then Nahusha, the king of the gods, looked at her and said, O thou of sweet smiles, I am the Indra of all the three worlds. O thou of beautiful thighs and fair complexion, accept me as thy lord. That chaste goddess, thus addressed by Nahusha, was terrified and quaked like a plantain stalk at a breezy spot. She bowed her head to Brahma, and joining her hands spoke to Nahusha, the king of the gods, of awful mien, said, O Lord of the deities, I desire to obtain time. It is not known what hath become of Indra, or where he is. Having inquired into the truth regarding him, if, O Lord, I obtain no news of him, then I shall visit thee, this tell I thee for truth. Thus addressed by Indra's queen, Nahusha was pleased. And Nahusha said, Let it be so, O lady of lovely hips, even as thou art telling me. Thou wilt come, after having ascertained the news. I hope thou wilt remember thy plighted truth. Dismissed by Nahusha, she of auspicious looks stepped out, and that famous lady went to the abode of Vrahaspati. And, O best of kings, the gods with Agni at their head, when they heard her words, deliberated, intent upon what would promote the interests of Indra. And they then joined the powerful Vishnu, the god of gods. And skilled in making speeches, the uneasy god spoke the following words to him, Indra, the lord of all the gods, hath been overpowered by the sin of Brahmanicide. Thou, O Lord of the gods, art the firstborn, the ruler of the universe, and our refuge. Thou hadst assumed the form of Vishnu for the protection of all beings. When Vritra was killed through thy energy, Indra was overwhelmed by the sin of Brahmanicide. O best of all the gods, prescribe the means of setting him free. Having heard these words of the gods, Vishnu said, Let Indra offer sacrifice to me. Even I shall purify the holder of the thunderbolt. The chastiser of Paka, having performed the holy horse sacrifice, will fearlessly regain his dignity as lord of the gods. And the wicked-minded Nahusha will be led to destruction by his evil deeds. For a certain period, ye gods, ye must be patient, being vigilant at the same time. Having heard these words of Vishnu, words that were true, and pleasant like ambrosia to their ears, the gods, with their preceptor, and with the rishis proceeded to that spot where Indra was uneasy with fear. And there, O king, was performed a great horse sacrifice, capable of removing the sin of Brahmanicide, for the purification of the high-minded and great Indra. And the Lord of the gods, O Yudhishthira, divided the sin of Brahmanicide among trees and rivers and mountains and the earth and women. And having distributed it thus among those beings and parted with it, Indra was free from fever. And rid of his sin, he came to himself. And at that place, the slayer of the Azuravala quaked when he looked at Nahusha, before whom all animated beings felt cowed, and who was unapproachable by virtue of the boon the rishis had granted to him. And the divine husband of Sachi vanished from sight once again. And invisible to all beings, he wandered biding his time. And Indra having disappeared, Sachi fell into grief. And exceedingly miserable, she bewailed, Alas! O Indra, if ever I have made a gift, or made offering to the gods, or have propitiated my spiritual guides, if there is any truth in me, then I pray that my chastity may remain inviolate. I bow myself to this goddess night, holy, pure, running her course during this the northern journey of the sun, let my desire be fulfilled. Saying this, she, in a purified condition of body and soul, worshipped the goddess night. And in the name of her chastity and truth she had recourse to divination. And she asked, Show me the place where the king of the gods is. Let truth be verified by truth. And it was thus that she addressed the goddess of divination. Footnotes 23:1 i.e., passage of the sun from the winter to the summer solstice. 23:2 Divination was practiced by reference to the stars in the night. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 14. Salya said, Then the goddess of divination stood near that chaste and beautiful lady. And having beheld that goddess, youthful and lovely, standing before her, Indra's queen, glad at heart, paid respects to them and said, I desire to know who thou art, O thou of lovely face. And divination said, I am divination, O goddess, come near thee. Since thou art truthful, therefore, O high-minded lady, do I appear in thy sight. Since thou art devoted to thy Lord, employed in controlling thyself, and engaged in the practice of religious rites, I shall show thee the god Indra, the slayer of Vritra. Quickly come after me, so may good betide thee. Thou shalt see that best of gods. Then divination proceeded, and the divine queen of Indra went after her. And she crossed the heavenly groves, and many mountains, and then having crossed the Himavat mountains, she came to its northern side. And having reached the sea, extending over many yojanas, she came upon a large island covered with various trees and plants. And there she saw a beautiful lake, of heavenly appearance, covered with birds, 800 miles in length, and as many in breadth. And upon it, O descendant of Bharata, were full-blown lotuses of heavenly appearance, of 5 colors, hummed round by bees, and counting by thousands. And in the middle of that lake, there was a large and beautiful assemblage of lotuses, having in its midst a large white lotus standing on a lofty stalk. And penetrating into the lotus stalk, along with Sachi, she saw Indra there who had entered into its fibers. And seeing her lord lying there in a minute form, Sachi also assumed a minute form, so did the goddess of divination too. And Indra's queen began to glorify him by reciting his celebrated deeds of yore. And thus glorified, the divine Purandara spoke to Sachi, For what purpose hast thou come? How also have I been found out? Then the goddess spoke of the acts of Nahusha. And she said, O performer of 100 sacrifices, having obtained the sovereignty of the 3 worlds, powerful and haughty and of a vicious soul, he hath commanded me to visit him, and the cruel wretch hath even assigned me a definite time. If thou wilt not protect me, O Lord, he will bring me under his power. For this reason, O Indra, have I come to thee in alarm. O thou of powerful arms, slay the terrible Nahusha of vicious soul. Discover thyself, O slayer of Daityas and Danavas. O Lord, assume thy own strength and rule the celestial kingdom. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 15. Salya said, thus addressed by Sachi, the illustrious god said to her again, This is not the time for putting forth valor. Nahusha is stronger than I am. O beautiful lady, he hath been strengthened by the rishis with the merits of offerings to the gods and the Pitris. I shall have recourse to policy now. Thou wilt have to carry it out, O goddess. O lady, thou must do it secretly and must not disclose it to any person. O lady of a beautiful waist, going to Nahusha in private, tell him, O Lord of the universe, thou must visit me mounted on a nice vehicle borne by rishis. In that case I shall be pleased and shall place myself at thy disposal. This shouldst thou tell him. And thus addressed by the king of the gods, his lotus-eyed consort expressed her consent and went to Nahusha. And Nahusha, having seen her, smilingly addressed her, saying, I welcome thee, O lady of lovely thighs. What is thy pleasure, O thou of sweet smiles? Accept me, O lady of propitious looks, who am devoted to thee. What is thy will, O spirited dame? I shall do thy wish, O lady of propitious looks and slender waist. Nor needst thou be bashful, O thou of lovely hips. Have trust in me. In the name of truth I swear, O goddess, that I shall do thy bidding. Sachi said, O Lord of universe, I wanted the time that thou hast assigned to me. Thereafter, O Lord of the gods, thou shalt be my husband. I have a wish. Attend and hear, O King of the gods. What it is I shall say, O King, so that thou mayst do what I like. This is an indulgence that I ask from thy love for me. If thou grantest it, I shall be at thy disposal. Indra had horses for carrying him, and elephants, and cars. I want thee to have, O King of the gods, a novel vehicle, such as never belonged to Vishnu, or Rudra, or the Asuras, or the Rakshasas, O Lord. Let a number of highly dignified rishis, united together, bear thee in a palanquin. This is what commends itself to me. Thou shouldst not liken thyself to the Asuras or the gods. Thou absorbest the strength of all by thy own strength as soon as they look at thee. There is none so strong as to be able to stand before thee. Salya continued, thus addressed, Nahusha was very much pleased. And the Lord of the deity said to that lady of faultless features, O lady of the fairest complexion, thou hast spoken of a vehicle never heard of before. I like it exceedingly, O goddess. I am in thy power, O thou of lovely face. He cannot be a feeble person who employeth rishis for bearing him. I have practiced austerities, and am mighty. I am the Lord of the past, the present, and the future. The universe would be no more if I were in rage. The whole universe is established in me. O thou of sweet smiles, the gods, the Asuras and Gandharvas, and snakes, and Rakshasas are together unable to cope with me when I am in rage. Whomsoever I gaze upon I divest him of his energy. Therefore, thy request I shall no doubt fulfill, O goddess. The 7 rishis, and also the regenerate rishis, shall carry me. See our greatness and splendor, O lady of lovely complexion. Salya continued, having thus addressed that goddess of lovely face, and having dismissed her thus, he harnessed to his heavenly car a number of saints devoted to the practice of austerities. A disregarder of brahmanas, endued with power and intoxicated with pride, capricious, and of vicious soul, he employed those saints to carry him. Meanwhile, dismissed by Nahusha, Sachi went to Vrihaspati and said, But little remaineth of the term assigned by Nahusha to me. But compassionate unto me who respect thee so, and quickly find out Indra. The illustrious Vrihaspati then said to her, Very good, thou needst not, O goddess, fear Nahusha of vicious soul. Surely, he shall not long retain his power. The wretch, in fact, is already gone, being regardless of virtue, and because, O lovely dame, of his employing the great saints to carry him. And I shall perform a sacrifice for the destruction of this vicious wretch, and I shall find out Indra. Thou needst not fear. Fare thee well. And Vrihaspati of great power then kindled the fire in the prescribed form, and put the very best offerings upon it in order to ascertain where the king of the gods was. And having put his offerings, O king, he said to the fire, Search out Indra. And thereupon that revered god, the eater of burnt offerings, assumed of his own accord a wonderful feminine form and vanished from sight at that very spot. And endued with speed of the mind, he searched everywhere, mountains and forests, earth and sky, and came back to Vrihaspati within the twinkling of the eye. And Agni said, Vrihaspati, nowhere in these places do I find the king of the gods. The waters alone remain to be searched. I am always backward in entering the waters. I have no ingress therein. O Brahmana, what I am to do for thee? The preceptor of the gods then said to him, O illustrious god, do thou enter the water. Agni said, I cannot enter the water. Therein it is extinction that awaits me. I place myself in thy hand, O thou of great effulgence. Mayst thou fare well. Fire rose from water, the military caste rose from the priestly caste, and iron had its origin in stone. The power of these which can penetrate all other things hath no operation upon the sources from which they spring. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 16. Vrihaspati said, Thou art the mouth, O Agni, of all the gods. Thou art the carrier of sacred offerings. Thou, like a witness, hast access to the inner souls of all creatures. The poets call thee single, and again threefold. O eater of burnt offerings, abandoned by thee the universe would forthwith cease to be. The Brahmanas, by bowing to thee, win with their wives and sons in eternal region the reward of their own meritorious deeds. O Agni, it is thou who art the bearer of sacred offerings. Thou, O Agni, art thyself the best offering. In a sacrificial ceremony of the supreme order, it is thee that they worship with incessant gifts and offerings. O bearer of offerings, having created the three worlds, thou, when the hour cometh, consumeth them in thy unkindled form. Thou art the mother of the whole universe, and thou again, O Agni, art its termination. The wise call thee identical with the clouds, and with the lightning, flames issuing from thee, support all creatures. All the waters are deposited in thee, so is this entire world. To thee, O purifier, nothing is unknown in the three worlds. Everybody taketh kindly to his progenitor, do thou enter the waters without fear. I shall render thee strong with the eternal hymns of the Veda. Thus glorified, the bearer of burnt offerings, that best of poets, well pleased, spoke laudable words to Vrihaspati. And he said, I shall show Indra to thee. This I tell thee for truth. Salya continued, Then Agni entered the waters, including seas and tiny ponds, and came to that reservoir, where, O best of Bharata's race, while searching the lotus flowers, he saw the king of the gods lying within the fibers of a lotus stalk. And soon coming back, he informed Vrihaspati how Indra had taken refuge in the fibers of a lotus stalk, assuming a minute form. Then Vrihaspati, accompanied by the gods, the saints and the Gandharvas, went and glorified the slayer of Vala by referring to his former deeds. And he said, O Indra, the great Asura Namuchi was killed by thee, and those two Asuras also of terrible strength, viz., Samvara and Vala. Wax strong, O performer of 100 sacrifices, and slay all thy foes. Rise, O Indra. Behold, here are assembled the gods and the saints. O Indra, O great Lord, by slaying Asuras, thou hast delivered the worlds. Having got the froth of waters, strengthened with Vishnu's energy, thou formerly slew Vritra. Thou art the refuge of all creatures and art adorable. There is no being equal to thee. All the creatures, O Indra, are supported by thee, thou didst build the greatness of the gods. Deliver all, together with the worlds by assuming thy strength, O great Indra. And thus glorified, Indra increased little by little, and having assumed his own form, he waxed strong and spoke to the preceptor Vrihaspati standing before. And he said, What business of yours yet remaineth? The great Asuras, son of Twashtri, hath been killed, and Vritra also, whose form was exceedingly big and who destroyed the worlds. Vrihaspati said, The human Nahusha, a king, having obtained the throne of heaven by virtue of the power of the divine saints, is giving us exceeding trouble. Indra said, How hath Nahusha obtained the throne of heaven, difficult to get? What austerities did he practice? How great is his power, O Vrihaspati? Vrihaspati said, The gods having been frightened, wished for a king of heaven, for thou hadst given up the high dignity of heaven's ruler. Then the gods, the Pitris of the universe, the saints, and the principal Gandharvas, all met together, O Indra, and went to Nahusha and said, Be thou our king, and the defender of the universe. To them said Nahusha, I am not able, fill me with your power and with the virtue of your austerities. So told, the deities strengthened him, O king of the gods. And thereupon Nahusha became a person of terrible strength, and becoming thus the ruler of the three worlds, he hath put the great saints in harness, and the wretch is thus journeying from world to world. Mayst thou never see Nahusha, who is terrible? He emitteth poison from his eyes, and absorbeth the energy of all. All the gods are exceedingly frightened, they go about concealed, and do not cast a glance at him. Salia continued, while that best of Angira's race was thus speaking, there came that guardian of the world, Kuvara, and also Yama the son of Surya, and the old god Soma, and Varuna. And arrived there they said to the great Indra, how lucky that the son of Twastri hath been killed, and Vritra also. How lucky, O Indra, that we are beholding thee safe and sound, while all thy enemies have been killed. Indra received all those guardians of the worlds, and with a glad heart greeted them in proper form with a view to requesting them in connection with Nahusha. And he said, Nahusha of terrible mien is the king of the gods, therein lend me your assistance. They replied, Nahusha is of awful mien, his sight is poison, we are afraid of him, O God. If thou overthrowest Nahusha, then we shall be entitled to our shares of sacrificial offerings, O Indra. Indra said, let it be so. You and the ruler of the waters, and Yama, and Kuvara shall this day be crowned along with me. Aided by all the gods, let us overthrow the foe Nahusha of terrible gaze. Then Agni also said to Indra, give me a share in sacrificial offerings. I also shall lend you my assistance. Indra said to him, O Agni, thou also shalt get a share in great sacrifices, there will be a single share, and such, for both Indra and Agni. Salia continued, thus did the illustrious Lord Indra, the chastiser of Paka, the giver of boons, bestow, after deliberation upon Kuvara the sovereignty over the Ikshas, and all the wealth of the world, upon Yama, the sovereignty over the Pitris, and upon Varuna, that over the waters. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 17. Salia said, now when the great Indra, the intelligent chief of the gods, was deliberating with the guardians of the world and other deities upon the means of slaying Nahusha, there appeared at that spot the venerable ascetic Agastya. And Agastya honored the Lord of the gods and said, how fortunate that thou art flourishing after the destruction of that being of universal form, as also that of Vritra. And how fortunate, O Purandara, Nahusha hath been hurled from the throne of heaven. How fortunate, O slayer of Vala, that I behold thee with all thy enemies killed. Indra said, hath thy journey hither been pleasant, O great saint, I am delighted to see thee. Accept from me water for washing thy feet and face, as also the Aragya and the cow. Salia continued, Indra, well pleased, began to question that best of saints and greatest of Brahmanas when he was seated on a seat after receiving due honors. Thus, O revered saint, O best of Brahmanas, I wish to have it recited by thee how Nahusha of vicious soul was hurled from heaven. Agastya said, listen, O Indra, to the pleasant narrative how the wicked and vicious Nahusha, intoxicated with pride of strength, had been hurled from heaven. The pure-spirited Brahmanas and celestial saints, while carrying him, weary with toil, questioned that vicious one, O best of victors, saying, O Indra, there are certain hymns in the Vedas, directed to be recited while sprinkling the cows. Are they authentic or not? Nahusha, who had lost his senses by the operation of the tamas, told them that they were not authentic. The saints then said, thou art tending towards unrighteousness, thou takest not to the righteous path. The greatest saints have formerly said they are authentic, O Indra. And incited by untruth, he touched me on my head with his foot. At this, O Lord of Sachi, he became divested of power and of good looks. Then, as he was agitated and overpowered with fear, I spoke to him, since thou hast pronounced as spurious the unexceptionable hymns of the Veda which have been recited by Brahmarsis, Brahmana saints, and since thou hast touched my head with thy foot, and since thou, O ignorant wretch, hast turned these unapproachable saints, equal to Brahma, into animals for carrying thee, therefore, O wretch, be divested of thy luster, and being hurled headlong, fall thou from heaven, the effect of all thy good deeds being exhausted. For 10,000 years thou shalt, in the form of an enormous snake, roam over the earth. When that period is full, thou mayst come back to heaven. Thus hath that wretch been hurled from the throne of heaven, O repressor of foes. How fortunate, O Indra, that we are flourishing now. That thorn of the Brahmanas hath been killed. O Lord of Sachi, repair thou to heaven, protect the worlds, subdue thy senses, subdue thy foes, and be glorified by the great saints. Salya continued, Then, O ruler of men, the gods, and the bands of great saints were exceedingly pleased. And so also were the Pitris, the Yakshas, the snakes, the Rakshasas, the Gandharvas, and all the bands of celestial nymphs. And the tanks, the rivers, the mountains, and the seas also were highly pleased. And all came up and said, How fortunate, O slayer of foes, that thou art flourishing! How fortunate that the intelligent Agastya hath killed the vicious Nahusha! How fortunate that the vile individual hath been turned into a snake to roam over the earth! Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 18. Salya said, Then Indra, glorified by the bands of Gandharvas and celestial nymphs, mounted on Airavata, the king of elephants, characterized by auspicious marks. And the illustrious Agni, and the great saint Vrahaspati, and Yama, and Varuna, and Kuvara, the lord of riches, accompanied him. And the Lord Sakra, the slayer of Vritra, then went to the three worlds surrounded by the gods together with the Gandharvas and the celestial nymphs. And the performer of 100 sacrifices, the king of the deities, was thus united with his queen. And he began to protect the worlds with exceeding gladness. Then the illustrious divine Saint Angiras arrived in the assembly of Indra and worshipped him duly by reciting the hymns of the Atharva. And the great Lord Indra became satisfied and granted a boon to the Atharvangiras. And Indra said, Thou wilt be known as a rishi of the name Atharvangiras in the Atharva Veda, and thou wilt also get a share in sacrifices. And having honored Atharvangiras thus, the great Lord Indra, the performer of 100 sacrifices, parted with him, O great king. And he honored all the deities and all the saints endued with wealth of asceticism. And, O king, Indra, well pleased, governed the people virtuously. Thus was misery endured by Indra with his wife. And with the view of slaying his foes, even he had to pass a period in concealment. Thou shouldst not take it to heart that thou, O King of Kings, hast suffered with Draupadi as also with thy high-minded brothers in the great forest. O King of Kings, O descendant of Bharata, O delighter of Kuru's race, thou wilt get back thy kingdom in the same way as Indra got his, after having killed Vritra. The vicious Nahusha, that enemy of Brahmanas, of evil mind, was overthrown by the curse of Agastya, and reduced to nothing for endless years. Similarly, O slayer of foes, thy enemies, Karna and Duryodhana and others of vicious souls will quickly be destroyed. Then, O hero, thou wilt enjoy the whole of this earth, as far as the sea, with thy brothers and this Draupadi. This story of the victory of Indra, equal to the Veda in its sacred character, should be listened to by a king desirous of victory and when his forces have been arrayed in order of battle. Therefore, O best of victors, I am reciting it to thee for thy victory, O Yudhishthira. High-souled persons attain prosperity when they are glorified. O Yudhishthira, the destruction of high-souled Kshatriyas is at hand by reason of the crimes of Duryodhana, and through the might also of Bhima and Arjuna. He who readeth this story of Indra's victory with a heart full of religious faith is cleansed of his sins, attaineth a region of bliss, and obtaineth joy both in this world and in the next. He hath no fear of his foes, he never becometh a sonless man, never encountereth any peril whatever, and enjoyeth long life. Everywhere victory declareth for him, and he knoweth not what defeat is. Vysampayana continued, O best of Bharata's race, the king, that best of righteous men, thus encouraged by Salya, honored him in proper form. And Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, of powerful arms, having beard the words of Salya, spoke to the king of the Madras the following words, There is no doubt that thou wilt act as the charioteer of Karna. Thou must damp the spirits of Karna then by recounting the praises of Arjuna. Salya said, Let it be so. I shall do just as thou tellest me. And I shall do for thee anything else that I may be able to do. Vysampayana continued, Then Salya, the king of the Madras, bade farewell to the sons of Kunti. And that handsome man then went with his army to Duryodhana, O repressor of foes. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 19. Vysampayana said, Then Yuyudhana, the great hero of the Satwata race, came to Yudhishthira with a large army of foot, and horses, and cars, and elephants. And his soldiers of great valor come from various lands, bore various weapons of war, and heroic in look they beautified the Pandava army. And that army looked splendid by reason of battle axes, and missiles, and spears, and lances, and mallets, and clubs, and staves, and cords, and stainless swords, and daggers, and arrows of various kinds, all of the best temper. And the army, beautified by those weapons, and resembling in color the cloudy sky, assumed an appearance like to a mass of clouds with lightning flashes in its midst. And the army counted an akshahini of troops. And when absorbed in the troops of Yudhishthira it entirely disappeared, as doth a small river when it enters the sea. And similarly, the powerful chief of the Chedis, Drishtaketu, accompanied by an akshahini, came to the sons of Pandu of immeasurable strength. And the king of Magadha, Jayatsena of great strength, brought with him for Yudhishthira an akshahini of troops. And similarly, Pandya, who dwelt on the coastland near the sea, came accompanied by troops of various kinds to Yudhishthira, the king of kings. And, O king, when all these troops had assembled, his army, finely dressed and exceedingly strong, assumed an appearance pleasant to the eye. And the army of Drupada also was beautified by valiant soldiers who had come from various lands, and also by his mighty sons. And similarly, Virata, the king of the Matsyas, a leader of troops, accompanied by the king of the hilly regions, came to Pandu's sons. And for the high-souled sons of Pandu there were thus assembled from various directions 7 akshahini of troops, bristling with banners of various forms. And eager to fight with the Kurus, they gladdened the hearts of the Pandavas. And in the same way King Bhagadata, gladdening the heart of Dhritarashtra's son, gave an akshahini of troops to him. And the unassailable mass of his troops, crowded with chins and karatas, all looking like figures of gold, assumed a beauty like to that of a forest of Karnikara trees. And so the valiant Bhurisravas and Salya, O son of Kuru, came to Duryodhana with an akshahini of troops each. And Kritavarman, the son of Hritika, accompanied by the Bhojas, the Anhas, and the Kakaras, came to Duryodhana with an akshahini of troops. And the body of his troops composed of those mighty soldiers, who wore on their persons garlands of many-colored flowers, looked as graceful as a number of sportive elephants that have passed through a wood. And others, led by Jayadratha, the dwellers of the land of Sindhusavara, came in such force that the hills seemed to tremble under their tread. and their force, counting an Akshahini, looked like a mass of clouds moved by the wind. And Sudakshina, the king of the Kambodjas, O ruler of men, accompanied by the Yavnas and Sakas, came to the Kuru chief with an Akshahini of troops. And the body of his troops that looked like a flight of locusts, meeting with the Kuru force, was absorbed and disappeared in it. And similarly came King Nila, the resident of the city of the Mahishmati, with mighty soldiers from the southern country who carried weapons of pretty make. And the two kings of Avanti, accompanied by a mighty force, brought to Duryodhana each a separate Akshahini of troops. And those tigers among men, the 5 royal brothers, the princes of Kakaya, hastened to Duryodhana with an Akshahini of troops, and gladdened his heart. And from the illustrious king, of other quarters there came, O best of Bharata's race, 3 large divisions of troops. And thus Duryodhana had a force which numbered 11 Akshahinis, all eager to fight with the sons of Kunti, and bristling with banners of various forms. And, O descendant of Bharata, there was no space in the city of Hastinapura even for the principal leaders of Duryodhana's army. And for this reason the land of the 5 rivers, and the whole of the region called Kurajangala, and the forest of Rohitaka which was uniformly wild, and Ahikatra and Kalakutta, and the banks of the Ganga, and Varana, and Vadadana, and the hill tracts on the border of the Yamuna, the whole of this extensive tract full of abundant corn and wealth, was entirely overspread with the army of the Kauravas. And that army, so arranged, was beheld by the priest who had been sent by the king of the Panchalas to the Kurus. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 20. Vaisampayana said, Then Draupada's priest, having approached the Kaurava chief, was honored by Dhritarashtra as also by Bhishma and Vidura. And having first told the news of the welfare of the Pandavas, he inquired about the welfare of the Kauravas. And he spoke the following words in the midst of all the leaders of Duryodhana's army: The eternal duties of kings are known to you all. But though known, I shall yet recite them as an introduction to what I am going to say. Both Dhritarashtra and Pandu are known to be sons of the same father. There is no doubt that the share of each to the paternal wealth should be equal. The sons of Dhritarashtra obtained the paternal wealth. Why did not the sons of Pandu at all receive their paternal portion? Ye are aware how formerly the sons of Pandu did not receive their paternal property, which was all usurped by Dhritarashtra's sons. The latter endeavored in various ways to remove the sons of Pandu from their path by employment even of murderous contrivances, but as their destined terms of life had not wholly run out, the sons of Pandu could not be sent to the abode of Yama. Then again, when those high-souled princes had carved out a kingdom by their own strength, the mean-minded sons of Dhritarashtra, aided by Suvala's son, robbed them of it by deceit. This Dhritarashtra gave his sanction even to that act, as hath been usual with him. And for 13 years they were then sent to sojourn in the great wilderness. In the council hall, they had also been subjected to indignities of various kinds, along with their wife, valiant though they were. And great also were the sufferings that they had to endure in the woods. Those virtuous princes had also to endure unspeakable woes in the city of Virata, such as are endured only by vicious men when their souls transmigrate into the forms of inferior beings. Ye best of Kuru's race, overlooking all these injuries of yours, they desire nothing but a peaceful settlement with the Kurus. Remembering their behavior, and that of Duryodhana also, the latter's friends should entreat him to consent to peace. The heroic sons of Pandu are not eager for war with the Kurus. They desire to get back their own share without involving the world in ruin. If Dhritarashtra's son assigns a reason in favor of war, that can never be a proper reason. The sons of Pandu are more powerful. 7 Akshahinis of troops have been collected on behalf of Yudhishthira, all eager to fight with the Kurus, and they are now awaiting his word of command. Others there are tigers among men, equal in might to 1,000 Akshahinis, such as Satyaki and Bhimasena, and the twin brothers of mighty strength. It is true that these 11 divisions of troops are arrayed on one side, but these are balanced on the other by the mighty armed Dhananjaya of manifold form. And as Kiritan exceeds in strength even all these troops together, so also doth Vasudeva's son of great effulgence and powerful intellect. Who is there that would fight, in view of the magnitude of the opposing force, the valor of Arjuna, and the wisdom of Krishna? Therefore, I ask you to give back what should be given, as dictated by morality and compact. Do not let the opportunity pass. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 21. Vyasa said, having heard his words, Bhishma, senior in wisdom, and endued with great effulgence, paid honors to him, and then spoke words suitable to the occasion. And he said, how fortunate that they are all well with Krishna. How fortunate that they have procured aid, and that they are inclined to a virtuous course. How fortunate that those scions of Kuru's race desire peace with their cousins. There is no doubt that what thou hast said is true. Thy words, however, are exceedingly sharp, the reason, I suppose, being that thou art a Brahmana. No doubt, the sons of Pandu were much harassed both here and in woods. No doubt, by law they are entitled to get all the property of their father. Arjuna, the son of Pritha, is strong trained in weapons, and is a great car warrior. Who, in sooth, can withstand in battle Dhananjaya the son of Pandu? Even the wielder himself of the thunderbolt cannot, other bowmen are hardly worth mention. My belief is that he is a match for all the three worlds. And while Bhishma was thus speaking, Karna wrathfully and insolently interrupted his words, and looking at Duryodhana said, there is no creature in the world, O Brahmana, who is not informed of all these facts. What is the good of repeating them again and again? On behalf of Duryodhana, Sakuni formerly won in game of dice. Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu, went to the woods according to a stipulation. He is now paying no regard to that stipulation, but confident of aid from the Matsyas and Panchalas, he wisheth to get back his ancestral throne. O learned man, Duryodhana would not yield even a single foot of land if thou appealest to his fears, but if justice requires, he would give up the whole earth even to a foe. If they wish to get back their ancestral throne, they should pass the specified period of time in the forest as had been stipulated. Afterwards let them live as the dependents of Duryodhana, safe and sound. From dull-headedness, however, let them not turn their mind towards an absolutely unrighteous course. If, nevertheless, abandoning the path of virtue, they desire war, then when they encounter in battle these praiseworthy Kurus, they will remember these my words. Bhishma said, what is the use of thy talking, O Radha's son? Thou shouldst remember that occasion when Pritha's son, single-handed, overpowered in battle 6 car warriors. If we do not act as this Brahmana hath said, to be sure, we shall be all slain by him in battle. Vaisampayana continued, then Dhritarashtra pacified Bhishma with words of entreaty, rebuked the son of Radha, and spoke the following words, what Bhishma, Santanu's son, hath said is salutary for us, as also for the Pandavas, and likewise for the whole universe. I shall, however, after deliberation, send Sanjaya to the sons of Pandu. So thou needst not wait. Go thou to the son of Pandu this very day. The Kaurava chief then honored Drupada's priest and sent him back to the Pandavas. And summoning Sanjaya to the council hall, he addressed him in the following words. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 22. Dhritarashtra said, they say, O Sanjaya, that the Pandavas have arrived at Upaplavya. Go thou and inquire after them. Thou must greet Ajatasattu in the following words, by good luck it is that, emerged from the woods, thou hast reached such a city. And to all of them thou must say, O Sanjaya, these words. Are ye well, having spent that harassing period of sojourn, ye who were unworthy of such harassment? In no time will they be appeased towards us, for though treated treacherously by foes, yet they are righteous and good. In no case, O Sanjaya, have I ever met with any untruthfulness on the part of the Pandavas. It was by their own valor that they had won all their prosperity, and, yet, they were ever dutiful to me. Though I scrutinized their conduct, I could never find fault with them, no, not even a single fault for which we might blame them. They always act mindful of virtue and wealth. They never give way to love of sensual enjoyments, or cold, or hunger, or thirst. They subdue steep and laziness and wrath and joy and heedlessness. The sons of Pritha, mindful of both virtue and wealth, are ever pleasant to all. On proper occasions they part with their wealth to friends. Friendship with them never loses its ardor on account of length of time, for they bestow honors and wealth on every one according to his deserts. Not a soul in the race of Ajamata ever entertains hatred for them excepting this vile, capricious, dull-headed Duryodhana, and excepting also the still more mean-minded Karna. These two always enhance the energy of those high-souled ones who have been divested of both friends and happiness. Enterprising and brought up in every indulgence, Duryodhana reckons all that to be well done. It is childish on Duryodhana's part to think that it is possible to rob the Pandavas of their just share so long as they are alive. It is wise to yield to Yudhishthira his due share before the war, to him whose steps are followed by Arjuna and Krishna and Bhima and Satyaki and the two sons of Mandri and the warriors of the Srinjaya race. That wielder of the Gandiva, Savyasakan, seated on his car, would alone be able to devastate the whole world. And likewise the victorious and high-souled Krishna, the Lord of the three worlds, incapable of defeat, is able to do the same. What mortal would stand before him who is the one worthiest person in all the worlds, and who discharges his multitude of arrows that roar like the clouds, covering all sides, like flights of swiftly coursing locusts? Alone on his car, holding the Gandiva, he had conquered the northern regions as also the Kurus of the north, and brought away with him all their wealth. He converted the people of the Dravida land to be a portion of his own army. It was Falguna, the wielder of the Gandiva, who, defeating in the Khandava woods all the gods together with Indra, made offerings to Agni, enhancing the honor and fame of the Pandavas. Of all wielders again of the mace, there is none equal to Bhima, and there is none also who is so skillful a rider of elephants. On Kar, they say, he yields not to even Arjuna, and as to might of arms, he is equal to 10,000 elephants. Well-trained and active, he who hath again been rendered bitterly hostile, would in anger consume the Dhritarashtra's in no time. Always wrathful and strong of arms, he is not capable of being subdued in battle by even Indra himself. Of great heart and strong, and endued with great lightness of hand, the two twin brothers, sons of Mandri, carefully trained by Arjuna, would leave not a foe alive, like to a pair of hawks preying upon large flocks of birds. This our army, so full, to tell thee the truth, will be nowhere when it will encounter them. In their side will be Drishtadyumna, endued with great activity, one who is regarded as one of the Pandavas themselves. The chief of the Somaka tribe, with his followers, is, I have heard, so devoted to the cause of the Pandavas that he is ready to lay down his very life for them. Who would be able to withstand Yudhishthira, who hath the best of the Vrishni tribe, Krishna, for his leader? I have heard that Virata, the chief of the Matsyas, with whom the Pandavas had lived for some time and whose wishes were fulfilled by them, old in years, is devoted, along with his sons, to the Pandava cause, and hath become an adherent of Yudhishthira. Deposed from the throne of the Kakaya land, and desirous of being reinstated thereon, the 5 mighty brothers from that land, wielding mighty bows, are now following the sons of Pritha ready to fight. All who are valiant among the lords of the earth have been brought together and are devoted to the Pandava cause. I hear that they are bold, worthy, and respectful, they who have allied themselves to the virtuous King Yudhishthira from feelings of attachment to him. And many warriors dwelling on the hills and inaccessible fastnesses, and many that are high in lineage and old in years, and many Mlechka tribes also wielding weapons of various kinds, have been assembled together and are devoted to the cause of the Pandavas. And there hath come Pandya also, who, hardly inferior to Indra on the field of battle, is followed when he fights by numberless warriors of great courage. Remarkably heroic and endued with prowess and energy that have no parallel, he is devoted to the Pandava cause. That same Satyaki who, I have heard, obtained weapons from Drona and Arjuna and Krishna and Kripa and Bhishma, and who is said to be equal to the son of Krishna, is devotedly attached to the Pandava cause. And the assembled kings of the Chedi and the Kurukshetra tribes have all taken the part of the Pandavas with all their resources. That one in their midst, who, having been endued with blazing beauty, shone like the sun, whom all persons deemed unassailable in battle and the very best of all drawers of the bow on earth, was slain by Krishna in a trice, by help of his own great might, and counting for naught the bold spirit of all the Kshatriya kings. Kesva cast his eyes on that Sashupala and smote him, enhancing the fame and honor of the sons of Pandu. It was the same Sashupala who was highly honored by those kings at whose head stood the king of the Kurukshetra tribe. Then the other kings, deeming Krishna unassailable when seated on his car drawn by Sugriva and other steeds, left the chief of the Chedis and ran away like small animals at the sight of a lion. And it was thus that he, who, from audacity had sought to oppose and encounter Krishna in a combat hand-to-hand, was slain by Krishna and lay down lifeless, resembling a Karnikara tree uprooted by a gale. O Sanjaya, O son of Gavalgana, what they have told me of the activity of Krishna in cause of Pandu's sons, and what I remember of his past achievements, leave me no peace of mind. No foe whatsoever is capable of withstanding them, who are under the lead of that lion of the Vrishni tribe. My heart is trembling with fear upon learning that the 2 Krishnas are seated on the selfsame car. If my dull-headed son forbear to fight with those 2, then may he fare well, else those 2 will consume the race of Kuru as Indra and Upendra consume the Daitya hosts. Dhananjaya is, I conceive, equal to Indra, and the greatest of the Vrishni race, Krishna, is the eternal Vishnu himself. The son of Kunti and Pandu, Yudhishthira, is virtuous and brave and eschews deeds that bring on shame. Endued with great energy, he hath been wronged by Duryodhana. If he were not high-minded, the wood in wrath burn the Dhritarashtra's. I do not so much dread Arjuna or Bhima or Krishna or the twin brothers as I dread the wrath of the king, O Sutta, when his wrath is excited. His austerities are great, he is devoted to Brahmacharya practices. His heart's wishes will certainly be fulfilled. When I think of his wrath, O Sanjaya, and consider how just it is, I am filled with alarm. Go thou speedily on a car, dispatched by me, where the troops of the king of the Panchalas are encamped. Thou wilt ask Yudhishthira about his welfare. Thou wilt repeatedly address him in affectionate terms. Thou wilt also meet Krishna, O child, who is the chief of all brave men and who is endued with a magnanimous soul. Him also thou wilt ask on my part as to his welfare, and tell him that Dhritarashtra is desirous of peace with Pandu's sons. O Sutta, there is nothing that Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, would not do at the bidding of Krishna. Kesva is as dear to them as their own selves. Possessed of great learning, he is ever devoted to their cause. Thou wilt also inquire about the welfare of all the assembled sons of Pandu, and the Srinjayas, and Satyaki, and Virata, and all the 5 sons of Draupadi, professing to be a messenger from me. And whatsoever also thou mayst deem to be opportune, and beneficial for the Bharata race, all that, O Sanjaya, thou must say in the midst of those kings, everything, in sooth, that may not be unpalatable or provocative of war. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 23. Vaisampayana said, having heard these words of King Dhritarashtra, Sanjaya went to Upaplavya to see the Pandavas of immeasurable strength. And having approached King Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, he made obeisance to him first and then spoke. And the son of Gavalgana, by name Sanjaya and by caste Asuta, cheerfully spoke unto Ajatasattu, how lucky, O king, that I see you hail, attended by friends and little inferior to the great Indra. The aged and wise King Dhritarashtra, the son of Ambika, hath inquired about your welfare. I hope Bhimasena is well, and that Dhananjaya, that foremost of the Pandavas, and these 2 sons of Madri, are well. I hope Princess Krishna also, the daughter of Drupada, is well, she who never swerves from the path of truth, that lady of great energy, that wife of heroes. I hope she is well with her sons, she in whom are centered all your dearest joys, and whose welfare you constantly pray for. Yudhishthira said, O Sanjaya, the son of Gavalgana, hath thy journey here been safe? We are pleased with thy sight. I ask thee in return how thou art. I am, O learned man, in excellent health with my younger brothers. O Sutta, after a long while do I now receive news of the aged king of the Kurus, that descended of Bharata. Having seen thee, O Sanjaya, I feel as if I have seen the king himself, so pleased I am. Is our aged grandsire Bhishma, the descendant of Kuru, endued with great energy and the highest wisdom and always devoted to the practices of his own order, O sire, in health? I hope he still retains all his former habits. I hope the high-souled King Dhritarashtra, the son of Vichitravirya, is in health with his sons. I hope the great King Valaka, the son of Pratapa, endued with great learning, is also in health. I hope, O sire, that Somadatta is in health, and Burishravas, and Satyasanda, and Sala, and Drona with his son, and the Brahmanakripa are also well. I hope all those mighty bowmen are free from disease. O Sanjaya, all those greatest and best of bowmen, endued with the highest intelligence and versed in letters, and occupying the very top of those who wield weapons, have attached themselves to the Kurus. I hope those bowmen receive their honors due. I hope they are free from disease. How happy are they in whose kingdom dwells the mighty and handsome bowman, the well-behaved son of Drona. I hope Yuyutsu, the highly intelligent son of Dhritarashtra by his Vaishya wife, is in health. I hope, O sire, the advisor Karna, whose counsels are followed by the dull-headed Suyoddhana, is in health. I hope the aged ladies, the mothers of the Bharata race, and the kitchen maidens, the bondmaids, the daughters-in-law, the boys, the sisters' sons, and the sisters, and the daughters' sons of Dhritarashtra's house are all free from trouble. O sire, I hope the king still allows their former subsistence to the Brahmanas. I hope, O Sanjaya, Dhritarashtra's son hath not seized those gifts to the Brahmanas that I made. I hope Dhritarashtra with his sons meets in a spirit of forbearance any overbearing conduct on the part of the Brahmanas. I hope he never neglects to make provision for them, that being the sole highway to heaven. For this is the excellent and clear light that hath been provided by the Creator in this world of living beings. If like dull-headed persons, the sons of Kuru do not treat the Brahmanas in a forbearing spirit, wholesale destruction will overtake them. I hope King Dhritarashtra and his son try to provide for the functionaries of state. I hope there are no enemies for theirs, who, disguised as friends, are conspiring for their ruin. O sire, I hope none of these Kurus talk of our having committed any crimes. I hope Drona and his son and the heroic Kripa do not talk of our having been guilty in any way. I hope all the Kurus look up to King Dhritarashtra and his sons as the protectors of their tribe. I hope when they see a horde of robbers, they remember the deeds of Arjuna, the leader in all fields of battle. I hope they remember the arrows shot from the Gandiva, which coursed through the air in a straight path, impelled onwards by the stretched bowstring in contact with the fingers of his hand, and making a noise loud as that of the thunder. I have not seen the warrior that excels or even rivals Arjuna, who can shoot by a single effort of his hand 61 whetted and keen-edged shafts furnished with excellent feathers. Do they remember Bhima also, who, endued with great activity, causeth hostile hosts arrayed in battle to tremble and dread, like an elephant with rent temples agitating a forest of reeds? Do they remember the mighty Sadeva, the son of Madri, who in Dantakura conquered the Kalingas, shooting arrows by both the left and right hand? Do they remember Nakula, who, O Sanjaya, was sent, under your eye, to conquer the Sivas and the Trigartas, and who brought the western region under my power? Do they remember the disgrace that was theirs when under evil counsels they came to the woods of Dwaitavana on pretense of taking away their cattle? Those wicked ones, having been overpowered by their enemies, were afterwards liberated by Bhimasena and Arjuna, myself protecting the rear of Arjuna, in the fight that ensued, and Bhima protecting the rear of the sons of Madri, and the wielder of the Gandiva coming out unharmed from the press of battle, having made a great slaughter of the hostile host. Do they remember that? It is not by a single good deed, O Sanjaya, that happiness can here be attained, when by all our endeavors we are unable to win over the son of Dhritarashtra. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 24. Sanjaya said, It is even so as thou hast said, O son of Pandu. Dost thou inquire about the welfare of the Kurus and of the foremost ones among them? Free from illness of every kind and in the possession of excellent spirit are those foremost ones among the Kurus about whom, O son of Pritha, thou inquirest. Know, O son of Pandu, that there are certainly righteous and aged men, as also men that are sinful and wicked about Dhritarashtra's son. Dhritarashtra's son would make gifts even to his enemies. It is not likely, therefore, that he should withdraw the donations made to the Brahmanas. It is customary with you, Kshatriyas, to follow a rule fit for butchers, that leads you to do harm to those that bear no ill will to you, but the practice is not good. Dhritarashtra with his sons would be guilty of the sin of intestine dissension, were he, like a bad man, to bear ill will towards you who are righteous. He does not approve of this injury done to you. He is exceedingly sorry for it. He grieves at his heart the old man O Yudhishthira, for, having communicated with the Brahmanas, he hath learnt that provoking intestine dissensions is the greatest of all sins. O King of men, they remember thy prowess on the field, and that of Arjuna, who taketh the lead in the field of battle. They remember Bhima wielding his mace when the sound of the conch shell and the drum rises to the highest pitch. They remember those mighty car warriors, the two sons of Madri, who on the field of battle career in all directions, shooting incessant showers of shafts on hostile hosts, and who know not what it is to tremble and fight. I believe, O King, that which futurity hath in store for a particular person cannot be known, since thou, O son of Pandu, who art endowed with all the virtues, hast had to suffer trouble of such unendurable kind. All this, no doubt, O Yudhishthira, thou wilt again make up by help of your intelligence. The sons of Pandu, all equal to Indra, would never abandon virtue for the sake of pleasure. Thou, O Yudhishthira, wilt so make up thy intelligence that they all, viz., the sons of Dhritarashtra and Pandu and the Srinjayas, and all the kings who have been assembled here, will attain peace. O Yudhishthira, bear what thy sire Dhritarashtra, having consulted with his ministers and sons, hath spoken to me. Be attentive to the same. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 25. Yudhishthira said, Here are met the Pandavas and the Srinjayas, and Krishna, and Yuyudhana and Virata, O son of the Sudagavalgana, tell us all that Dhritarashtra hath directed thee to say. Sanjaya said, I greet Yudhishthira, and Vrkodara and Dhananjaya, and the two sons of Madri, and Vasudeva the descendant of Sura, and Satyaki, and the aged ruler of the Panchalas, and Drishtadyumna, the son of Prashada. Let all listen to the words I say from a desire for the welfare of the Kurus. King Dhritarashtra, eagerly welcoming the chance of peace, hastened the preparation of my car for this journey here. Let it be acceptable to King Yudhishthira with his brothers and sons and relations. Let the son of Pandu prefer peace. The sons of Pritha are endowed with every virtue, with steadiness and mildness and candor. Born in a high family, they are humane, liberal, and loath to do any act which would bring on shame. They know what is proper to be done. A base deed is not befitting you, for you are so high-minded and have such a terrible following of troops. If you committed a sinful act, it would be a blot on your fair name, as a drop of collyrium on a white cloth. Who could knowingly be ever guilty of an act which would result in universal slaughter, which would be sinful and lead to hell, an act consisting in the destruction of men, an act the result of which, whether it be victory or defeat, is, or the selfsame value? Blessed are they that have served their relatives' cause. They are the true sons and friends and relatives of Kuru's race, who would lay down life which is liable to be abused by misdeeds, in order to ensure the welfare of the Kurus. If you, ye sons of Pritha, chastise the Kurus, by defeating and slaying all your foes, that subsequent life of yours would be equivalent to death, for what, in sooth, is life after having killed all your kinsfolk? Who, even if he were Indra himself with all the gods on his side, would be able to defeat you who are aided by Kesva and Chekatanas and Satyaki, and are protected by Drishtadyumna's arms? Who again, O king, can defeat in battle the Kurus who are protected by Drona and Bhishma and Aswathaman and Salya and Kripa and Karna with a host of Kshatriya kings? Who, without loss to himself, is able to slay the vast force assembled by Dhritarashtra's son? Therefore it is that I do not see any good either in victory or in defeat. How can the sons of Pritha, like base persons of low lineage, commit an act of unrighteousness? Therefore, I prostrate myself before Krishna and the aged Kinai of the Panchalas. I betake myself to you as my refuge, with joined hands, so that both the Kurus and the Srinjayas may be benefited. It is not likely that either Krishna or Dhananjaya will not act up to these my words. Either of them would lay down his life, if besought, to do so. Therefore, I say this for the success of my mission. This is the desire of the king and his counselor Bhishma, that there may be confirmed peace between you and the Kurus. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 26. Yudhishthira said, What words from me, O Sanjaya, hast thou heard, indicative of war, that thou apprehendest war? O sire, peace is preferable to war. Who, O charioteer, having got the other alternative, would wish to fight? It is known to me, O Sanjaya, that if a man can have every wish of his heart without having to do anything, he would hardly like to do anything even though it might be of the least troublesome kind, far less would he engage in war. Why should a man ever go to war? Who is so cursed by the gods that he would select war? The sons of Pritha, no doubt, desire their own happiness, but their conduct is ever marked by righteousness and conducive to the good of the world. They desire only that happiness which results from righteousness. He that fondly followeth the lead of his senses, and is desirous of obtaining happiness and avoiding misery, betaketh himself to action which in its essence is nothing but misery. He that hankers after pleasure causeth his body to suffer. One free from such hankering knoweth not what misery is. As an enkindled fire, if more fuel be put upon it, blazeth forth again with augmented force, so desire is never satiated with the acquisition of its object, but gaineth force like unkindled fire when clarified butter is poured upon it. Compare all this abundant fund of enjoyment which King Dhritarashtra hath with what we possess. He that is unfortunate never winneth victories. He that is unfortunate enjoyeth not the voice of music. He that is unfortunate doth not enjoy garlands and scents. Nor can one that is unfortunate enjoy cool and fragrant unguents. And finally, he that is unfortunate weareth not fine clothes. If this were not so, we would never have been driven from the Kurus. Although, however, all this is true, yet none cherish torments of the heart. The king being himself in trouble seeketh protection in the might of others. This is not wise. Let him, however, receive from others the same behavior that he displays towards them. The man who casteth a burning fire at midday in the season of spring in a forest of dense underwood hath certainly, when that fire blazeth forth by aid of the wind, to grieve for his lot if he wisheth to escape. O Sanjaya, why doth King Dhritarashtra now bewail, although he hath all this prosperity? It is because he had followed at first the counsels of his wicked son of vicious soul, addicted to crooked ways and confirmed in folly. Duryodhana disregarded the words of Vidura, the best of his well-wishers, as if the latter were hostile to him. King Dhritarashtra, desirous solely of satisfying his sons, would knowingly enter upon an unrighteous course. Indeed, on account of his fondness for his son, he would not pay heed to Vidura, who, out of all the Kurus, is the wisest and best of all his well-wishers, possessing vast learning, clever in speech, and righteous in act. King Dhritarashtra is desirous of satisfying his son, who, while himself seeking honors from others, is envious and wrathful, who transgresses the rules for the acquisition of virtue and wealth, whose tongue is foul, who always follows the dictates of his wrath, whose soul is absorbed in sensual pleasures, and who, full of unfriendly feelings to many, obeys no law, and whose life is evil, heart implacable, and understanding vicious. For such a son as this, King Dhritarashtra knowingly abandoned virtue and pleasure. Even then, O Sanjaya, when I was engaged in that game of dice, I thought that the destruction of the Kurus was at hand, for when speaking those wise and excellent words Vidura obtained no praise from Dhritarashtra. Then, O charioteer, did trouble overtake the Kurus when they disregarded the words of Vidura. So long as they had placed themselves under the lead of his wisdom, their kingdom was in a flourishing state. Hear from me, O charioteer, who are the counselors now of the covetous Duryodhana. They are Dasasana, and Sakuni the son of Suvala, and Karna the Suta's son. O son of Gavalgana, look at this folly of his. So I do not see, though I think about it, how there can be prosperity for the Kurus and the Srinjayas when Dhritarashtra hath taken the throne from others, and the far-seeing Vidura hath been banished elsewhere. Dhritarashtra with his sons is now looking for an extensive and undisputed sovereignty over the whole world. Absolute peace is, therefore, unattainable. He regardeth what he hath already got to be his own. When Arjuna taketh up his weapon in fight, Karna believeth him capable of being withstood. Formerly there took place many great battles. Why could not Karna then be of any avail to them? It is known to Karna and Drona and the grandsire Bhishma, as also to many other Kurus, that there is no wielder of the bow comparable to Arjuna. It is known to all the assembled rulers of the earth, how the sovereignty was obtained by Duryodhana, although that repressor of foes, Arjuna, was alive. Pertinaciously doth Dhritarashtra's son believe that it is possible to rob the sons of Pandu of what is their own, although he knoweth, having himself gone to the place of fight, how Arjuna comforted himself when he had nothing but a bow 4 cubits long for his weapon of battle. Dhritarashtra's sons are alive simply because they have not as yet heard that twang of the stretched Gandiva. Duryodhana believeth his object already gained, as long as he beholdeth not the wrathful Bhima. O sire, even Indra would forbear to rob us of our sovereignty as long as Bhima and Arjuna and the heroic Nakula and the patient Sadeva are alive. O charioteer, the old king with his sons still entertains the notion that his sons will not be perished, O Sanjaya, on the field of battle, consumed by the fiery wrath of Pandu's sons. Thou knowest, O Sanjaya, what misery we have suffered. For my respect to thee, I would forgive them all. Thou knowest what transpired between ourselves and those sons of Kuru. Thou knowest how we comforted ourselves towards Dhritarashtra's son. Let the same state of things still continue. I shall seek peace, as thou counsellest me to do. Let me have Indraprastha for my kingdom. Let this be given to me by Duryodhana, the chief of Bharata's race. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 27. Sanjaya said, O Pandava, the world hath heard thy conduct being righteous. I see it also to be so, O son of Pritha. Life is transient, that may end in great infamy. Considering this, thou shouldst not perish. O Ajatasatru, if without war, the Kurus will not yield thy share, I think it is far better for thee to live upon alms in the kingdom of the Andhakas and the Vrishnis than obtain sovereignty by war. Since this mortal existence is for only a short period, and greatly liable to blame, subject to constant suffering, and unstable, and since it is never comparable to a good name, therefore, O Pandava, never perpetrate a sin. It is the desires, O ruler of men, which adhere to mortal men and are an obstruction to a virtuous life. Therefore, a wise man should beforehand kill them all and thereby gain a stainless fame in the world, O son of Pritha. The thirst after wealth is but like fetter in this world. The virtue of those that seek it is sure to suffer. He is wise who seeketh virtue alone. Desires being increased, a man must suffer in his temporal concerns, O sire. Placing virtue before all other concerns of life, a man shineth like the sun when its splendor is great. A man devoid of virtue and of vicious soul is overtaken by ruin, although he may obtain the whole of this earth. Thou hast studied the Vedas, lived the life of a saintly Brahmin, hast performed sacrificial rites, made charities to Brahmanas. Even remembering the highest position, attainable by beings, thou hast also devoted thy soul for years and years to the pursuit of pleasure. He who, devoting himself excessively to the pleasures and joys of life, never employeth himself in the practice of religious meditation, must be exceedingly miserable. His joys forsake him after his wealth is gone, and his strong instincts goad him on towards his wanted pursuit of pleasure. Similarly, he who, never having lived a continent life, forsaketh the path of virtue and committeth sin, hath no faith in existence of a world to come. Dull as he is after death, he hath torment for his lot. In the world to come, whether one's deeds be good or evil, these deeds are in no case annihilated. Deeds, good and evil, precede the agent in his journey to the world to come. The agent is sure to follow in their path. Your work, in this life, is celebrated by all as comparable to that food, savory and dainty, which is proper to be offered with reverence to the Brahmanas, the food which is offered in religious ceremonies with large donations to the officiating priests. All acts are done, so long as this body lasts, O son of Pritha. After death there is nothing to be done. And thou hast done mighty deeds that will do good to thee in the world to come, and they are admired by righteous men. There, in the next world, one is free from death and decrepitude and fear, and from hunger and thirst, and from all that is disagreeable to the mind. There is nothing to be done in that place, unless it be to delight one's senses. Of this kind, O ruler of men, is the result of our deeds. Therefore, do not from desire act any longer in this world. Do not, O Pandu's son, betake to action in this world, and thereby thus take leave of truth and sobriety and candor and humanity. Thou mayst perform the Rajasuya and the Aswamedha sacrifices, but do not even come near an action which in itself is sin. If after such a length of time, ye sons of Pritha, you now give way to hate, and commit the sinful deed, in vain, for virtue's sake, did ye dwell for years and years in the woods in such misery. It was in vain that you went to exile, after parting with all your army, for this army was entirely in your control then. And these persons who are now assisting you have been always obedient to you, this Krishna, and Satyaki, and Virata of the golden car of Matsya land, with his son at the head of martial warriors. All the kings, formerly vanquished by you, would have espoused your cause at first. Possessed of mighty resources, dreaded by all, having an army, and followed behind by Krishna and Arjuna, you might have slain your foremost of foes on the field of battle. You might have, then, brought low Duryodhana's pride. O Pandava, why have you allowed your foes to grow so powerful? Why have you weakened your friends? Why have you sojourned in the woods for years and years? Why are you now desirous of fighting, having let the proper opportunity slip? An unwise or an unrighteous man may win prosperity by means of fighting, but a wise and a righteous man, were he free from pride to betake to fight against better instinct, doth only fall away from a prosperous path. O Pritha's son, your understanding inclines not to an unrighteous course. From wrath you ever committed a sinful act. Then what is the cause, and what is the reason, for which you are now intent to do this deed, against the dictates of wisdom? Wrath, O mighty king, is a bitter drug, though it has nothing to do with disease. It brings on a disease of the head, robs one of his fair fame, and leads to sinful acts. It is drunk up, controlled, by those that are righteous and not by those that are unrighteous. I ask you to swallow it and to desist from war. Who would incline himself to wrath which leads to sin? Forbearance would be more beneficial to you than love of enjoyments, where Bhishma would be slain, and Drona with his son, and Kripa, and Somadatta's son, and Vikarna and Vivangsati, and Karna and Duryodhana. Having slain all these, what bliss may that be, O Pritha's son, which you will get? Tell me that. Even having won the entire sea-girt earth, you will never be free from decrepitude and death, pleasure and pain, bliss and misery. Knowing all this, do not be engaged in war. If you are desirous of taking this course, because your counselors desire the same, then give up everything to them and run away. You should not fall away from this path which leads to the region of the gods. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 28. Yudhishthira said, without doubt, O Sanjaya, it is true that righteous deeds are the foremost of all our acts, as thou sayest. Thou shouldst, however, ensure me having first ascertained whether it is virtue or vice that I practice. When vice assumes the aspects of virtue and virtue itself wholly seems as vice, and virtue, again, appears in its native form, they that are learned should discriminate it by means of their reason. So, again, virtue and vice, which are both eternal and absolute, exchange their aspects during seasons of distress. One should follow without deviation the duties prescribed for the order to which he belongs by birth. Know, O Sanjaya, that duties in seasons of distress are otherwise. When his means of living are totally gone, the man that is destitute should certainly desire those other means by which he may be able to discharge the sanctioned duties of his order. One that is not destitute of his means of living, as also one that is in distress, are, O Sanjaya, both to be blamed, if they act as if the state of each were otherwise. When the Creator hath ordained expiation for those Brahmanas who, without wishing for self-destruction, betake themselves to acts not sanctioned for them, this proves that people may, in season of distress, betake to acts not ordained for the orders to which they belong. And, O Sanjaya, thou shouldst regard them as worthy that adhere to the practices of their own order in usual times, as also those that do not adhere to them in season of distress. Thou shouldst censure them that act otherwise in usual times while adhering to their ordained practices during times of distress. As regards men desiring to bring their minds under control, when they endeavor to acquire a knowledge of self, the practices that are ordained for the best, viz., the Brahmanas, are equally ordained for them. As regards those, however, that are not Brahmanas and that do not endeavor to acquire knowledge of self, those practices should be followed by them that are ordained for their respective orders in seasons of distress or otherwise. Even that is the path followed by our fathers and grandfathers before us and those also that had lived before them. As regards those that are desirous of knowledge and avoiding to act, even these also hold the same view and regard themselves as orthodox. I do not, therefore, think that there is any other path. Whatsoever wealth there may be in this earth, whatsoever there may be among the gods, or whatsoever there may be unattainable by them, the region of the Prajapati, or heaven, or the region of Brahma himself, I would not, O Sanjaya, seek it by unrighteous means. Here is Krishna, the giver of virtue's fruits, who is clever, politic, intelligent, who has waited upon the Brahmanas, who knows everything and counsels various mighty kings. Let the celebrated Krishna say whether I would be censurable if I dismiss all idea of peace, of whether if I fight, I should be abandoning the duties of my caste, for Krishna seeketh the welfare of both sides. This Satyaki, these Chedis, the Andhakas, the Vrishnis, the Bhojas, the Kakaras, the Srinjayas, adopting the counsels of Krishna, slay their foes and delight their friends. The Vrishnis and the Andhakas, at whose head stands Ugrasena, led by Krishna, have become like Indra, high-spirited, devoted to truth, mighty, and happy. Vabru, the king of Kasi, having obtained Krishna, that fructifier of wishes, as his brother, and upon whom Krishna showers all the blessings of life, as the clouds upon all earthly creatures, when the hot season is over, hath attained the highest prosperity, O sire, so great is this Krishna. Him you must know as the great judge of the propriety or otherwise of all acts. Krishna is dear to us, and is the most illustrious of men. I never disregard what Krishna saith. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 29. Krishna said, I desire, O Sanjaya, that the sons of Pandu may not be ruined, that they may prosper and attain their wishes. Similarly, I pray for the prosperity of King Dhritarashtra, whose sons are many. Forevermore, O Sanjaya, my desire hath been that I should tell them nothing else than that peace would be acceptable to King Dhritarashtra. I also deem it proper for the sons of Pandu. A peaceful disposition of an exceedingly rare character hath been displayed by Pandu's son in this matter. When Dhritarashtra and his sons, however, are so covetous, I do not see why hostility should not run high. Thou canst not pretend, O Sanjaya, to be more versed than I am or Yudhishthira is in the niceties of right and wrong. Then why dost thou speak words of reproach with reference to the conduct of Yudhishthira, who is enterprising, mindful of his own duty, and thoughtful, from the very beginning, of the welfare of his family, agreeably to the injunctions of treatises of morality. With regard to the topic at hand, the Brahmanas have held opinions of various kinds. Some say that success in the world to come depends upon work. Some declare that action should be shunned and that salvation is attainable by knowledge. The Brahmanas say that though one may have a knowledge of eatable things, yet his hunger will not be appeased unless he actually eats. Those branches of knowledge that help the doing of work bear fruit, but not other kinds, for the fruit of work is of ocular demonstration. A thirsty person drinks water, and by that act his thirst is allayed. This result proceeds, no doubt, from work. Therein lies the efficacy of work. If anyone thinks that something else is better than work, I deem his work and his words are meaningless. In the other world, it is by virtue of work that the gods flourish. It is by work that the wind blows. It is by virtue of work that the sleepless Surya rises every day and becomes the cause of day and night, and Soma passes through the months and the fortnights and the combinations of constellations. Fire is kindled of itself and burns by virtue of work, doing good to mankind. The sleepless goddess Earth sustains by force this very great burden. The sleepless rivers, giving satisfaction to all organized beings, carry their waters with speed. The sleepless Indra, possessed of a mighty force, pours down rain, resounding the heaven and the cardinal points. Desirous of being the greatest of the gods, he led a life of austerities such as a holy Brahmana leads. Indra gave up pleasure and all things agreeable to the heart. He sedulously cherished virtue and truth and self-control and forbearance and impartiality and humanity. It was by work that he attained a position the highest of all. Following the above course of life, Indra attained the high sovereignty over the gods. Vrihaspati, intently and with self-control, led in a proper manner that life of austerities which a Brahmana leads. He gave up pleasure and controlled his senses and thereby attained the position of the preceptor of the celestials. Similarly, the constellations in the other world, by virtue of work, and the Rudras, the Adityas, the Vasus, King Yama, and Kuvara, and the Gandharvas, the Yakshas, and the celestial nymphs, all attained their present position by work. In the other world, the saints shine, following a life of study, austerity, and work combined. Knowing, O Sanjaya, that this is the rule followed by the best of Brahmanas, and Kshatriyas, and Vaishyas, and thou being one of the wisest men, why art thou making this endeavor on behalf of those sons of Kurus? Thou must know that Yudhishthira is constantly engaged in the study of the Vedas. He is inclined to the horse sacrifice and the Rajasuya. Again, he rides horses and elephants, is arrayed in armor, mounts a car, and takes up the bow and all kinds of weapons. Now, if the sons of Pritha can see a course of action not involving the slaughter of the sons of Kuru, they would adopt it. Their virtue would then be saved, and an act of religious merit also would be achieved by them, even if they would have then to force Bhima to follow a conduct marked by humanity. On the other hand, if in doing what their forefathers did, they should meet with death under inevitable destiny, then in trying their utmost to discharge their duty, such death would even be worthy of praise. Supposing thou approvest of peace alone, I should like to hear what thou mayst have to say to this question, which way doth the injunction of religious law lie, viz., whether it is proper for the king to fight or not. Thou must, O Sanjaya, take into thy consideration the division of the four castes, and the scheme of respective duties allotted to each. Thou must hear that course of action the Pandavas are going to adopt. Then mayst thou praise or censure, just as it may please thee. A Brahmana should study, offer sacrifices, make charities, and sojourn to the best of all holy places on the earth. He should teach, minister as a priest in sacrifices offered by others worthy of such help, and accept gifts from persons who are known. Similarly, a kshatriya should protect the people in accordance with the injunctions of the law, diligently practice the virtue of charity, offer sacrifices, study the whole Veda, take a wife, and lead a virtuous householder's life. If he be possessed of a virtuous soul, and if he practice the holy virtues, he may easily attain the religion of the Supreme Being. A Vaishya should study and diligently earn and accumulate wealth by means of commerce, agriculture, and the tending of cattle. He should so act as to please the Brahmanas and the Kshatriyas, be virtuous, do good works, and be a householder. The following are the duties declared for a Sudra from the olden times. He should serve the Brahmanas and submit to them, should not study, sacrifices are forbidden to him, he should be diligent and be constantly enterprising in doing all that is for his good. The king protects all these with proper care and sets all the castes to perform their respective duties. He should not be given to sensual enjoyments. He should be impartial and treat all his subjects on an equal footing. The king should never obey the dictates of such desires as are opposed to righteousness. If there be anybody who is more praiseworthy than he, who is well known and gifted with all the virtues, the king should instruct his subjects to see him. A bad king, however, would not understand this. Growing strong and inhuman and becoming a mark for destiny's wrath, he would cast covetous eye on the riches of others. Then comes war, for which purpose came into being weapons and armor and bows. Indra invented these contrivances for putting the plunderers to death. He also contrived armors and weapons and bows. Religious merit is acquired by putting the robbers to death. Many awful evils have manifested themselves on account of the Kurus having been unrighteous and unmindful of law and religion. This is not right, O Sanjaya. Now, King Dhritarashtra with his sons hath unreasonably seized what lawfully belonged to Pandu's son. He minds not the immemorial law observable by kings. All the Kurus are following in the wake. A thief who steals wealth unseen and one who forcibly seizes the same in open daylight are both to be condemned, O Sanjaya. What is the difference between them and Dhritarashtra's sons? From avarice he regards that to be righteous which he intends to do, following the dictates of his wrath. The shares of the Pandavas is, no doubt, fixed. Why should that share of theirs be seized by that fool? This being the state of things, it would be praiseworthy for us to be even killed in fight. A paternal kingdom is preferable to sovereignty received from a stranger. These time-honored rules of law, O Sanjaya, thou must propound to the Kurus, in the midst of the assembled kings, I mean those dull-headed fools who have been assembled together by Dhritarashtra's son, and who are already under the clutches of death. Look once more at that vilest of all their acts, the conduct of the Kurus in the council hall. That those Kurus, at whose head stood Bhishma, did not interfere when the beloved wife of the sons of Pandu, daughter of Drupada, of fair fame, pure life, and conduct worthy of praise, was seized, while weeping, by that slave of lust. The Kurus all, including young and old, were present there. If they had then prevented that indignity offered to her, then I should have been pleased with Dhritarashtra's behavior. It would have been for the final good of his sons also. Dasasana forcibly took Krishna into the midst of the public hall wherein were seated her fathers-in-law. Carried there, expecting sympathy, she found none to take her part, except Vidura. The kings uttered not a word of protest, solely because they were a set of imbeciles. Vidura alone spoke words of opposition, from a sense of duty, words conceived in righteousness addressed to that man, Duryodhana, of little sense. Thou didst not, O Sanjaya, then say what law and morality were, but now thou comest to instruct the son of Pandu. Krishna, however, having repaired to the hall at that time, made everything right, for like a vessel in the sea, she rescued the Pandavas as also herself from that gathering ocean of misfortunes. Then in that hall, while Krishna stood, the charioteer's son addressed her in the presence of her fathers-in-law, saying, O daughter of Drupada, thou hast no refuge. Better betake thyself as a bondwoman to the house of Dhritarashtra's son. Thy husbands, being defeated, no longer exist. Thou hast a loving soul, choose someone else for thy lord. This speech, proceeding from Karna, was a wordy arrow, sharp, cutting all hopes, hitting the tenderest parts of the organization, and frightful. It buried itself deep in Arjuna's heart. When the sons of Pandu were about to adopt the garments made of the skins of black deer, Dussasana spoke the following pungent words: These all are mean eunuchs, ruined and damned for a lengthened time. And Sakuni, the king of the Gandhara land, spoke to Yudhishthira at the time of the game of dice the following words by way of a wily trick: Nakula hath been won by me from you. What else have you got? Now you should better stake your wife Draupadi. You know, O Sanjaya, all these words of an opprobrious kind which were spoken at the time of the game of dice. I desire to go personally to the Kurus in order to settle this difficult matter. If without injury to the Pandava cause I succeed in bringing about this peace with the Kurus, an act of religious merit, resulting in very great blessings, will then have been done by me, and the Kurus also will have been extricated from the meshes of death. I hope that when I shall speak to the Kurus words of wisdom, resting on rules of righteousness, words fraught with sense and free from all tendency to inhumanity, Dhritarashtra's son will, in my presence, pay heed to them. I hope that when I arrive, the Kurus will pay me due respect. Else thou mayst rest assured that those vicious sons of Dhritarashtra, already scorched by their own vicious acts, will be burnt up by Arjuna and Bhima ready for battle. When Pandu's sons were defeated at the play, Dhritarashtra's sons spoke to them words that were harsh and rude. But when the time will come, Bhima will, no doubt, take care to remind Duryodhana of those words. Duryodhana is a big tree of evil passions, Karna is its trunk, Sakuni is its branches, Dussasana forms its abundant blossoms and fruits, while the wise king Dhritarashtra is its toots. Yudhishthira is a big tree of righteousness, Arjuna is its trunk, and Bhima is its branches. The sons of Madri are its abundant flowers and fruits, and its roots are myself and religion and religious men. King Dhritarashtra with his sons constitutes a forest, while, O Sanjaya, the sons of Pandu are its tigers. Do not, cut down the forest with its tigers, and let not the tigers be driven away from the forest. The tiger, out of the woods, is easily slain, the wood also, that is without a tiger, is easily cut down. Therefore, it is the tiger that protects the forest and the forest that shelters the tiger. The Dhritarashtras are as creepers, while, O Sanjaya, the Pandavas are solid trees. A creeper can never flourish unless it hath a large tree to twine round. The sons of Pritha are ready to wait upon Dhritarashtra as, indeed, those repressors of foes are ready for war. Let King Dhritarashtra now do what may be proper for him to do. The virtuous and the high-souled sons of Pandu, though competent to be engaged in fight, are yet now in place, with their cousins. O learned man, represent all this truly, to Dhritarashtra. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 30. Sanjaya said, I bid thee farewell, O divine ruler of men. I will now depart, O son of Pandu. Let prosperity be thine. I hope I have not carried away by the feelings of my heart, given utterance to anything offensive. I would also bid farewell to Janardana, to Bhima and Arjuna, to the son of Madri, to Satyaki, and to Chekatana, and take my departure. Let peace and happiness be yours. Let all the kings look at me with eyes of affection. Yudhishthira said, Permitted by us, O Sanjaya, take your leave. Peace to thee. O learned man, thou never thinkest ill of us. Both they and we know thee to be a person of pure heart in the midst of all in the court of the Kurus. Besides, being an ambassador now, O Sanjaya, thou art faithful, beloved by us, of agreeable speech and excellent conduct, and well affected towards us. Thy mind is never clouded, and even if addressed harshly thou art never moved to wrath. O Sutta, thou never utterest harsh and cutting words, or those that are false or bitter. We know that thy words, free from malice, are always fraught with morality and grave import. Amongst envoys thou art the most dear to us. Beside thee, there is another, who may come here, and that is Vidura. Formerly, we always used to see thee. Thou art, indeed, a friend to us as dear as Dhananjaya. Proceeding hence, O Sanjaya, with all speed, thou shouldst wait upon those Brahmanas of pure energy and devoted to study according to the Brahmacharya mode, those, namely, that are devoted to the study of the Vedas while leading lives of mendicancy, those ascetics that habitually dwell in the woods, as also the aged ones of other classes, should all be addressed by thee in my name, O Sanjaya, and then their welfare should be inquired into by thee. O Sutta, repairing unto the priest of King Dhritarashtra as also unto his preceptors and Ritwijas, thou shouldst address them and inquire after their welfare. Even amongst them that are, though not well-born at least aged, endued with energy, and possessed of good behavior and strength, who remembering speak of us and practice according to their might even the least virtue, should first be informed of my peace, O Sanjaya, and then shouldst thou inquire after their welfare. Thou shouldst also inquire after the welfare of those that live in the kingdom carrying on trade, and those that live there filling important offices of state. Our beloved preceptor Drona, who is fully versed in morality, who is our counselor, who had practiced the Brahmacharya vow for mastering the Vedas, who once again hath made the science of weapons full and complete, and who is always graciously inclined towards us, should be greeted by thee in our name. Thou shouldst also inquire into the welfare of a Swathaman, endued with great learning, devoted to the study of the Vedas, leading the Brahmacharya mode of life, possessed of great activity, and like unto a youth of the Gandharv race, and who, besides, hath once again made the science of weapons full and complete. Thou must also, O Sanjaya, repair to the abode of Kripa, the son of Saradwat, that mighty car warrior and foremost of all persons having a knowledge of self, and repeatedly saluting him in my name touch his feet with thy hand. Thou shouldst also, touching his feet, represent me as hail unto that foremost of the Kurus, Bhishma, in whom are combined bravery, and abstention from injury, and asceticism, and wisdom and good behavior, and Vedic learning, and great excellence, and firmness. Saluting unto also the wise, venerable, and blind king, Dhritarashtra, who possessed of great learning and reverential to the old, is the leader of the Kurus. Thou shouldst also, O Sanjaya, inquire, O sire, about the welfare of the eldest of Dhritarashtra's sons, Suyyodhana, who is wicked and ignorant and deceitful and vicious, and who now governs the entire world. Thou shouldst also inquire about the welfare of even the wicked Dasasana, that mighty bowman and hero among the Kurus, who is the younger of Duryodhana and who possesses a character like that of his elder brother. Thou shouldst, O Sanjaya, also salute the wise chief of the Valakas, who always cherishes no other wish save that there should be peace among the Bharatas. I think thou shouldst also worship that Somadatta who is endued with numerous excellent qualities, who is wise and possesses a merciful heart, and who from his affection for the Kurus always controls his anger towards them. The son of Somadatta is worthy of the greatest reverence among the Kurus. He is my friend and is a brother to us. A mighty bowman and the foremost of car warriors, he is worthy in all respects. Thou shouldst, O Sanjaya, inquire after his welfare along with that of his friends and counselors. Others there are of youthful age and of consideration amongst the Kurus, who bear a relationship to us like that of sons, grandsons, and brothers. Unto each of these thou must speak words which thou mayst consider suitable, inquiring, O Sutta, after his welfare. Thou must also inquire about the welfare of those kings that have been assembled by Dhritarashtra's son for fighting with the Pandavas, viz., the Kakayas, the Vasatas, the Salwakas, the Amvashtas, and the leading Trigartas, and of those endued with great bravery that have come from the east, the north, the south, and the west, and of those that have come from hilly countries, in fact, of all amongst them that are not cruel and that lead good lives. Thou shouldst also represent unto all those persons who ride on elephants, and horses and cars, and who fight on foot, that mighty host composed of honorable men, that I am well, and then thou must inquire about their own welfare. Thou must also inquire about the welfare of those that serve the king in the matter of his revenue, or as his doorkeepers, or as the leaders of his troops, or as the accountants of his income and outlay, or as officers constantly occupied in looking after other important concerns. Thou must, O sire, also inquire about the welfare of Dhritarashtra's son by his Vaishya wife, that youth who is one of the best of the Kuru race, who never falls into error, who possesseth vast wisdom, who is endued with every virtue, and who never cherishes a liking for this war. Thou shouldst also ask about the welfare of Chitrasena, who is unrivaled in the tricks of dice, whose tricks are never detected by others, who plays well, who is well versed in the art of handling the dice, and who is unconquerable in play but not in fight. Thou must also, O sire, inquire about the welfare of Sakuni, the king of the Gandharas, that native of the hilly country, who is unrivaled in deceitful games at dice, who enhances the pride of Dhritarashtra's son, and whose understanding naturally leads to falsehood. Thou must also inquire about the welfare of Karna, the son of Vikartana, that hero who is ready to vanquish, alone and unassisted, mounted on his car, the Pandavas whom no one dares assail in battle, that Karna who is unparalleled in deluding those that are already deluded. Thou must also inquire about the welfare of Vidura, O sire, who alone is devoted to us, who is our instructor, who reared us, who is our father and mother and friend, whose understanding finds obstruction in naught, whose kin reaches far, and who is our counselor. Thou must also salute all the aged dames, and those who are known to be possessed of merit, and those who are like mothers to us, meeting them gathered together in one place. Thou must tell them, O Sanjaya, these words at first: Ye mothers of living sons, I hope your sons comfort themselves towards you in a kindly, considerate, and worthy way. Thou must then tell them that Yudhishthira is doing well with his sons. Those ladies, O Sanjaya, who are in the rank of our wives, thou must ask as to their welfare, also addressing them in these words: I hope you are well protected. I hope your fair fame hath suffered no injury. I hope you are dwelling within your abodes blamelessly and carefully. I hope you are comforting yourselves towards your fathers-in-law in a kindly, praiseworthy, and considerate way. You must steadily adopt such a conduct for yourselves as will help you to win your husband's favor. Those young ladies, O Sanjaya, who bear a relationship to us like that of your daughters-in-law, who have been brought from high families, who are possessed of merit, and who are mothers of children, thou must meet them all and tell them that Yudhishthira send his kindly greetings to them. Thou must, O Sanjaya, embrace the daughters of your house, and must ask them about their welfare on my behalf. Thou must tell them, may your husbands be kindly and agreeable, may you be agreeable to your husbands, may you have ornaments and clothes and perfumery and cleanliness, may you be happy and have at your command the joys of life, may your looks be pretty and words pleasant, thou must ask, O sire, the women of the house as to their welfare. Thou must also represent unto the maidservants and manservants there, maybe of the Kurus, and also the many humpbacked and lame ones among them, that I am doing well, and thou must then ask them about their welfare. Thou must tell them, I hope, Dhritarashtra's son still vouchsafes the same kindly treatment to you. I hope he gives you the comforts of life. Thou must also represent unto those that are defective in limb, those that are imbecile, the dwarfs to whom Dhritarashtra gives food and raiment from motives of humanity, those that are blind, and all those that are aged, as also to the many that have the use only of their hands, being destitute of legs, that I am doing well, and that I ask them regarding their welfare, addressing them in the following words: Fear not, nor be dispirited on account of your unhappy lives so full of sufferings. No doubt, sins must have been committed by you in your former lives. When I shall check my foes, and delight my friends, I shall satisfy you by gifts of food and clothes. Thou shouldst also, O sire, at our request, inquire after the welfare of those that are masterless and weak, and of those that vainly strive to earn a living, and of those that are ignorant, in fact, of all those persons that are in pitiable circumstances. O charioteer, meeting those others, that coming from different quarters, have sought the protection of the Dhritarashtras, and in fact, all who deserve our greetings, thou shouldst also inquire about their welfare and peace. Thou shouldst also inquire about the welfare of those who have come to the Kurus of their own accord, or who have been invited, as also of all the ambassadors arrived from all sides, and then represent unto them that I am well. As regards the warriors that have been obtained by Dhritarashtra's son, there are none equal to them on earth. Virtue, however, is eternal, and virtue is my power for the destruction of my enemies. Thou shouldst, O Sanjaya, also represent unto Suddhodana, the son of Dhritarashtra, the following: that desire of thine which torments thy heart, viz., the desire of ruling the Kurus without a rival, is very unreasonable. It had no justification. As for ourselves, we will never act in such a way as to do anything that may be disagreeable to thee. O foremost of heroes and the Bharatas, either give me lack my own Indraprastha or fight with me. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 31. Yudhishthira said, O Sanjaya, the righteous and the unrighteous, the young and the old, the weak and the strong, are all under the control of the Creator. It is that Supreme Lord who imparteth knowledge to the child and childishness to the learned, according to his own will. If Dhritarashtra ask thee about our strength, tell him everything truly, having cheerfully consulted with everyone here and ascertained the truth. O son of Gavalgana, repairing unto the Kurus, thou wilt salute the mighty Dhritarashtra, and touching his feet inquire after his welfare, speaking in our name. And when seated in the midst of the Kurus, tell him from us, the sons of Pandu, O king, are living happily in consequence of thy prowess. It was through thy grace, O repressor of foes, that those children of tender years had obtained a kingdom. Having first bestowed a kingdom on them, thou shouldst not now be indifferent to them, for destruction then would overtake them. The whole of this kingdom, O Sanjaya, is not fit to be owned by one person. Tell him again, from us, O sire, we wish to live united. Do not suffer thyself to be vanquished by foes. Thou shouldst again, O Sanjaya, bending thy head, and my name salute the grandsire of the Bharatas, Bhishma, the son of Santanu. Having saluted our grandsire, he should then be told, by thee, when Santanu's race was about to be extinct, it was revived. Therefore, O sire, do that according to thy own judgment, by which thy grandsons may all live in amity with one another. Thou shouldst then address Vidura also, that adviser of the Kurus, saying, Counseleth peace, O amiable one, from desire of doing good unto Yudhishthira. Thou shouldst address the unforbearing Prince Duryodhana also, when seated in the midst of the Kurus, beseeching him again and again, saying, The insults thou hadst offered to innocent and helpless Draupadi in the midst of the assembly, we will quietly bear, simply because we have no mind to see the Kurus slain. The other injuries also, both before and after that, the sons of Pandu are quietly bearing, although they are possessed of might to avenge them. All this, indeed, the Kauravas know. O amiable one, thou hadst even exiled us dressed in deerskins. We are bearing that also because we do not want to see the Kurus slain. Dasasana, in obedience to thee, had dragged Krishna, disregarding Kunti. That act also will be forgiven by us. But, O chastiser of foes, we must have our proper share of the kingdom. O bull among men, turn thy coveting heart from what belongeth to others. Peace then, O king, will be amongst our gladdened selves. We are desirous of peace. Give us even a single province of the empire. Give us even Kusasthala, Vrkasthala, Makandi, Varanavada, and for the fifth any other that thou likest. Even this will end the quarrel. O Suryodhana, give unto thy 5 brothers at least 5 villages. O Sanjaya, O thou of great wisdom, let there be peace between us and our cousins. Tell him also, let brothers follow brothers, let sires unite with sons. Let the Panchalas mingle with the Kurus in merry laughter. That I may see the Kurus and the Panchalas whole and sound, is what I desire. O bull of the Bharata race, with cheerful hearts let us make peace. O Sanjaya, I am equally capable of war and peace. I am prepared to acquire wealth as well as to earn virtue. I am fit enough for severity as for softness. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 32. Vyasa said, dismissed with salutation by the Pandavas, Sanjaya set out for Hastinapura, having executed all the commands of the illustrious Dhritarashtra. Reaching Hastinapura, he quickly entered it, and presented himself at the gate of the inner apartments of the palace. Addressing the porter, he said, O gatekeeper, say unto Dhritarashtra that I, Sanjaya, have just arrived, coming from the sons of Pandu. Do not delay. If the king be awake, then only shouldst thou say so, O keeper, for I like to enter having first apprised him of my arrival. In the present instance I have something of very great importance to communicate. Hearing this, the gatekeeper went to the king and addressed him, saying, O Lord of earth, I bow to thee. Sanjaya is at thy gates, desirous of seeing thee. He cometh, bearing a message from the Pandavas. Issue your commands, O king, as to what he should do. The king said, Tell Sanjaya that I am happy and hale. Let him enter. Welcome to Sanjaya. I am always ready to receive him. Why should he stay outside whose admission is never forbidden? Vyasa continued, then, with the king's permission, having entered that spacious apartment, the Suta's son, with joined hands, approached the royal son of Vichitravirya, who was protected by many wise, valiant, and righteous persons, and who was then seated on his throne. And Sanjaya addressed him, saying, I am Sanjaya, O king. I bow unto thee. O chief of men, proceeding hence I found the sons of Pandu. After having paid his salutations to thee, Pandu's son, the intelligent Yudhishthira, inquired of thy welfare. And well pleased, he also inquireth after thy sons, and asketh thee whether thou art happy with thy sons and grandsons and friends and counselors, and, O king, all those that depend upon thee. Dhritarashtra said, O child, giving my blessings to Ajatasattu, I ask thee, O Sanjaya, whether that king of the Kauravas, Pritha's son, is well with his sons and brothers and counselors. Sanjaya said, Pandu's son is well with his counselors. He desires possessions of that which he formerly had as his own. He seeketh virtue and wealth without doing anything that is censurable, possesseth intelligence and vast learning, and is, besides, far-sighted and of excellent disposition. With that son of Pandu, abstention from injury is even superior to virtue, and virtue superior to the accumulation of wealth. His mind, O Bharata, is always inclined to happiness and joy, and to such course of action as are virtuous and conducive to the higher ends of life. Even like dog pulled this way and that by threads, man, in this world, moveth, swayed by a force not his own. Beholding the sufferings of Yudhishthira, I regard the force of destiny to be superior to the effect of human exertion. Beholding again thy unworthy deeds, which, besides, being highly sinful and unspeakable, are sure to terminate in misery, it seemeth to me that one of thy nature winneth praise only so long as his able foe bideth his time. Renouncing all sin, even as a serpent casteth off its worn-out slough which it cannot any longer retain, the heroic Ajatasattu shineth in his natural perfection, leaving his load of sins to be borne by thee. Consider, O king, thy own acts which are contrary to both religion and profit, and to the behavior of those that are righteous. Thou hast, O king, earned a bad repute in this world, and wilt reap misery in the next. Obeying the counsels of thy son, thou hopest to enjoy this doubtful property, keeping them aloof. This unrighteous deed is loudly bruited about in the world, therefore, O foremost of the Bharatas, this deed is unworthy of thee. Calamity overtaketh him who is deficient in wisdom, or who is of low birth, or who is cruel, or who cherisheth hostility for a long time, or who is not steady in Kshatriya virtues, or is devoid of energy, or is of a bad disposition, in fact, him who hath such marks. It is by virtue of luck that a person taketh his birth in good race, or becometh strong, or famous, or versed in various lore, or possesseth the comforts of life, or becometh capable of subduing his senses, or discriminating virtue and vice that are always linked together. What person is there, who, attended upon by foremost of counselors, possessed of intelligence, capable of discriminating between virtue and vice in times of distress, not destitute of the rituals of religion, and retaining the use of all his faculties, would commit cruel deeds? These counselors, ever devoted to thy work, wait here united together. Even this is their firm determination, viz., that the Pandavas are not to get back their share. The destruction of the Kurus, therefore, is certain to be brought about by the force of circumstances. If, provoked by the offenses, Yudhishthira wisheth for misery to thee, then Kurus will be destroyed prematurely, while, imparting all his sins to thee, the blame of that deed will be thine in this world. Indeed, what else is there save the will of the gods? For Arjuna, the son of Pritha, leaving this world ascended to the very heavens and was honored there very greatly. This proves that individual exertion is nothing. There is no doubt as to this. Seeing that the attributes of high birth, bravery, etc., depended for their development or otherwise on acts, and beholding also prosperity and adversity and stability and instability, in persons and their possessions, King Vali, in his search after causes, having failed to discover a beginning, in the chain of acts of former lives one before another, regarded the eternal essence to be the cause of everything. The eye, the ear, the nose, the touch, and the tongue, these are the doors of a person's knowledge. If desire be curbed, these would be gratified by themselves. Therefore, cheerfully and without repining one should control the senses. Others there are that think differently. They hold that if a person's acts are well applied, these must produce the desired result. Thus the child begot by the act of the mother and the father grows when duly tended with food and drink. Men in this world become subject to love and hate, pleasure and pain, praise and blame. A man is praised when he behaves honestly. Thee I blame, since these dissensions of the Bharatas, whose root thou art, will surely bring about the destruction of innumerable lives. If peace be not concluded, then through thy fault Arjuna will consume the Kurus like a blazing fire, consuming a heap of dried grass. O ruler of men, thou alone of all the world, yielding to thy son whom no restraints can blind, hadst regarded thyself as crowned with success and abstained from avoiding dispute at the time of the match at dice. Behold now the fruit of that weakness of thine. O monarch, by rejecting advisers that are faithful and accepting those that deserve no confidence, this extensive and prosperous empire, O son of Kuru, thou art unable to retain owing to thy weakness. Wearied by my fast journey and very much fatigued, I solicit thy permission to go to bed now, O lion of men, for tomorrow morning will the Kurus, assembled together in the council hall, hear the words of Ajatasattu. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 33. Vyasa said, King Dhritarashtra, endued with great wisdom, then said to the orderly in waiting, I desire to see Vidura. Bring him here without delay. Dispatched by Dhritarashtra, the messenger went to Kshatri and said, O thou of great wisdom, our lord the mighty king desireth to see thee. Thus addressed, Vidura set out and, coming to the palace, spoke unto the orderly, apprised Dhritarashtra of my arrival. Thereupon the orderly went to Dhritarashtra, and said, O, foremost of kings, Vidura is here at thy command. He wisheth to behold thy feet. Command me as to what he is to do. Thereupon Dhritarashtra said, Let Vidura of great wisdom and foresight enter. I am never unwilling or unprepared to see Vidura. The orderly then went out and spoke unto Vidura, O Kshatri, enter the inner apartments of the wise king. The king says that he is never unwilling to see thee. Vyasa continued, having entered Dhritarashtra's chamber, Vidura said with joined hands unto that ruler of men who was then plunged in thought, O thou of great wisdom, I am Vidura, arrived here at thy command. If there is anything to be done, here I am, command me. Dhritarashtra said, O Vidura, Sanjaya hath come back. He hath gone away after rebuking me. Tomorrow he will deliver, in the midst of the court, Ajatasatru's message. I have not been able today to ascertain what the message is of the Kuru hero. Therefore, my body is burning, and that hath produced sleeplessness. Tell us what may be good for a person that is sleepless and burning. Thou art, O child, versed in both religion and prophet. Ever since Sanjaya hath returned from the Pandavas, my heart knoweth no peace. Filled with anxiety about what he may deliver, all my senses have been disordered. Vidura said, Sleeplessness overtaketh thief, a lustful person, him that hath lost all his wealth, him that hath failed to achieve success, and him also that is weak and hath been attacked by a strong person. I hope, O king, that none of these grave calamities have overtaken thee. I hope thou dost not grieve, coveting the wealth of others. Dhritarashtra said, I desire to hear from thee words that are beneficial and fraught with high morality. In this race of royal rishis thou alone art reverenced by the wise. Vidura replied, King Yudhishthira, graced with every virtue, is worthy of being the sovereign of the three worlds, yet, O Dhritarashtra, however worthy of being kept by thy side, he was exiled by thee. Thou art, however, possessed of qualities which are thy very reverse of those possessed by him. Although virtuous and versed in morality, thou hast yet no right to a share in the kingdom owing to thy loss of sight. in consequence of his inoffensiveness and kindness, his righteousness, love of truth and energy, and his remembering the reverence that is due to thee, Yudhishthira patiently bears innumerable wrongs. Having bestowed on Duryodhana and Suvala's son and Karna and Dusasana the management of the empire, how canst thou hope for prosperity? He that is not served from the high ends of life by the aid of self-knowledge, exertion, forbearance, and steadiness in virtue, is called wise. These again are the marks of a wise man, viz., adherence to acts worthy of praise and rejection of what is blamable, faith, and reverence. He whom neither anger nor joy, nor pride, nor false modesty, nor stupefaction, nor vanity can draw away from the high ends of life is considered as wise. He whose intended acts and proposed counsels remain concealed from foes, and whose acts become known only after they have been done, is considered wise. He whose proposed actions are never obstructed by heat or cold, fear of attachment, prosperity, or adversity, is considered wise. He whose judgment dissociated from desire followeth both virtue and profit, and who disregarding pleasure chooseth such ends as are serviceable in both worlds, is considered wise. They that exert to the best of their might, and act also to the best of their might, and disregard nothing as insignificant, are called wise. He that understandeth quickly, listeneth patiently, pursueth his objects with judgment and not from desire, and spendeth not his breath on the affairs of others without being asked, is said to possess the foremost mark of wisdom. They that do not strive for objects that are unattainable, that do not grieve for what is lost and gone, that do not suffer their minds to be clouded amid calamities, are regarded to possess intellects endued with wisdom. He who striveth, having commenced anything, till it is completed, who never wasteth his time, and who hath his soul under control, is regarded wise. They that are wise, O bull of the Bharata race, always delight in honest deeds, do what tendeth to their happiness and prosperity, and never sneer at what is good. He who exulteth not at honors, and grieveth not at slights, and remaineth cool and unagitated like a lake in the course of Ganga, is reckoned as wise. That man who knoweth the nature of all creatures, viz., that everything is subject to destruction, who is cognizant also of the connections of all acts, and who is proficient in the knowledge of the means that men may resort to for attaining their objects, is reckoned as wise. He who speaketh boldly, can converse on various subjects, knoweth the science of argumentation, possesseth genius, and can interpret the meaning of what is writ in books, is reckoned as wise. He whose studies are regulated by reason, and whose reason followeth the scriptures, and who never abstaineth from paying respect to those that are good, is called a wise man. He, on the other hand, who is ignorant of scripture yet vain, poor yet proud, and who resorteth to unfair means for the acquisition of his objects, is a fool. He who, forsaking his own, concerneth himself with the objects of others, and who practiseth deceitful means for serving his friends, is called a fool. He who wisheth for those things that should not be desired, and forsaketh those that may legitimately be desired, and who beareth malice to those that are powerful, is regarded to be a foolish soul. He who regardeth his foe as his friend, who hateth and beareth malice to his friend, and who committeth wicked deeds, is said to be a person of foolish soul. O bull of the Bharata race, he who divulgeth his projects, doubteth in all things, and spendeth a long time in doing what requireth a short time, is a fool. He who doth not perform the Shraddha for the Pitris, nor worship the deities, nor acquireth noble-minded friends, is said to be a person of foolish soul. That worst of men who entereth a place uninvited, and talketh much without being asked, and reposeth trust on untrustworthy wights, is a fool. That man who being himself guilty casteth the blame on others, and who though impotent giveth vent to anger, is the most foolish of men. that man, who, without knowing his own strength and dissociated from both virtue and profit, desireth an object difficult of acquisition, without again adopting adequate means, is said to be destitute of intelligence. O king, he who punisheth one that is undeserving of punishment, payeth homage to persons without their knowledge, and waiteth upon misers, is said to be of little sense. But he that, having attained immense wealth and prosperity, or acquired vast learning, doth not bear himself haughtily, is reckoned as wise. Who, again, is more heartless than he, who, though possessed of affluence, eateth himself and weareth excellent robes himself, without distributing his wealth among his dependents? While one person committeth sins, many reap the advantage resulting therefrom, yet in the end it is the doer alone to whom the sin attacheth, while those that enjoy the fruit escape unhurt. When a bowman shooteth an arrow, he may or may not succeed in slaying even a single person, but when an intelligent individual applieth his intelligence viciously, it may destroy an entire kingdom with the king. Discriminating the two by means of the one, bring under thy subjection the three by means of four, and also conquering the five and knowing the six, and abstaining from the seven, be happy. Poison slayeth but one person, and a weapon also but one. Wicked counsels, however, destroy an entire kingdom with king and subject. Alone one should not partake of any savory viand, nor alone reflect on concerns of profit, nor alone go upon a journey, nor alone remain awake among sleeping companions. That being who is one without a second, and whom, O king, thou hast not been able to comprehend, is truth's self, and the way to heaven, even like a boat in the ocean. There is one only defect in forgiving persons, and not another. That defect is that people take a forgiving person to be weak. That defect, however, should not be taken into consideration, for forgiveness is a great power. Forgiveness is a virtue of the weak, and an ornament of the strong. Forgiveness subdueth all. In this world, what is there that forgiveness cannot achieve? What can a wicked person do unto him who carrieth the saber of forgiveness in his hand? Fire falling on a grassless ground is extinguished of itself. An unforgiving individual defileth himself with many enormities. Righteousness is the one highest good, and forgiveness is the one supreme peace. Knowledge is one supreme contentment, and benevolence one sole happiness. Even as the serpent devoureth animals living in holes, the earth devoureth these two, viz., a king who is incompetent to fight, and a Brahmana who doth not sojourn to holy places. A man may attain renown in this world by doing two things, viz., by refraining from harsh speech, and by disregarding those that are wicked. O tiger among men, these two have not a will of their own, viz., those women who covet men simply because the latter are coveted by others of their sex, and that person who worships another simply because the latter is worshipped by others. These two are like sharp thorns afflicting the body, viz., the desires of a poor man and the anger of the impotent. These two persons never shine because of their incompatible acts, viz., a householder without exertion, and a beggar busied in schemes. These two, O king, live, as it were, in a region higher than heaven itself, viz., a man of power endued with forgiveness, and poor man that is charitable. Of things honestly got, these two must be looked upon as misuse, viz., making gifts to the unworthy and refusing the worthy. These two should be thrown into the water, tightly binding weights to their necks, viz., a wealthy man that doth not give away, and a poor man that is proud. These two, O tiger among men, can pierce the orb itself of the sun, viz., a mendicant accomplished in yoga, and a warrior that hath fallen in open fight. O bull of the Bharata race, persons versed in the Vedas have said that men's means are good, middling, and bad. Men also, O king, are good, indifferent, and bad. They should, therefore, be respectively employed in that kind of work for which they may be fit. These three, O king, cannot have wealth of their own, viz., the wife, the slave, and the son, and whatever may be earned by them will be his to whom they belong. Great fear springeth from these three crimes, viz., theft of others' property, outrage on others' wives, and breach with friend. These three, besides, being destructive to one's own self, are the gates of hell, viz., lust, anger, and covetousness. Therefore, every one should renounce them. These three should never be forsaken even in imminent danger, viz., a follower, one who seeks protection, saying, I am thine, and lastly one who hath come to your abode. Verily, O Bharata, liberating a foe from distress, alone amounteth in point of merit, to these three taken together, viz., conferring a boon, acquiring a kingdom, and obtaining a son. Learned men have declared that a king, although powerful, should never consult with these four, viz., men of small sense, men that are procrastinating, men that are indolent, and men that are flatterers. O sire, crowned with prosperity and leading the life of a householder, let these four dwell with thee, viz., old consanguineous, relatives, high-born persons fallen into adversity, poor friends, and issueless sisters. On being asked by the chief of the celestials, Vrihaspati, O mighty king, declared for things capable of fructifying or occurring within a single day, viz., the resolve of the gods, the comprehensions of intelligent persons, the humility of learned men, and the destruction of the sinful. These four that are calculated to remove fear, bring on fear when they are improperly performed, viz., the Agnihatra, the vow of silence, study, and sacrifice, in general. O bull of the Bharata race, these five fires should be worshipped with regard by a person, viz., father, mother, fire, proper, soul, and preceptor. By serving these five, men attain great fame in this world, viz., the gods, the pitris, men, beggars, and guests. These five follow thee wherever thou goest, viz., friends, foes, those that are indifferent, dependents, and those that are entitled to maintenance. Of the five senses beholding to man, if one springeth a leak, then from that single hole runneth out all his intelligence, even like water running out from a perforated leathern vessel. The six faults should be avoided by a person who wisheth to attain prosperity, viz., sleep, drowsiness, fear, anger, indolence, and procrastination. These six should be renounced like a splitting vessel in the sea, viz., a preceptor that cannot expound the scriptures, a priest that is illiterate, a king that is unable to protect, a wife that speaketh disagreeable words, a cowherd that doth not wish to go to the fields, and a barber that wisheth to renounce a village for the woods. Verily, those six qualities should never be forsaken by man, viz., truth, charity, diligence, benevolence, forgiveness, and patience. These six are instantly destroyed if neglected, viz., kind, service, agriculture, a wife, learning, and the wealth of a Sudra. These six forget those who have bestowed obligations on them, viz., educated disciples, their preceptors, married persons, their mothers, persons whose desires have been gratified, women, they who have achieved success, they who had rendered aid, they who have crossed a river, the boat that carried them over, and patients that have been cured, their physicians. Health, unindebtedness, living at home, companionship with good men, certainty as regards the means of livelihood, and living without fear, these six, O king, conduce to the happiness of men. These six are always miserable, viz., the envious, the malicious, the discontented, the irascible, the ever-suspicious, and those depending upon the fortunes of others. These six, O king, comprise the happiness of men, viz., acquirement of wealth, uninterrupted health, a beloved and a sweet-speeched wife, an obedient son, and knowledge that is lucrative. He that succeedeth in gaining the mastery over the six that are always present in the human heart, being thus the master of his senses, never committeth sin, and therefore suffereth calamity. These six may be seen to subsist upon other six, viz., thieves, upon persons that are careless, physicians, on persons that are ailing, women, upon persons suffering from lust, priests, upon them that sacrifice, a king, upon persons that quarrel, and lastly men of learning, upon them that are without it. A king should renounce these 7 faults that are productive of calamity, inasmuch as they are able to effect the ruin of even monarchs firmly established. These are women, dice, hunting, drinking, harshness of speech, severity of punishment, and misuse of wealth. These 8 are the immediate indications of a man destined to destruction, viz., hating the Brahmanas, disputes with Brahmanas, appropriation of a Brahmana's possessions, taking the life of Brahmana, taking a pleasure in reviling Brahmanas, grieving to hear the praises of Brahmanas, forgetting them on ceremonious occasions, and giving vent to spite when they ask for anything. These transgressions the wise man should understand, and understanding, eschew. These 8, O Bharata, are the very cream of happiness, and these only are attainable here, viz. Meeting with friends, accession of immense wealth, embracing a son, union for intercourse, conversation with friends in proper times, the advancement of persons belong to one's own party, the acquisition of what had been anticipated, and respect in society. These 8 qualities glorify a man, viz., wisdom, high birth, self-restraint, learning, prowess, moderation in speech gift according to one's power, and gratitude. This house hath 9 doors, 3 pillars, and 5 witnesses. It is presided over by the soul. That learned man who knoweth all this is truly wise. O Dhritarashtra, these 10 do not know what virtue is, viz., the intoxicated, inattentive, the raving, the fatigued, the angry, the starving, the hasty, the covetous, the frightened, and the lustful. Therefore, he that is wise must eschew the company of these. In this connection is cited the old story about what transpired between Suryodhana and Prahlada, the chief of the Asuras, in relation to the latter's son. That king who renounceth lust and anger, who bestoweth wealth upon proper recipients, and is discriminating, learned, and active, is regarded as an authority of all men. Great prosperity attends upon that king who knoweth how to inspire confidence in others, who inflicteth punishment on those whose guilt hath been proved, who is acquainted with the proper measure of punishment, and who knoweth when mercy is to be shown. He is a wise person who doth not disregard even a weak foe, who proceeds with intelligence in respect of a foe, anxiously watching for an opportunity, who doth not desire hostilities with persons stronger than himself, and who displayeth his prowess in season. That illustrious person who doth not grieve when a calamity hath already come upon him, who exerteth with all his senses collected, and who patiently beareth misery in season, is certainly the foremost of persons, and all his foes are vanquished. He who doth not live away from hope uselessly, who doth not make friends with sinful persons, who never outriggeth another's wife, who never betrayeth arrogance, and who never committeth a theft or showeth ingratitude or indulgeth in drinking, is always happy. He who never boastfully striveth to attain the 3 objects of human pursuit, who when asked, telleth the truth, who quarreleth not even for the sake of friends, and who never becometh angry though slighted, is reckoned as wise. He who beareth not malice towards others, but is kind to all, who being weak disputeth not with others, who speaketh not arrogantly, and forgetteth a quarrel, is praised everywhere. That man who never assumeth a haughty mien, who never censureth others, praising himself the while, and never addresseth harsh words to others, forgetting himself, is ever loved by all. He who raketh not up old hostilities, who behaveth neither arrogantly nor with too much humility, and who even when distressed never committeth an improper act, is considered by respectable men a person of good conduct. He who exulteth not at his own happiness, nor delighteth in another's misery, and who repenteth not after having made a gift, is said to be a man of good nature and conduct. He who desireth to obtain a knowledge of the customs of different countries, and also the languages of different nations, and of the usages of different orders of men, knoweth at once all that is high and low, and wherever he may go, he is sure to gain an ascendancy over even those that are glad. The intelligent man who relinquisheth pride, folly, insolence, sinful acts, disloyalty towards the king, crookedness of behavior, enmity with many, and also quarrels with men that are drunk, mad, and wicked, is the foremost of his species. The very gods bestow prosperity upon him who daily practiseth self-restraint, purification, auspicious rites, worship of the gods, expiatory ceremonies, and other rites of universal observance. The acts of that learned man are well conceived, and well applied, who formeth matrimonial alliances with persons of equal positions, and not with those that are inferior, who placeth those before him that are more qualified, and who talketh, behaveth, and mocketh friendships with persons of equal position. He who eateth frugally after dividing the food amongst his dependents, who sleepeth little after working much, and who, when solicited, giveth away even unto his foes, hath his soul under control, and calamities always keep themselves aloof from him. He whose counsels are well kept and well carried out into practice, and whose acts in consequence thereof are never known by others to injure men, succeedeth in securing even his most trifling objects. He who is intent upon abstaining from injury to all creatures, who is truthful, gentle, charitable, and pure in mind, shineth greatly among his kinsmen like a precious gem of the purest ray, having its origin in an excellent mind. That man who feeleth shame, even though his faults be not known to any save himself, is highly honored among all men. Possessed of a pure heart and boundless energy, and abstracted within himself, he shineth in consequence of his energy like the very sun. King Pandu, consumed by a Brahmana's curse, had 5 sons born unto him in the woods that are like 5 Indras. O son of Ambika, thou hast brought up those children and taught them everything. They are obedient to thy commands. Giving them back their just share of the kingdom, O sire, filled with joy, be thou happy with thy sons. Then, O monarch, thou shalt inspire confidence in both the gods and men. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 34. Dhritarashtra said, Tell me what may be done by a person that is sleepless and burning with anxieties, for thou alone amongst us, O child, art versed in both religion and profit. Advise me wisely, O Vidura. O thou of magnanimous heart, tell me what is thou deemest to be beneficial for Ajatasattu, and what is productive of good to the Kurus. Apprehending future evils. I look back only on my previous guilt. I ask thee with anxious heart, O learned one, tell me what is exactly in Ajatasattu's mind. Vidura said, Even if unasked, one should speak truly, whether his words be good or bad, hateful or pleasing, unto him whose defeat one doth not wish. I shall, therefore, say, O king, what is for the good of the Kurus? I shall say what is both beneficial and consistent with morality. Listen to me. Do not, O Bharata, set the heart upon means of success that are unjust and improper. A man of intelligence must not grieve if any purpose of his doth not succeed, notwithstanding the application of fair and proper means. Before one engageth in an act, one should consider the competence of the agent, the nature of the act itself, and its purpose, for all acts are dependent on these. Considering these, one should begin an act, and not take it up on a sudden impulse. He that is wise should either do an act or desist from it, fully considering his own ability, the nature of the act, and the consequence also of success. The king who knoweth not proportion or measure as regards territory, gain, loss, treasury, population, and punishment cannot retain his kingdom long. He, on the other hand, who is acquainted with the measures of these as prescribed in treatises, being necessarily possessed of the knowledge of religion and profit, can retain his kingdom. As the stars are affected by the planets, so is this world affected by the senses when they are directed, uncontrolled, to their respective objects. Like the moon during the lighted fortnight, calamities increase in respect of him who is vanquished by the five senses in their natural state, whichever lead him towards various acts. He who wisheth to control his counselors before controlling his own self, or to subdue his adversaries before controlling his counselors, at last succumbs deprived of strength. He, therefore, who first subdueth his own self, regarding it as a foe, never faileth to subdue his counselors and adversaries at last. Great prosperity waiteth upon him who hath subdued his senses, or controlled his soul, or who is capable of punishing all offenders, or who acteth with judgment, or who is blessed with patience. One's body, O king, is one's car, the soul within is the driver, and the senses are its steeds. Drawn by those excellent steeds, when well trained, he that is wise pleasantly performeth the journey of life, and awake in peace. The horses that are unbroken and incapable of being controlled always lead an unskillful driver to destruction in the course of the journey, so one's senses, unsubdued, lead only to destruction. The inexperienced wight, who, led by this unsubdued senses, hopeth to extract evil from good and good from evil, necessarily confoundeth misery with happiness. He, who, forsaking religion and profit, followeth the lead of his senses, loseth without delay prosperity, life, wealth, and wife. He, who is the master of riches, but not of his senses, certainly loseth his riches in consequence of his want of mastery over his senses. One should seek to know oneself by means of one's own self, controlling one's mind, intellect, and senses, for one's self is one's friend as, indeed, it is one's own foe. That man, who hath conquered self by means of self, hath his self for a friend, for one's self is ever one's friend or foe. Desire and anger, O king, break through wisdom, just as a large fish breaks through a net of thin cords. He, who in this world regarding both religion and profit, seeketh to acquire the means of success, winneth happiness, possessing all he had sought. He, who, without subduing his five inner foes of mental origin, wisheth to vanquish other adversaries, is, in fact, overpowered by the latter. It is seen that many evil-minded kings, owing to want of mastery over their senses, are ruined by acts of their own, occasioned by the lust of territory. As fuel that is wet burneth with that which is dry, so a sinless man is punished equally with the sinful in consequence of constant association with the latter. Therefore, friendship with the sinful should be avoided. He that, from ignorance, faileth to control his five greedy foes, having five distinct objects, is overwhelmed by calamities. Guilelessness and simplicity, purity and contentment, sweetness of speech and self-restraint, truth and steadiness, these are never the attributes of the wicked. Self-knowledge and steadiness, patience and devotion to virtue, competence to keep counsels and charity, these, O Bharata, never exist in inferior men. Fools seek to injure the wise by false reproaches and evil speeches. The consequence is that by this they take upon themselves the sins of the wise, while the latter, freed from their sins, are forgiven. In malice lieth the strength of the wicked, in criminal code, the strength of kings, in attentions of the weak and of women, and in forgiveness that of the virtuous. To control speech, O king, is said to be most difficult. It is not easy to hold a long conversation uttering words full of meaning and delightful to the hearers. Well-spoken speech is productive of many beneficial results, and ill-spoken speech, O king, is the cause of evils. A forest pierced by arrows, or cut down by hatchets, may again grow, but one's heart wounded and censured by ill-spoken words never recovereth. Weapons, such as arrows, bullets, and bearded darts, can be easily extracted from the body, but a wordy dagger plunged deep into the heart is incapable of being taken out. Wordy arrows are shot from the mouth, smitten by them one grieveth day and night. A learned man should not discharge such arrows, for do they not touch the very vitals of others? He, to whom the gods ordain defeat, hath his senses taken away, and it is for this that he stoopeth to ignoble deeds. When the intellect becometh dim and destruction is nigh, wrong, looking like right, firmly sticketh to the heart. Thou dost not clearly see it, O bull of the Bharata race, that clouded intellect hath now possessed thy sons in consequence of their hostility to the Pandavas. Endued with every auspicious mark and deserving to rule the three worlds, Yudhishthira is obedient to thy commands. Let him, O Dhritarashtra, rule the earth, to the exclusion of all thy sons. Yudhishthira is the foremost of all thy heirs. Endued with energy and wisdom, and acquainted with the truths of religion and prophet, Yudhishthira, that foremost of righteous men, hath, O King of kings, suffered much misery out of kindness and sympathy, in order to preserve thy reputation. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 35. Dhritarashtra said, O thou of great intelligence, tell me again words such as these, consistent with religion and prophet. My thirst for hearing them is not quenched. What thou sayest is charming. Vidura said, ablution in all the holy places and kindness to all creatures, these two are equal. Perhaps, kindness to all creatures surpasseth the former. O Master, show kindness unto all thy sons, for by that winning great fame in this world, thou wilt have heaven hereafter. As long as a man's good deeds are spoken of in this world, so long, O tiger among men, is he glorified in heaven. In this connection is cited an old story about the conversation between Virakana and Sudhanwan, both suitors for Kisini's hand. Once on a time, O king, there was a maiden of the name of Kisini, unrivaled for beauty. Moved by the desire of obtaining a good husband, she resolved to choose her lord in Swayamvara. Then one of the sons of Dithi, Virakana by name, went to that spot, desirous of obtaining the maiden. Beholding that chief of the Daityas, Kisini addressed him, saying, Are Brahmanas superior, O Virakana, or are the sons of Dithi superior? And why also should not Sudhanwan sit on the sofa? Virakana said, sprung from Prajapati himself, We, O Kisini, are the best and at the top of all creatures, and this world is ours without doubt. Who are the gods, and who are the Brahmanas? Kisini said, We will, O Virakana, stay here in this very pavilion. Sudhanwan will come here on the morrow, and let me see both of you sitting together. Virakana said, O amiable and timid girl, I will do what thou sayest. Thou wilt behold Sudhanwan and myself met together in the morning. Vidura continued, When the night had passed away and the solar disk had risen, Sudhanwan, O best of kings, came to that place where, O master, Virakana was waiting with Kisini. And Sudhanwan saw there both Prahlada's son and Kisini. And beholding the Brahmana arrived, Kisini, O bull of the Bharata race, rising up from hers, offered him a seat, water to wash his feet, and aragya. And asked by Virakana to share his seat, Sudhanwan said, O son of Prahlada, I touch thy excellent golden seat. I cannot, however, suffer myself to be regarded as thy equal, and sit on it with thee. Virakana said, A piece of wooden plank, an animal skin, or a mat of grass or straw, these only, O sudden one, are fit for thee. Thou deservest not, however, the same seat with me. Sudden one said, Father and son. Brahmanas of the same age and equal learning, 2 Kshatriyas, 2 Vaishyas, and 2 Sudras, can sit together on the same seat, except these, no other can sit together. Your father used to pay his regards to me, taking a seat lower than that occupied by me. Thou art a child, brought tip in every luxury at home, and thou understandest nothing. Vairocana said, staking all the gold, kine, horses, and every other kind of wealth that we have among the Asuras, let us, O sudden one, ask them this question that are able to answer. Sudden one said, Let alone your gold, kine, and heroes, O Vairocana. Making our lives forfeited, we will ask them this question that are competent. Vairocana said, Wagering our lives, where shall we go? I will not appear before any of the gods, and never before any among men. Sudden one said, Having wagered our lives, we will approach thy father, for he, Prahlada, will never say an untruth even for the sake of his son. Vidura continued, having thus laid a wager, Vairocana and Sudden one, both moved by rage, proceeded to that place where Prahlada was. And beholding them together, Prahlada said, These two who had never before been companions are now seen together coming hither by the same road, like 2 angry snakes. Have ye now become companions, ye who were never companions before? I ask thee, O Vairocana, has there been friendship between thee and Sudden one? Vairocana said, There is no friendship between me and Sudden one. On the other hand, we have both wagered our lives. O chief of the Asuras, I shall ask thee a question, do not answer it untruly. Prahlada said, Let water, and honey and curds, be brought for Sudden one. Thou deservest our worship, O Brahmana. A white and fat cow is ready for thee. Sudden one said, Water and honey and curds have been presented to me on my way hither. I shall ask thee a question. Prahlada, answer it truly. Are Brahmanas superior, or is Vairocana superior? Prahlada said, O Brahmana, this one is my only son. Thou also art present here in person. How can one like us answer a question about which ye two have quarreled? Sudden one said, Give unto thy son thy kine and other precious wealth that thou mayst have, but, O wise one, thou shouldst declare the truth when we two are disputing about it. Prahlada said, How doth that misuser of his tongue suffer, O sudden one, who answereth not truly but falsely a question that is put to him? I ask thee this. Sudden one said, The person that misuseth his tongue suffers like the deserted wife, who pinneth, at night, beholding her husband sleeping in the arms of a co-wife, like a person who hath lost at dice, or who is weighed down with an unbearable load of anxieties. Such a man hath also to stay, starving outside the city gates, into which his admission is barred. Indeed, he that giveth false evidence is destined to always find his foes. He that speaketh a lie on account of an animal casteth down from heaven 5 of his sires of the ascending order. He that speaketh a lie on account of a cow casteth down from heaven 10 of his ancestors. A lie on account of a horse causeth the downfall of 100, and a lie on account of a human being, the downfall of 1,000 of one's sires of the ascending order. An untruth on account of gold ruineth the members of one's race, both born and unborn, while an untruth for the sake of land ruineth everything. Therefore, never speak an untruth for the sake of land. Prahlada said, Angiras is superior to myself, and Sudden one is superior to thee, O Vairocana. Mother also of Sudden one is superior to thy mother, therefore, thou, O Vairocana, hath been defeated by Sudden one. This Sudden one is now the master of thy life. But, O Sudden One, I wish that thou shouldst grant Vairocana his life. Sudden One said, Since, O Prahlada, thou hast preferred virtue and hast not, from temptation, said an untruth, I grant thy son his life that is dear to thee. So here is thy son Vairocana, O Prahlada, restored by me to thee. He shall, however, have to wash my feet in the presence of the maiden Kisari. Vidura continued, For these reasons, O King of Kings, it behoveth thee not to say an untruth for the sake of land. Saying an untruth from affection for thy son, O King, hasten not to destruction, with all thy children and counselors. The gods do not protect men, taking up clubs in their hands after the manner of herdsmen. Unto those, however, they wish to protect, they grant intelligence. There is no doubt that one's objects meet with success in proportion to the attention he directs to righteousness and morality. The Vedas never rescue from sin a deceitful person living by falsehood. On the other hand, they forsake him while he is on his deathbed, like newly fledged birds forsaking their nests. Drinking, quarrels, enmity with large numbers of men, all connections with connubial disputes, and severance of relationship between husband and wife, internal dissensions, disloyalty to the king, these and all paths that are sinful should, it is said, be avoided. A palmist, a thief turned into a merchant, a fowler, a physician, an enemy, a friend, and a minstrel, these 7 are incompetent as witness. An Agnihotra performed from motives of pride, abstention from speech, practiced from similar motives, study and sacrifice from the same motives, these 4, of themselves innocent, become harmful when practiced unduly. One that setteth fire to a dwelling house, an administerer of poison, a pander, a vendor of the soma juice, a maker of arrows, an astrologer, one that injureth friends, an adulterer, one that causeth abortion, a violator of his preceptor's bed, a brahmana addicted to drink, one that is sharp-speeched, a raker of old sores, an atheist, a reviler of the Vedas, and taker of bribes, one whose investiture with the sacred thread has been delayed beyond the prescribed age, one that secretly slayeth cattle, and one that slayeth him who prayeth for protection, these all are reckoned as equal in moral turpitude as the slayers of brahmanas. Gold is tested by fire, a well-born person, by his deportment, an honest man, by his conduct. A brave man is tested during a season of panic, he that is self-controlled, in times of poverty, and friends and foes, in times of calamity and danger. Decrepitude destroyeth beauty, ambitious hopes, patience, death, life, envy, righteousness, anger, prosperity, companionship with the low, good behavior, lust, modesty, and pride, everything. Prosperity taketh its birth in good deeds, groweth in consequence of activity, driveth its roots deep in consequence of skill, and acquireth stability owing to self-control. Wisdom, good lineage, self-control, acquaintance with the scriptures, prowess, absence of garrulity, gift to the extent of one's power, and gratefulness, these 8 qualities shed a luster upon their possessor. But, O sire, there is one endowment which alone can cause all these attributes to come together. The fact is, when the king honoreth a particular person, the royal favor can cause all these attributes to shed their luster on the favorite. Those 8, O king, in the world of men, are indications of heaven. Of the 8 mentioned below, 4 are inseparably connected with the good, and 4 others are always followed by the good. The first 4 which are inseparably connected with the good are sacrifice, gift, study, and asceticism, while the other 4 that are always followed by the good are self-restraint, truth, simplicity, and abstention from injury to all. Sacrifice, study, charity, asceticism, truth, forgiveness, mercy, and contentment constitute the 8 different paths of righteousness. The first 4 of these may be practiced from motives of pride, but the last 4 can exist only in those that are truly noble. That is no assembly where there are no old men, and they are not old who do not declare what morality is. That is not morality which is separated from truth, and that is not truth which is fraught with deceit. Truth, beauty, acquaintance with the scriptures, knowledge, high birth, good behavior, strength, wealth, bravery, and capacity for varied talk, these 10 are of heavenly origin. A sinful person, by committing sin, is overtaken by evil consequences. A virtuous man, by practicing virtue, reapeth great happiness. Therefore, a man, rigidly resolved, should abstain from sin. Sin, repeatedly perpetrated, destroyeth intelligence, and the man who hath lost intelligence repeatedly committeth sin. Virtue, repeatedly practiced, enhanceth intelligence, and the man whose intelligence hath increased repeatedly practiseth virtue. The virtuous man, by practicing virtue, goeth to regions of blessedness. Therefore, a man should, firmly resolved, practice virtue. He that is envious, he that injureth others deeply, he that is cruel, he that constantly quarreleth, he that is deceitful, soon meeteth with great misery for practicing these sins. He that is not envious and is possessed of wisdom, by always doing what is good, never meeteth with great misery. On the other hand, he shineth everywhere. He that draweth wisdom from them that are wise is really learned and wise. And he that is wise, by attending to both virtue and profit, succeedeth in attaining to happiness. Do that during the day which may enable thee to pass the night in happiness, and do that during 8 months of the year which may enable thee to pass the season of rains happily. Do that during youth which may ensure a happy old age, and do that during thy whole life here which may enable thee to live happily hereafter. The wise prize that food which is easily digested, that wife whose youth hath passed away, that hero who is victorious, and that ascetic whose efforts have been crowned with success. The gap that is sought to be filled by wealth acquired wrongfully remaineth uncovered, while new ones appear in other places. The preceptor controlleth them whose souls are under their own control. The king controlleth persons that are wicked, while they that sin secretly have their controller in Yama, the son of Vivasvat. The greatness of rishis, of rivers, of riverbanks, of high-souled men, and the cause of woman's wickedness cannot be ascertained. O king, he that is devoted to the worship of the Brahmanas, he that giveth away, he that behaveth righteously towards his relatives, and the kshatriya that behaveth nobly, rule the earth forever. He that is possessed of bravery, he that is possessed of learning, and he that knows how to protect others, these 3 are always able to gather flowers of gold from the earth. Of acts, those accomplished by intelligence are first, those accomplished by the arms, second, those by the thighs, and those by bearing weights upon the head are the very worst. Reposing the care of thy kingdom on Duryodhana, on Sakuni, on foolish Dasasana, and on Karna, how canst thou hope for prosperity? Possessed of every virtue, the Pandavas, O bull of the Bharata race, depend on thee as their father. O, repose thou on them as on thy sons. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 36. Vidura said, in this connection is cited the old story of the discourse between the son of Atri and the deities called Sathyas is as heard by us. In days of old, the deities known by the name of Sathyas questioned the highly wise and great rishi of rigid vows, the son of Atri, while the latter was wandering in the guise of one depending on eleemosynary charity for livelihood. The Sathyas said, we are, O great rishi, deities known as Sathyas. Beholding thee, we are unable to guess who thou art. It seemeth to us, however, that thou art possessed of intelligence and self-control in consequence of acquaintance with the Scriptures. It, therefore, behoveth thee to discourse to us in magnanimous words fraught with learning. The mendicant Rishi answered, Ye immortals, it hath been heard by me that by untying all the knots in the heart by the aid of tranquility, and by mastery over all the passions, and observance of true religion, one should regard both the agreeable and the disagreeable like his own self. One should not return the slanders or reproaches of others, for the pain that is felt by him who beareth silently consumeth the slanderer, and he that beareth succeedeth also in appropriating the virtues of the slanderer. Indulge not in slanders and reproaches. Do not humiliate and insult others. Quarrel not with friends. Abstain from companionship with those that are vile and low. Be not arrogant and ignoble in conduct. Avoid words that are harsh and fraught with anger. Harsh words burn and scorch the very vitals, bones, heart, and the very sources of the life of men. Therefore, he that is virtuous should always abstain from harsh and angry words. That worst of men is of harsh and wrathful speech, who pierceth the vitals of others with wordy thorns, beareth hell in his tongue, and should ever be regarded as a dispenser of misery to men. The man that is wise, pierced by another's wordy arrows, sharp-pointed and smarting like fire or the sun, should, even if deeply wounded and burning with pain, bear them patiently, remembering that the slanderer's merits become his. He that waiteth upon one that is good, or upon one that is wicked, upon one that is possessed of ascetic merit, or upon one that is a thief, soon taketh the color from that companion of his, like a cloth from the dye in which it is soaked. The very gods desire his company, who, stung with reproach, returneth if not himself, nor causeth others to return it, or who being struck doth not himself return the blow, nor causeth other to do it, and who wisheth not the slightest injury to him that injureth him. Silence, it is said, is better than speech. If speak you must, then it is better to say the truth. If truth is to be said, it is better to say what is agreeable, and if what is agreeable is to be said, then it is better to say what is consistent with morality. A man becometh exactly like him with whom he liveth, or like him whom he regardeth, or like that which he wisheth to be. One is freed from those things from which one abstaineth, and if one abstaineth from everything he hath not to suffer even the least misery. Such a man neither vanquisheth others, nor is vanquished by others. He never injureth nor opposeth others. He is unmoved by praise or blame. He neither grieveth nor exulteth in joy. That man is regarded as the first of his species who wisheth for the prosperity of all, and never setteth his heart on the misery of others, who is truthful in speech, humble in behavior, and hath all his passions under control. That man is regarded as a mediocre in goodness, who never counseleth others by saying what is not true, who giveth having promise, and who keepeth an eye over the weakness of others. These, however, are the indications of a bad man, viz., incapacity to be controlled, liability to be afflicted by dangers, proneness to give way to wrath, ungratefulness, inability to become another's friend, and wickedness of heart. He too is the worst of men, who is dissatisfied with any good that may come to him from others, who is suspicious of his own self, and who driveth away from himself all his true friends. He that desireth prosperity to himself should wait upon them that are good, and at times upon them that are indifferent, but never upon them that are bad. He that is wicked earneth wealth, it is true, by putting forth his strength, by constant effort, by intelligence, and by prowess, but he can never win honest fame, nor can he acquire the virtues and manners of high families, and any of which he may be born. Dhritarashtra said, The gods, they that regard both virtue and profit without swerving from either, and they that are possessed of great learning, express a liking for high families. I ask thee, O Vidura, this question, what are those families that are called high? Vidura said, asceticism, self-restraint, knowledge of the Vedas, sacrifices, pure marriages, and gifts of food. Those families in which these 7 exist or are practiced duly are regarded as high. There are high families who deviate not from the right course, whose deceased ancestors are never pained by witnessing the wrongdoings of their descendants, who cheerfully practice all the virtues, who desire to enhance the pure fame of the line in which they are born, and who avoid every kind of falsehood. Families that are high fall down and become low owing to the absence of sacrifices, impure marriages, abandonment of the Vedas, and insults offered to Brahmanas. High families fall off and become low owing to their members disregarding or speaking ill of Brahmanas, or to the misappropriation, O Bharata, of what had been deposited with them by others. Those families that are possessed of members, wealth, and kine are not regarded as families if they be wanting in good manners and conduct, while families wanting in wealth but distinguished by manners and good conduct are regarded as such and win great reputation. Therefore, should good manners and good conduct be maintained with care, for, as regards wealth, it cometh or goeth. He that is wanting in wealth is not really wanting, but he that is wanting in manners and conduct is really in want. Those families that abound in kine and other cattle and in the produce of the field are not really worthy of regard and fame if they be wanting in manners and conduct. Let none in our race be a fomenter of quarrels, none serve a king as minister, none steal the wealth of others, none provoke intestine dissensions, none be deceitful or false in behavior, and none eat before serving the rishis, the gods, and guests. He, in our race, who slayeth Brahmanas, or entertaineth feelings of aversion towards them, or impedeth or otherwise injureth agriculture, doth not deserve to mix with us. Straw, for a seat, ground, for sitting upon, water, to wash the feet and face, and, fourthly, sweet words, these are never wanting in the houses of the good. Virtuous men devoted to the practice of righteous acts, when desirous of entertaining guests, have these things ready for being offered with reverence. As the sandal tree, O king, though thin, is competent to bear weights which timbers of other trees, much thicker, cannot, so they that belong to high families are always able to bear the weight of great cares which ordinary men cannot. He is no friend whose anger inspireth fear, or who is to be waited upon with fear. He, however, on whom one can repose confidence as on a father, is a true friend. Other friendships are nominal connection. He that beareth himself as a friend, even though unconnected by birth of blood, is a true friend, a real refuge, and a protector. He, whose heart is unsteady, or who doth not wait upon the aged, or who is of a restless disposition, cannot make friends. Success, in the attainment of objects, forsaketh the person whose heart is unsteady, or who hath no control over his mind, or who is a slave of his senses, like swans forsaking a tank whose waters have dried up. They that are of weak mind suddenly give way to anger, and are gratified without sufficient cause. They are like clouds that are so inconstant. The very birds of prey abstain from touching the dead bodies of those who, having been served and benefited by friends, show ingratitude to the latter. Beest thou poor or beest thou rich, thou shouldst honor thy friends. Until some service is asked, the sincerity or otherwise of friends cannot be known. Sorrow killeth beauty, sorrow killeth strength, sorrow killeth the understanding, and sorrow bringeth on disease. Grief, instead of helping the acquisition of his object, drieth up the body, and mocketh one's foes glad. Therefore, do not yield to grief. Men repeatedly die and are reborn, repeatedly they wither away and grow, repeatedly they ask others for help, and they themselves are asked for help, repeatedly they lament and are lamented. Happiness and misery, plenty and want, gain and loss, life and death, are shared by all in due order. Therefore, he that is self-controlled should neither exult in joy nor repine in sorrow. The 6 senses are always restless. Through the most predominant one amongst them one's understanding escapeth in proportion to the strength it assumes, like water from a pot through its holes. Dhritarashtra said, King Yudhishthira, who is like a flame of fire, has been deceived by me. He will surely exterminate in battle all my wicked sons. Everything, therefore, seems to me to be fraught with danger, and my mind is full of anxiety. O thou of great intelligence, tell me such words as may dispel my anxiety. Vidura said, O sinless one, in nothing else than knowledge and asceticism, in nothing else than restraining the senses, in nothing else than complete abandonment of avarice, do I see thy good. Fear is dispelled by self-knowledge. By asceticism one winneth what is great and valuable. By waiting upon superiors learning is acquired, and peace is gained by self-restraint. They that desire salvation without having acquired the merit attainable by gifts, or that which is attainable by practicing the ritual of the Vedas, do not sojourn through life, freed from anger and aversion. The happiness that may be derived from a judicious course of study, from a battle fought virtuously, from ascetic austerities performed rigidly, always increaseth at the end. They that are no longer in peace with their relatives, obtain no steep even if they have recourse to well-made beds, nor do they, O king, derive any plea sure from women, or the laudatory hymns of bards and eulogists. Such persons can never practice virtue. Happiness can never be theirs in this world. Honors can never be theirs, and peace hath no charm for them. Counsels that are for their benefit please them not. They never acquire what they have not, nor succeed in retaining what they have, O king. There is no other end for such men save destruction. As milk is possible in kine, asceticism in brahmanas, and inconstancy in women, so fear is possible from relatives. Numerous thin threads of equal length, collected together, are competent to bear, from the strength of numbers, the constant rolling of the shuttlecock over them. The case is even so with relatives that are good, O bull of the Bharata race, separated from one another. Burning brands produce only smoke, but brought together they blaze forth into a powerful flame. The case is even so, O Dhritarashtra, with relatives. They, O Dhritarashtra, who tyrannize over brahmanas, women, relatives, and kine, soon fall off their stalks, like fruits that are ripe. And the tree that stands singly, though gigantic and strong and deep-rooted, hath its trunk soon smashed and twisted by a mighty wind. Those trees, however, that grow in close compact are competent owing to mutual dependence to resist winds more violent still. Thus he that is single, however, endowed with all the virtues, is regarded by foes as capable of being vanquished like an isolated tree by the wind. Relatives, again, in consequence of mutual dependence and mutual aid, grow together, like lotus stalks in a lake. These must never be slain, viz. Brahmanas, kine, relatives, children, women, those whose food is eaten, and those also that yield by asking for protection. O king, without wealth no good quality can show itself in a person. If, however, thou art in health, thou canst achieve thy good, for he is dead who is unhealthy and ill. O king, anger is a kind of bitter, pungent, acrid, and hot drink, painful in its consequences. It is a kind of headache not born of any physical illness, and they that are unwise can never digest it. Do thou, O king, swallow it up and obtain peace. They that are tortured by disease have no liking for enjoyments, nor do they desire any happiness from wealth. The sick, however, filled with sorrow, know not what happiness is or what the enjoyments of wealth are. Beholding Rupati won at dice, I told thee before, O king, these words, they that are honest avoid deceit in play. Therefore, stop Duryodhana. Thou didst not, however, act according to my words. That is not strength which is opposed to softness. On the other hand, strength mixed with softness constitutes true policy which should ever be pursued. That prosperity which is dependent on crookedness alone is destined to be destroyed. That prosperity, however, which depends on both strength and softness, descends to sons and grandsons intact. Let, therefore, thy sons cherish the Pandavas, and the Pandavas also cherish thy sons. O king, let the Kurus and the Pandavas, both having same friends and same foes, live together in happiness and prosperity. Thou art, today, O king, the refuge of the sons of Kuru. Indeed, the race of Kuru, O Ajamata, is dependent on thee. O sire, preserving thy fame unsullied, cherish thou the children of Pandu, afflicted as they are with the sufferings of exile. O descendant of Kuru, make peace with the sons of Pandu. Let not thy foes discover thy holes. They all, O God among men, are devoted to truth. O king of men, withdraw Duryodhana from his evil ways. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 37. Vidura said, O son of Vichitravirya, Manu, the son of the self-created, hath, O king, spoken of the following 7 and 10 kinds of men, as those that strike empty space with their fists, or seek to bend the vapory bow of Indra in the sky, or desire to catch the intangible rays of the sun. These 7 and 10 kinds of foolish men are as follow: he who seeketh to control a person that is incapable of being controlled, he who is content with small gains, he who humbly pays court to enemies, he who seeks to restrain women's frailty, he who asketh him for gifts who should never be asked, he who boasteth, having done anything, he who, born in a high family, perpetrateth an improper deed, he who being weak always wageth hostilities with one that is powerful, he who talketh to a person, listening scoffingly, he who desireth to have that which is unattainable, he who being a father-in-law, jesteth with his daughter-in-law, he who boasteth at having his alarms dispelled by his daughter-in-law, he who scattereth his own seeds in another's field, he who speaketh ill of his own wife, he who having received anything from another saith that he doth not remember it, he who, having given away anything in words in holy places, boasteth at home when asked to make good his words, and he who striveth to prove the truth of what is false. The envoys of Yama, with nooses in hand, drag those persons to hell. One should behave towards another just as that other behaveth towards him. Even this is consistent with social polity. One may behave deceitfully towards him that behaveth deceitfully, but honestly towards him that is honest in his behavior. Old age killeth beauty, patience, hope, death, life, the practice of virtue, worldly enjoyments, lust, modesty, companionship with the wicked, good behavior, anger, prosperity, and pride, everything. Dhritarashtra said, Man hath been spoken of in all the Vedas as having 100 years for the period of his life. For what reason, then, do not all men attain the allotted period? Vidura said, Excess of pride, excess in speech, excess in eating, anger, the desire of enjoyment, and intestine dissensions, these, O king, are 6 sharp swords that cut off the period of life allotted to creatures. It is these which kill men, and not death. Knowing this, blessed be thou. He who appropriates to himself the wife of one who hath confided in him, he who violates the bed of his preceptor, that Brahmana, O Bharata, who becomes the husband of a Sudra woman, or drinks wines, he who commendeth Brahmanas, or becometh their master, or taketh away the lands that support them, and he who taketh the lives of those who yield asking for protection, are all guilty of the sin of slaying Brahmanas. The Vedas declare that contact with these requires expiation. He that accepts the teaching of the wise, he that is acquainted with the rules of morality, he that is liberal, he that eateth having first dedicated the food to the gods and Pitris, he that envieth none, he that is incapable of doing anything that injureth others, he that is grateful, truthful, humble, and learned, succeedeth in attaining to heaven. They are abundant, O king, that can always speak agreeable words. The speaker, however, is rare, as also the hearer, of words that are disagreeable but medicinal. That man who, without regarding what is agreeable or disagreeable to his master, but keeping virtue alone in view, saith what is unpalatable, but medicinal, truly addeth to the strength of the king. For the sake of the family a member may be sacrificed, for the sake of the village a family may be sacrificed, for the sake of a kingdom a village may be sacrificed, and for the sake of one's soul the whole earth may be sacrificed. One should protect his wealth in view of the calamities that may overtake him. By his wealth one should protect his wives, and by both his wealth and wives one should protect his own self. From very olden times it hath been seen that gambling provoketh quarrels. Therefore, he that is wise should not resort to it even in jest. O son of Pratapa, at the time of that gambling match I told thee, O king, this is not proper. But, O son of Vichitravirya, like medicine to a sick man, those words of mine were not agreeable to thee. O king, thou desirest to vanquish the sons of Pandu, who are just as peacocks of variegated plumage, whereas thy sons are all as crows. Forsaking lions, thou art protecting jackals. O king, when the time cometh, thou wilt have to grieve for all this. That master, O sire, who doth not give vent to his displeasure with devoted servants zealously pursuing his good, enlisteth the confidence of his servants. In fact, the latter adhere to him even in distress. By confiscating the grants to one's servants or stopping their pay, one should not seek to amass wealth, for even affectionate counselors, deprived of their means of life and enjoyment, turn against him and leave him in distress. Reflecting first on all intended acts and adjusting the wages and allowances of servants with his income and expenditure, a king should make proper alliances, for there is nothing that cannot be accomplished by alliances. That officer who, fully understanding the intentions of his royal master, dischargeth all duties with alacrity, and who is respectable himself and devoted to his master, always telleth what is for his master's good, and who is fully acquainted with the extent of his own might and with that also of those against whom he may be engaged, should be regarded by the king as his second self. That servant, however, who commanded by his master, disregardeth the latter's injunctions, and who enjoined to do anything refuseth to submit, proud as he is of his own intelligence and given to arguing against his master, should be got rid of without the least delay. Men of learning say that a servant should be endued with these 8 qualities, viz., absence of pride, ability, absence of procrastination, kindness, cleanliness, incorruptibility, birth in a family free from the taint of disease, and weightiness of speech. No man should confidently enter an enemy's house after dusk, even with notice. One should not at night lurk in the yard of another's premises, nor should one seek to enjoy a woman to whom the king himself might make love. Never set thyself against the decision to which a person hath arrived who keepeth low company, and who is in the habit of consulting all he meeteth. Never tell him, I do not believe thee, but assigning some reason send him away on a pretext. A king who is exceedingly merciful, a woman of lewd character, the servant of a king, a son, a brother, a widow having an infant son, one serving in the army, and one that hath suffered great losses, should never be engaged in pecuniary transactions of lending or borrowing. These 8 qualities shed a luster on men, viz., wisdom, high lineage, acquaintance with scriptures, self-restraint, prowess, moderation in speech, gift to the extent of one's power, and gratefulness. These high qualities, O sire, are necessarily brought together by one only by gifts. When the king favors a person, that incident of royal favor bringeth in all others, and holdeth them together. He that performeth ablutions winneth these 10, viz., strength, beauty, a clear voice, capacity to utter all the alphabetical sounds, delicacy of touch, fineness of scent, cleanliness, gracefulness, delicacy of limbs, and beautiful women. He that eateth sparingly winneth these 6, viz., health, long life, and ease. His progeny also becometh healthy, and nobody reproacheth him for gluttony. One should not give shelter to these in his house, viz., one that always acteth improperly, one that eateth too much, one that is hated by all, one that is exceedingly deceitful, one that is cruel, one that is ignorant of the proprieties of time and place, and one that dresseth indecently. A person, however distressed, should never solicit a miser for alms, or one that speaketh ill of others, or one that is unacquainted with the Shastras, or a dweller in the woods, or one that is cunning, or one that doth not regard persons worthy of regard, or one that is cruel, or one that habitually quarrels with others, or one that is ungrateful. A person should never wait upon these 6 worst of men, viz., one that is a foe, one that always errs, one that is wedded to falsehood, one that is wanting in devotion to the gods, one that is without affection, and one that always regards himself competent to do everything. One's purposes depend, for their success, on means, and means are dependent, again, on the nature of the purposes sought to be accomplished by them. They are intimately connected with each other, so that success depends on both. Begetting sons and rendering them independent by making some provision for them, and bestowing maiden daughters on eligible persons, one should retire to the woods, and desire to live as a muni. One should, for obtaining the favors of the Supreme Being, do that which is for the good of all creatures as also for his own happiness, for it is this which is the root of the successful of all one's objects. What anxiety hath he for a livelihood that hath intelligence, energy, prowess, strength, alacrity, and perseverance? Behold the evils of a rupture with the Pandavas, which would sadden the very gods with Sakra. These are, first, enmity between them that are all thy sons; secondly, a life of continued anxiety; thirdly, the loss of the fair fame of the Kurus; and lastly, the joy of those that are thy enemies. The wrath of Bhishma, O thou of the splendor of Indra, of Drona, and the king Yudhishthira, will consume the whole world, like a comet of large proportions falling transversely on the earth. Thy 100 sons and Karna and the sons of Pandu can together rule the vast earth with the belt of the seas. O king, the Dhartarashtras constitute a forest of which the Pandavas are, I think, tigers. Oh, do not cut down that forest with its tigers. Oh, let not the tigers be driven from that forest. There can be no forest without tigers, and no tigers without a forest. The forest shelters the tigers, and tigers guard the forest. They that are sinful never seek so much to ascertain the good qualities of others as to ascertain their faults. He that desires the highest success in all matters connected with worldly profit should from the very beginning practice virtue, for true profit is never separated from heaven. He whose soul hath been dissociated from sin and firmly fixed on virtue hath understood all things in their natural and adventitious states. He that followeth virtue, profit, and desire, in proper seasons, obtaineth, both here and hereafter, a combination of all three. He that restraineth the force of both anger and joy, and never, O king, loseth his senses under calamities, winneth prosperity. Listen to me, O king. Men are said to have 5 different kinds of strength. Of these, the strength of arms is regarded to be of the most inferior kind. Blessed be thou, the acquisition of good counselors is regarded as the second kind of strength. The wise have said that the acquisition of wealth is the third kind of strength. The strength of birth, O king, which one naturally acquireth from one's sires and grandsires, is regarded as the fourth kind of strength. That, however, O Bharata, by which all these are one, and which is the foremost of all kinds of strength, is called the strength of the intellect. Having provoked the hostility of a person who is capable of inflicting great injury on a fellow creature, one should not gather assurance from the thought that one liveth at a distance from the other. Who that is wise that can place his trust on women, kings, serpents, his own master, enemies, enjoyments, and period of life? There are no physicians nor medicines for one that hath been struck by the arrow of wisdom. In the case of such a person, neither the mantras of Homa, nor auspicious ceremonies, nor the mantras of the Atharva Veda, nor any of the antidotes of poison are of any efficacy. Serpents, fire, lions, and consanguineous relatives, none of these, O Bharata, should be disregarded by a man. All of these are possessed of great power. Fire is a thing of great energy in this world. It lurketh in wood, and never consumeth it till it is ignited by others. That very fire, when brought out by friction, consumeth by its energy not only the wood in which it lurketh, but also an entire forest and many other things. Men of high lineage are just like fire in energy. Endued with forgiveness, they betray no outward symptoms of wrath, and are quiet like fire and wood. Thou, O king, with thy sons art possessed of the virtue of creepers, and the sons of Pandu are regarded as solid trees. A creeper never groweth unless there is a large tree to twine round. O king, O son of Ambika, thy son is as a forest. O sire, know that the Pandavas are the lions of that forest. Without its lions the forest is doomed to destruction, and lions also are doomed to destruction without the forest to shelter them. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 38. Vidura said, the heart of a young man, when an aged and venerable person cometh to his house, as a guest, soareth aloft. By advancing forward and saluting him, he getteth it back. He that is self-controlled, first offering a seat, and bringing water and causing his guest's feet to be washed and making the usual inquiries of welcome, should then speak of his own affairs, and taking everything into consideration, offer him food. The wise have said that man liveth in vain in whose dwelling a Brahmana conversant with mantras doth not accept water, honey, and curds, and kind from fear of being unable to appropriate them, or from miserliness and unwillingness with which the gifts are made. A physician, a maker of arrows, even one that hath given up the vow of Brahmacharya before it is complete, a thief, a crooked-minded man, a Brahmana that drinks, one that causeth miscarriage, one that liveth by serving in the army, and one that selleth the Vedas, when arrived as a guest, however undeserving he may be, the offer of water should be regarded, by a householder, as exceedingly dear. A Brahmana should never be a seller of salt, of cooked food, curds, milk, honey, oil, clarified butter, sesame, meat, fruits, roots, potterbs, dyed clothes, all kinds of perfumery, and treacle. He that never giveth way to anger, he that is above grief, he that is no longer in need of friendship and quarrels, he that disregardeth both praise and blame, and he that standeth aloof from both what is agreeable and disagreeable, like one perfectly withdrawn from the world, is a real yogin of the bhikshu order. That virtuous ascetic who liveth on rice growing wild, or roots, or potterbs, who hath his soul under control, who carefully keepeth his fire for worship, and dwelling in the woods is always regardful of guests, is indeed the foremost of his brotherhood. Having wronged an intelligent person, one should never gather assurance from the fact that one liveth at a distance from the person wronged. Long are the arms which intelligent persons have, by which they can return wrongs for wrongs done to them. One should never put trust on him who should not be trusted, nor put too much trust on him who should be trusted, for the danger that ariseth from one's having reposed trust on another cutteth off one's very roots. One should renounce envy, protect one's wives, give to others what is their due, and be agreeable in speech. One should be sweet-tongued and pleasant in his address as regards one's wives, but should never be their slave. It hath been said that wives that are highly blessed and virtuous, worthy of worship and the ornaments of their homes, are really embodiments of domestic prosperity. They should, therefore, be protected particularly. One should devolve the looking over of his inner apartments on his father, of the kitchen, on his mother, of the kine, on somebody he looks upon as his own self, but as regards agriculture, one should look over it himself. One should look after guests of the trader caste through his servants, and those of the Brahmana caste through his sons. Fire hath its origin in water, Kshatriyas and Brahmanas, and iron and stone. The energy of those, i.e., fire, Kshatriyas, and iron, can affect all things, but is neutralized as soon as the things come in contact with their progenitors. Fire lieth concealed in wood without showing itself externally. Good and forgiving men born of high families and endued with fiery energy do not betray any outward symptoms of what is within them. That king whose counsels cannot be known by either outsiders or those about him, but who knoweth the counsels of others through his spies, enjoyeth his prosperity long. One should never speak of what one intends to do. Let anything thou doest in respect of virtue, profit, and desire be not known till it is done. Let counsels be not divulged. Ascending on the mountaintop or on the terrace of a palace, or proceeding to a wilderness devoid of trees and plants, one should, in secrecy, mature his counsels. O Bharata, neither a friend who is without learning, nor a learned friend who hath no control over his senses, deserveth to be a repository of state secrets. O king, never make one thy minister without examining him well, for a king's finances and the keeping of his counsels both depend on his minister. That king is the foremost of rulers, whose ministers know his acts in respect of virtue, profit, and desire, only after they are done. The king whose counsels are kept close, without doubt, commendeth success. He that from ignorance committeth acts that are censurable, loseth his very life in consequence of the untoward results of those acts. The doing of acts that are praiseworthy is always attended with ease. Omission to do such acts leadeth to repentance. As a Brahmana without having studied the Vedas is not fit to officiate at a Shraddha in honor of the Pitris, so he that hath not heard of the 6 means for protecting a kingdom deserveth not to take part in political deliberations. O king, he that hath an eye upon increase, decrease, and surplus, he that is conversant with the 6 means and knoweth also his own self, he whose conduct is always applauded, bringeth the whole earth under subjection to himself. He whose anger and joy are productive of consequences, he who looketh over personally what should be done, he who hath his treasury under his own control, bringeth the whole earth under subjection to himself. The king should be content with the name he wins and the umbrella that is held over his head. He should divide the wealth of the kingdom among these that serve him. Alone he should not appropriate everything. A Brahmana knoweth a Brahmana, the husband understandeth the wife, the king knoweth the minister, and monarchs know monarchs. A foe that deserveth death, when brought under subjection, should never be set free. If one be weak, one should pay court to one's foe that is stronger, even if the latter deserves death, but one should kill that foe as soon as one commendeth sufficient strength, for, if not killed, dangers soon arise from him. One should, with an effort, control his wrath against the gods, kings, brahmanas, old men, children, and those that are helpless. He that is wise should avoid unprofitable quarrels such as fools only engage in. By this one winneth great fame in this world, and avoideth misery and unhappiness. People never desire him for a master whose grace is fruitless, and whose wrath goeth for nothing, like women never desiring him for a husband who is a eunuch. Intelligence doth not exist for the acquisition of wealth, nor is idleness the cause of adversity. The man of wisdom only knoweth, and not others, the cause of the diversities of condition in this world. The fool, O Bharata, always disregardeth those that are elderly in years, and eminent in conduct and knowledge, in intelligence, wealth, and lineage. Calamities soon come upon them that are of wicked disposition, devoid of wisdom, envious, or sinful, foul-tongued, and wrathful. Absence of deceitfulness, gift, observance of the established rules of intercourse, and speech well controlled, bring all creatures under subjection. He that is without deceitfulness, he that is active, grateful, intelligent, and guileless, even if his treasury be empty, obtaineth friends, counselors, and servants. Intelligence, tranquility of mind, self-control, purity, absence of harsh speech, and unwillingness to do anything disagreeable to friends, these 7 are regarded as the fuel of prosperity's flame. The rich who doth not give to others their due, who is of wicked soul, who is ungrateful, and shameless, should, O king, be avoided. The guilty person who provoketh another about him that is innocent cannot sleep peacefully at night, like a person passing the night with a snake in the same room. They, O Bharata, who upon being angry endanger one's possessions and means of acquisition, should always be propitiated like the very gods. Those objects that depend upon women, careless persons, men that have fallen away from the duties of their caste, and those that are wicked in disposition, are doubtful of success. They sink helplessly. O king, like a raft made of stone, who have a woman, a deceitful person, or a child, for their guide. They that are competent in the general principles of work, though not in particular kinds of work, are regarded by men as learned and wise for particular kinds of work, are subsidiary. That man who is highly spoken of by swindlers, mimes, and women of ill fame, is more dead than alive, forsaking these mighty bowmen of immeasurable energy, viz., the son of Pandu, thou hast, O Bharata, devolved on Duryodhana the cares of a mighty empire. Thou shalt, therefore, soon see that swelling affluence fall off, like valley fallen off from the 3 worlds. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 39. Dhritarashtra said, Man is not the disposer of either his prosperity or adversity. He is like a wooden doll moved by strings. Indeed, the Creator hath made man subject to destiny. Go on telling me, I am attentive to what thou sayest. Vidura said, O Bharata, by speaking words out of season, even Vrihaspati himself incurreth reproach and the charge of ignorance. One becometh agreeable by gift, another by sweet words, a third by the force of incantation and drugs. He, however, that is naturally agreeable, always remaineth so. He that is hated by another is never regarded by that other as honest or intelligent or wise. One attributeth everything good to him one loveth, and everything evil to him one hateth. O king, as soon as Duryodhana was born I told thee, thou shouldst abandon this one son, for by abandoning him thou wouldst secure the prosperity of thy 100 sons, and by keeping him, destruction would overtake thy 100 sons. That gain should never be regarded highly which leadeth to loss. On the other hand, that loss even should be regarded highly which would bring on gain. That is no loss, O king, which bringeth on gain. That, however, should be reckoned as loss which is certain to bring about greater losses still. Some become eminent in consequence of good qualities, others become so in consequence of wealth. Avoid them, O Dhritarashtra, that are eminent in wealth, but destitute of good qualities. Dhritarashtra said, "All that you sayest is approved by the wise, and is for my future good. I dare not, however, abandon my son. It is well known that where there is righteousness there is victory." Vidura said, "He that is graced with every virtue and is endued with humility is never indifferent to even the minutest sufferings of living creatures. They, however, that are ever employed in speaking ill of others, always strive with activity quarreling with one another and in all matters calculated to give pain to others. There is sin in accepting gifts from, and danger in making gifts to them, whose very sight is inauspicious and whose companionship is fraught with danger. They that are quarrelsome, covetous, shameless, deceitful, are known unrighteous, and their companionship should always be avoided. One should also avoid those men that are endued with similar faults of a grave nature, when the occasion that caused the friendship is over the friendship of those that are low, the beneficial result of that connection, and the happiness also derivable from it, all come to an end. They then strive to speak ill of their late friend and endeavor to inflict loss on him, and if the loss they sustain be even very small, for all that they, from want of self-control, fail to enjoy peace. He that is learned, examining everything carefully and reflecting well, should, from a distance, avoid the friendship of vile and wicked-minded persons such as these. He that helpeth his poor and wretched and helpless relatives, obtain children and animals, and enjoyeth prosperity that knoweth no end. They that desire their own benefit should always succor their relatives. By every means, therefore, O king, do thou seek the growth of thy race. Prosperity will be thine, O monarch, if thou behavest well towards all thy relatives. Even relatives that are destitute of good qualities should be protected. O bull of the Bharata race, how much more, therefore, should they be protected that are endued with every virtue and are humbly expectant of thy favors. Favor thou the heroic sons of Pandu, O monarch, and let a few villages be assigned to them for their maintenance. By acting thus, O king, fame will be thine in this world. Thou art old, thou shouldst, therefore, control thy sons. I should say what is for thy good. Know me as one that wishes well to thee. He that desireth his own good should never quarrel, O sire, with his relatives. O bull of the Bharata race, happiness should ever be enjoyed with one's relatives, and not without them, to eat with one another, to talk with one another, and to love one another, are what relatives should always do. They should never quarrel. In this world it is the relatives that rescue, and the relatives that ruin relatives. Those amongst them that are righteous rescue, while those that are unrighteous sink their brethren. O king, be thou, O giver of honors, righteous in thy conduct towards the sons of Pandu. Surrounded by them, thou wouldst be unconquerable by thy foes. If a relative shrinks in the presence of a prosperous relative, like a deer at sight of a hunter armed with arrows, then the prosperous relative hath to take upon himself all the sins of the other. O best of men, repentance will be thine, for this thy inaction at present, when in future thou wilt hear of the death of either the Pandavas or thy sons. Oh, think of all this. When life itself is unstable, one should in the very beginning avoid that act in consequence of which one would have to indulge in regrets having entered the chamber of woe. True it is that a person other than Bhargava, the author of the science of morality, is liable to commit actions that go against morality. It is seen, however, that a just notion of consequence is present in all persons of intelligence. Thou art an aged scion of Kuru's race. If Duryodhana inflicted these wrongs on the sons of Pandu, it is thy duty, O king of men, to undo them all. Reinstating them in their position, thou wilt, in this world, be cleansed of all thy sins and be, O king of men, an object of worship with even those that have their souls under control. Reflecting on the well-spoken words of the wise according to their consequences, he that engageth in acts never loseth fame. The knowledge imparted by even men of learning and skill is imperfect, for that which is sought to be inculcated is ill understood, or, if understood, is not accomplished in practice. That learned person who never doth an act, the consequences of which are sin and misery, always groweth in prosperity. The person, however, of wicked soul, who from folly pursueth his sinful course, commenced before falleth into a slough of deep mire. He that is wise should ever keep in view the following 6 conduits by which counsels become divulged, and he that desireth success and a long dynasty should ever guard himself from those 6. They are intoxication, sleep, inattention to spies, set over one by another, one's own demeanor as dependent on the working of one's own heart, confidence reposed on a wicked counselor, and unskillful envoys. Knowing these 6 doors, through which counsels are divulged, he that keepeth them shut while pursuing the attainment of virtue, profit, and desire, succeedeth in standing over the heads of his foes. Without an acquaintance with the Scriptures, and without waiting upon the old, neither virtue nor profit can be known, or won, by persons blessed even with the intelligence of veracity. A thing is lost if cast into the sea, words are lost if addressed to one that listens not, the Scriptures are lost on one that hath not his soul under control, and a libation of clarified butter is lost if poured over the ashes left by a fire that is extinguished. He that is endued with the intelligence maketh friendships with those that are wise, having first examined by the aid of his intelligence, repeatedly searching by his understanding, and using his ears, eyes, and judgment. Humility removeth obloquy, ears, failure, prowess, forgiveness always conquereth anger, and auspicious rites destroy all indications of evil. One's lineage, O king, is tested by his objects of enjoyment, place of birth, house, behavior, food, and dress. When an object of enjoyment is available, even that one who hath attained emancipation is not unwilling to enjoy what, again, need be said of him that is yet wedded to desire. A king should cherish a counselor that worshipeth persons of wisdom, is endued with learning, virtue, agreeable appearance, friends, sweet speech, and a good heart. Whether of low or high birth, he who doth not transgress the rules of polite intercourse, who hath an eye on virtue, who is endued with humility and modesty, is superior to 100 persons of high birth. The friendship of those persons never cooleth, whose hearts, secret pursuits, and pleasures, and acquirements accord in every respect. He that is intelligent should avoid an ignorant person of wicked soul, like a pit whose mouth is covered with grass, for friendship with such a person can never last. The man of wisdom should never contract friendship with those that are proud, ignorant, fierce, rash, and fallen off from righteousness. He that is grateful, virtuous, truthful, large-hearted, and devoted, and he that hath his senses under control, preserveth his dignity, and never forsaketh a friend, should be desired for a friend. The withdrawal of the senses from their respective objects is equivalent to death itself. Their excessive indulgence again would ruin the very gods. Humility, love of all creatures, forgiveness, and respect for friends, these, the learned have said, lengthen life. He who with a firm resolution striveth to accomplish by a virtuous policy purposes that have once been frustrated is said to possess real manhood. That man attaineth all his objects, who is conversant with remedies to be applied in the future, who is firmly resolved in the present, and who could anticipate in the past how an act begun would end. That which a man pursueth in word, deed, and thought, winneth him for its own. Therefore, one should always seek that which is for his good. Effort after securing what is good, the properties of time, place, and means, acquaintance with the Scriptures, activity, straightforwardness, and frequent meetings with those that are good, these bring about prosperity. Perseverance is the root of prosperity, of gain, and of what is beneficial. The man that pursueth an object with perseverance, and without giving it up in vexation, is really great, and enjoyeth happiness that is unending. O sire, there is nothing more conducive of happiness, and nothing more proper for a man of power and energy as forgiveness in every place and at all times. He that is weak should forgive under all circumstances. He that is possessed of power should show forgiveness from motives of virtue, and he, to whom the success or failure of his objects is the same, is naturally forgiving. That pleasure the pursuit of which doth not injure one's virtue and profit should certainly be pursued to one's fill. One should not, however, act like a fool by giving free indulgence to his senses. Prosperity never resides in one who suffers himself to be tortured by a grief, who is addicted to evil ways, who denies Godhead, who is idle, who hath not his senses under control, and who is divested of exertion. The man that is humble, and who from humility is modest, is regarded as weak and persecuted by persons of misdirected intelligence. Prosperity never approacheth from fear the person that is excessively liberal, that giveth away without measure, that is possessed of extraordinary bravery, that practiseth the most rigid vows, and that is very proud of his wisdom. Prosperity doth not reside in one that is highly accomplished, nor in one that is without any accomplishment. She doth not desire a combination of all the virtues, nor is she pleased with the total absence of all virtues. Blind, like a mad cow, prosperity resides with someone who is not remarkable. The fruits of the Vedas are ceremonies performed before the Homa, fire. The fruits of an acquaintance with the scriptures are goodness of disposition and conduct. The fruits of women are the pleasures of intercourse and offspring, and the fruits of wealth are enjoyment and charity. He that performeth acts tending to secure his prosperity in the other world with wealth acquired sinfully, never reapeth the fruits of these acts in the other world, in consequence of the sinfulness of the acquisitions spent for the purpose. In the midst of deserts, or deep woods, or inaccessible fastnesses, amid all kinds of dangers and alarms, or in view of deadly weapons upraised for striking him, he that hath strength of mind entertaineth no fear. Exertion, self-control, skill, carefulness, steadiness, memory, and commencement of acts after mature deliberation, know that these are the roots of prosperity. Austerities constitute the strength of ascetics. The Vedas are the strength of those conversant with them. In envy lieth the strength of the wicked, and in forgiveness the strength of the virtuous. These 8, viz., water, roots, fruits, milk, clarified butter, what is done at the desire of a brahmana, or at the command of a preceptor, and medicine, are not destructive of a vow. That which is antagonistic to one's own self should never be applied in respect of another. Briefly, even this is virtue. Other kinds of virtue there are, but these proceed from caprice. Anger must be conquered by forgiveness, and the wicked must be conquered by honesty. The miser must be conquered by liberality, and falsehood must be conquered by truth. One should not place trust on a woman, a swindler, an idle person, a coward, one that is fierce, one that boasts of his own power, a thief, an ungrateful person, and an atheist. Achievements, period of life, fame, and power, these for always expand in the case of him that respectfully saluteth his superiors and waiteth upon the old. Do not set thy heart after these objects which cannot be acquired except by very painful exertion, or by sacrificing righteousness, or by bowing down to an enemy. A man without knowledge is to be pitied. An act of intercourse that is not fruitful is to be pitied. The people of a kingdom that are without food are to be pitied, and a kingdom without a king is to be pitied. These constitute the source of pain and weakness to embodied creatures, the rains, decay of hills and mountains, absence of enjoyment, anguish of women, and wordy arrows of the heart. The scum of the Vedas is want of study, of Brahmanas, absence of vows, of the earth, the Valakas, of man, untruth, of the chaste woman, curiosity, of women, exile from home. The scum of gold is silver, of silver, tin, of tin, lead, and of lead, useless dross. One cannot conquer sleep by lying down, women by desire, fire by fuel, and wine by drinking. His life is, indeed, crowned with success who hath won his friends by gifts, his foes in battle, and wife by food and drink. They who have thousands live, they who have hundreds also live. O Dhritarashtra, forsake desire. There is none who cannot manage to live by some means or other. Thy paddy, wheat, gold, animals, and women that are on earth all cannot satiate even one person. Reflecting on this, they that are wise never grieve for want of universal dominion. O king, I again tell thee, adopt an equal conduct towards thy children, i.e., towards the sons of Pandu and thy own sons. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 40. Vidura said, worshipped by the good and abandoning pride, that good man who pursueth his objects without outstepping the limits of his power, soon succeedeth in winning fame, for they that are good, when gratified with a person, are certainly competent to bestow happiness on him. He that forsaketh, of his own accord, even a great object owing to its being fraught with unrighteousness, liveth happily, casting off all foes, like a snake that hath cast off its slough. A victory gained by an untruth, deceitful conduct towards the king, and insincerity of intentions expressed before the preceptor, these three are each equal to the sin of slaying a Brahmana. Excessive envy, death, and boastfulness are the causes of the destruction of prosperity. Carelessness in waiting upon preceptor, haste, and boastlessness are the three enemies of knowledge. Idleness, inattention, confusion of the intellect, restlessness, gathering for killing time, haughtiness, pride, and covetousness, these seven constitute, it is said, the faults of students in the pursuit of learning. How can they that desire pleasure have knowledge? Students, again, engaged in the pursuit of learning, cannot have pleasure. Votaries of pleasure must give up knowledge, and votaries of knowledge must give up pleasure. Fire is never gratified with fuel, but can consume any measure thereof. The great ocean is never gratified with the rivers it receives, but can receive any number of them. Death is never gratified even with entire living creatures. A beautiful woman is never gratified with any number of men she may have. O king, hope killeth patience, yama killeth growth, anger killeth prosperity, miserliness killeth fame, absence of tending killeth cattle, one angry Brahmana destroyeth a whole kingdom. Let goats, brass, silver, honey, antidotes of poison, birds, Brahmanas versed in the Vedas, old relatives, and men of high birth sunk in poverty, be always present in thy house. O Bharata, Manu hath said that goats, bulls, sandal, lyres, mirrors, honey, clarified butter, iron, copper, conch shells, salagram, the stony image of Vishnu with gold within, and Gorakshnath should always be kept in one's house for the worship of the gods. Brahmanas and guests, for all those objects are auspicious. O sire, I would impart to thee another sacred lesson productive of great fruits, and which is the highest of all teachings, viz., virtue should never be forsaken from desire, fear, or temptation, nay, nor for the sake of life itself. Virtue is everlasting, pleasure and pain are transitory, life is, indeed, everlasting, but its particular phases are transitory. Forsaking those which are transitory, betake thyself to that which is everlasting, and let contentment be thine, for contentment is the highest of all acquisitions. Behold, illustrious and mighty kings, having ruled lands abounding with wealth and corn, have become the victims of the universal destroyer, leaving behind their kingdoms and vast sources of enjoyment. The son brought up with anxious care, when dead, is taken up and carried away by men to the burning ground. With the disheveled hair and crying piteously, they then cast the body into the funeral pyre, as if it were a piece of wood. Others enjoy the deceased's wealth, while birds and fire feast on the elements of his body. With two only he goeth to the other world, viz., his merits and his sins which keep him company. Throwing away the body, O sire, relatives, friends, and sons retrace their steps, like birds abandoning trees without blossoms and fruits. The person cast into the funeral pyre is followed only by his own acts. Therefore, should men carefully and gradually earn the merit of righteousness. In the world above this, and also in that below this, there are regions of great gloom and darkness. Know, O king, that those are regions where the senses of men are exceedingly afflicted. Oh, let not any of those places to thine. Carefully listening to these words, if thou canst act according to them, thou wilt obtain great fame in this world of men, and fear will not be thine here or hereafter. O Bharata, the soul is spoken of as a river. Religious merit constitutes its sacred baths, truth, its water, self-control, its banks, kindness, its waves. He that is righteous purifieth himself by a bath therein, for the soul is sacred, and the absence of desire is the highest merit. O king, life is a river whose waters are the five senses, and whose crocodiles and sharks are desire and anger. Making self-control thy raft, cross thou its eddies which are represented by repeated births. Worshipping and gratifying friends that are eminent in wisdom, virtue, learning, and years, he that asketh their advice about what he should do and should not do, is never misled. One should restrain one's lust and stomach by patience, one's hands and feet by one's eyes and ears by one's mind, and one's mind and words by one's acts. That Brahmana who never omitteth to perform his ablutions, who always weareth his sacred thread, who always attendeth to the study of the Vedas, who always avoideth food that is unclean, who telleth the truth and performeth acts in honor of his preceptor, never falleth off from the region of Brahma. Having studied the Vedas, poured libations into fire, performed sacrifices, protected subjects, sanctified his soul by drawing weapons for protecting kine and brahmanas, and died on the field of battle, the kshatriya attaineth to heaven. Having studied the Vedas, and distributed in proper time his wealth among brahmanas, kshatriyas, and his own dependents, and inhaled the sanctified smoke of the three kinds of fires, the Vaishya enjoyeth heavenly bliss in the other world. Having properly worshipped brahmanas, kshatriyas, and Vaisyas in due order, and having burnt his sins, by gratifying them, and then peacefully casting off his body, the Sudra enjoyeth the bliss of heaven. The duties of the four orders are thus set forth before thee. Listen now to the reason of my speech as I discourse it. Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu, is falling off from the duties of the Kshatriya order. Place him, therefore, O king, in a position to discharge the duties of kings. Dhritarashtra said, It is even so as thou always teachest me. O amiable one, my heart also inclineth that very way of which thou tellest me. Although, however, I incline in my mind towards the Pandavas even as thou teachest me to do, yet as soon as I come in contact with Duryodhana it turneth off in a different way. No creature is able to avert fate. Indeed, destiny, I think, is certain to take its course. Individual exertion is futile.